Good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well on this fine Saturday morning. Look, I'm excited for today's games. We've got some elimination matches here, but obviously it's CCT Season 3. We're back. Look, yes, okay, a couple months away, but back into the action in CCT, and I'm excited for all the games that I have to offer, all the games that I'm going to be joining you on for today. But look, I'm back. I'm ready for it, and look, I think the games that we have upcoming today are really going to be bangers, because this morning we have got some elimination games, which I'm so excited for. Don't get me wrong, I feel like the opening games in the group stage are always quite exciting, but it's the promotion and elimination games that always have the heat. They always have that kind of it factor for you. So why don't I give you a quick rundown of today's schedule, of today's games. We can kind of talk through the matches, kind of, I guess you could say their value. Obviously, Unity against Yano, Delta against Saber, ZT find Amcal, and then TNL against FAVBET. Obviously, these are kind of elimination and qualification games, so big matches today. Obviously, 4 of these teams will be victorious, 2 of which I guess eliminated, 2 promoted. So big day for Counter-Strike here. For all the CCT enjoyers, if you have got a lucky day off and you're not working from home, or you're not working at all, stay tuned, because there's going to be a lot of Counter-Strike on display today, and I think we've got some certified bangers. But to kick things off, Unity against Yano, I think this is going to be a really exciting game for many reasons, because when you look at this Unity team, it's kind of got some, quite young, talented players, and I guess you could say it's kind of well, it's a Czech Republic 5-stack. It's a team that have got some quite nice pieces. I feel like we've seen plenty from these individuals in previous rosters and I guess different academy teams, and now they've kind of all culminated together to try and build this really strong team. But I think the problem is it is quite difficult. I think it is very difficult if you want to try and compete in the difficulties that are events like CCT, like these online events. And I think Unity might struggle today, especially because Yano are a team with plenty of experience and plenty of firepower as well. But why don't we get into it? Why don't we bring up the rosters? We can have a little bit of a look at the teams and kind of go through I guess what I'm expecting to see. But obviously on this Unity side, we've got Feeder, Darba, Neofrag, Purdy and Woozy. Obviously the I guess you could say the operative player in this team being Neofrag. Obviously, remember his time on OG, had a couple kind of spats on Sinners. I feel like Neofrag's a player that we have seen a lot from when it comes to individual ability. Still so young. It's crazy to say. I guess he kind of got his rise to fame in early 2020 when he joined that Sinners roster. That's being 5 years ago now. He's still only 23 years old. So, a young talent. He's definitely been providing the goods in the firepower department. Obviously, a player that I've been able to watch for quite some time, being Darba. I remember him on that Cryptova roster. I remember him playing for Sampi way back when, about 4 years ago. So I feel like this team's got some strong pieces. But again, as I said, it's not going to be easy. It is an elimination game. They've got to leave everything out on the server today. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. But obviously, it's a strong side. I think they can really make waves here. I'm not too sure as to what Woozy will be able to provide on the big green. I guess you could say he's probably the least experienced player here. Not to say that he isn't going to be able to provide the goods, but I think when you look at some of the other players on this Unity roster, Purdy was on kind of Enterprise Gen, and obviously, yes, it's an academy roster. You might not have as many HLTV officials. It's still got kind of an academy backing. It's still got a support network there. So I think we do have to say that I think Woozy is going to be the differential here. If Woozy can play well on the big green, then certainly an opportunity. But it's not going to be an easy AWPing duel, as facing off against one of Counter-Strike's, I guess, when you think of AWPers within CS, this is a name that comes to mind in Alu. So we'll bring up the Yano roster. Obviously, Alu, a little bit past his prime, but I feel like we all know what Alu can provide on a good day, alongside him being Ariel, Henu, Smile, and Yellow. Obviously, this is it's a Finnish 5-stack. It's a team that we've kind of seen, I guess, the core at least for nearly a year. I think when Ariel joined this roster, I think there was many questions to be asked. We were thinking, okay, well, it seems as though Alu has got himself, I guess, another project, another idea of what he wants to achieve, because Ariel's another player with plenty of experience. Obviously, his time on Ents, a little bit of time on Havu as well. So I think you've definitely got the structure and stability of players like Ariel and Ariel and Alu, and then obviously they brought in some fairly younger talent in Smile, Yellow as well, still so young. So I'm interested to see how this is going to work. I do have to say though, when it comes to the Yano roster and when it comes to the individual ability, it has been somewhat lacking. You just have to look at these kind of these three newer additions, I guess you could say, in Henu, Yellow, and Smile. When it comes to HLTV ratings, when it comes to kind of just stats alone, it's very much in the red. Smile with a 0.88 rating across the last 3 months. Henu, not too far off, 0.86. And for Yellow, it's not as though it's been the best of times when it comes to the fragging department. So I think a vast majority of these games, we're going to be looking at Alu, we're going to be looking at Ariel in the hopes to, I guess, not only provide the, the game plan and the structure for the side, but also the firepower as well, which is a lot of pressure. It's a lot to kind of have on your shoulders. But I'm sure with the experience that both Ariel and Alu have, I'm sure they're going to be able to provide the goods. But as I said, it's kind of, I guess, an experienced squad of Yano versus the young talent of obviously this Unity side. So look, it's kind of a perfect symbolization of what can happen. Obviously with the vetoes coming through, no Dustin and Anubis, that was kind of as expected. Neither team have played all too much of that whatsoever. We do have the train pick for Yano, and I do have to say, for players like Ariel and Alu, who've got plenty of experience within the game, of kind of nearly a decade within Counter-Strike, at least professional Counter-Strike, you've got to imagine that a map like Train is going to fare a little bit better towards them. I feel like when you look at some of these younger teams, some of these teams don't even have maps played on Train. Some of these teams don't have many maps played at all, and you've got to imagine players like Ariel and Alu are going to be having probably more maps on Train than these youngsters have got on HLTV overall. So I like the Train pick from Yano. I think it's a bit of a punish pick, but it certainly can punish, as I think there is a bit of inexperience on the Unity side. The fact Mirage and Inferno alongside it as well, obviously it's not been Yano's best maps. They're yet to win in their last 5 on Inferno, a 40% win rate on Mirage. But you've got to imagine as well, these are the CS Classics. These are maps that are, somewhat unchanged in their history within CS. So I think I've got to say, when it comes to the vetoes, I think you're always going to be favoring the likes of Yano. And obviously, with Unity opting to ban Dust instead of Train, it means that they've clearly got an idea of what they want to achieve on Train, but they haven't got the sample size. They haven't really got the, experience for a map like Train. So I have to say, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Unity. Don't get me wrong, they certainly can upset, and I think in these elimination games, upsets are always what we see, because I guess you could say the pressure is always going to be so massively on the favored side, and the underdogs have a bit more freedom. And I think Unity certainly are the underdogs in this engagement. But look, I'm excited for this game to play out. I'm not too sure as to where it's going to go. I think I'd favor Yano just based on the vetoes, but it's kind of a 55-45 split. It's nothing major. I think, obviously, we've seen, I guess, limited success from both these sides, and obviously they're both in this elimination spot. Not to say that a victory is qualification, as they'd still have another game to play afterwards, but as you can see, we've got Neofrag against Ariel in the head-to-head. Two very strong riflers here. And look, I think when it comes to the rating, we can see what Neofrag provides, not only in the rating, the ADR, the kills as well. But I think we do really have to say that Neofrag is going to be the difference maker here if Unity want to make waves, if they want to push for an upset here today. Because I think Neofrag is a player that, when you look at this roster, you're kind of questioning, what's he doing here? Like, not to take away from the success of the Unity players, but Neofrag is a player that has had a lot of kind of success around him and has had, plenty of, I guess, success in his past. You just have to look at kind of the events that he's played in. He's been to 2 majors with OG. That's something that not many people can say, especially in this tier of Counter-Strike. And a vast majority of the players who have been kind of, have got those achievements under their belt are going to be a little bit more like Ariel and Alu, who are kind of past their prime and obviously looking to I guess be more vocal players and offer a little bit more stabilization to some youngsters. Yet Neofrag, 23 years old himself, I believe he's still much younger than the majority of the I guess you could say the youngsters on Yano as well. But I'm excited for this game. I think it really could go either way. As I said, I am giving the slight favoring to Yano, but look, I think that's just a gut feeling. And I think a lot of the time when you look at games like this, when you don't really have all too much information, when neither team's really been on hot form, it is kind of just a guessing game. It is kind of just a, just picking a team and hoping that you're right. But look, I think it should be a banger. Just got word that players are readying up, getting themselves prepped and prepared for, for this thrilling series. But they've got 3 maps to prove it. Might only take 2, but could be their final 2 maps that they play here in Season 3, Series 1, because a loss is elimination. All right, it seems as though we are going to be starting very, very shortly. Look, I think we've got some excellent matches up ahead, but we're on to this one. Mirage kicking things off. Selection of Unity. It will be Unity starting on this T side. Great idea. Aerial could have been taken down there. It is that head-to-head graphic fight from under. Aerial against Neofrag. Thought we'd see a bit of a B-rush. Smile was anticipating it, so was I, and to be honest, it was just a solo B defense. I think it would have been perfect, but still seems as though Unity are making their way through apartments now. Util coming down. Smile playing from short. He's been spotted and might be found in a matter of moments. Great from Feeder to find. The flash assisting. And now man advantage here for Unity. And it seems like the CTs want nothing to do with it. They do have a defuse kit and a smoke, but just with the limited time already, the bombs are quarter ticked. Yellow. He's going to have to get himself on the bomb somewhat shortly. He'll at least drop the smoke to create some chaos. Aerial emerging. Takes down the Feeder. Birdie in a great position as well. Minimal ammunition. Yellow gets his second. Just going to drop a smoke on the bomb now. And we can see the defuse coming through. What a retake here from Yano. Absolutely brilliant. Great from Yellow though. Henu as well. Absolutely excellent there from Yano. And I said it seemed like Yano didn't want anything to do with it. There was so much discipline within that retake. And once Aerial went down for nothing, I was under the expectation that Unity had that round wrapped up quite nicely with a bow on top. But Yano just ripped that present apart. No gifts here for Unity. We will see the force buy here for Unity. They've opted to bring out 3 Galils, a Tech 9 and a Scout already. Fair bit of utility damage dealt to Unity. Neofrag searching for something here in middle, systematically spamming through the smokes in an attempt to find someone on the Yano side. I like the proportion of SMGs in this round. It's something that I feel like if you watch a lot of the CCT, you'll be hearing me say it time and time again. When teams, after winning the pistol, they opt for 3-4 SMGs, and it just means in the next round they're at such a disadvantage when against the rifles. Obviously, this is a force buy, so you might not have the same problem. Yellow's in an excellent position. Taken down by Purdy, though. Such a simple clear. Aerial can have a look towards middle, assuming there's a late lurk. Nothing seen. CT taken, though. And again, a tough retake for Yano to deal with. Flashbang to come through. Players blinded, 3 found. Excellent flash from Aloe. And straight away the has been turned. A 1 versus 4 now for Wood. He's got the scope weapon, but it's not the big green. His younger brother in the Scout will just have to back away. Again, an excellent retake from Yano. All you can ever ask for. Look, they lose an early pick. They're disadvantaged. They lose control towards CT. They don't even have that much utility, but it's just that 1 flash sent from Alu blinds all 3 of them. And that's the problem with going for kind of controlling CT, but being so static about it. All it takes is 1 flashbang to unsettle everything you've worked so valiantly for. But Yano, an excellent start here on their opponent's map pick. Warp in hand now for Alu. Scout still in play, and Alu. He's welcomed Woozy to the server. Not the nicest of welcomes, but I think Woozy has got a lot of work to do here. Playing against one of Counter-Strike's finest. And Alu, he's still wanting to show that he has kind of moments from his prime. Already with the man advantage, Darva's been chipped away at. Purdy's got to be aware there's a player towards shore here. From the trajectory of the smoke. I like this though from Purdy. He's creeping his way up. Not going to see Smile though. Oh, Darva takes him down. Purdy's still in an excellent position. Henu though with an important find. Oh, will clear, can find, and now Neofrag, 1 versus 3. Taken down again, a lovely retake here from Yano. It's clear that's something they have worked very well for.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Yano though with a 3-round start. It's going to be the investment now from Unity. Up on Woozy. Welcome to the big stage. Let's see what he can offer. Woozy tucks way behind top mid boxes, but he wants to go searching. Creep their way through. Boost into window. This could be perfect for Unity. Unity team pretty systematic in their approaches in many rounds. A boost into mid is excellent. Darva. Page out Neofrag's book. He's looking to take a timing. He's got Feeder by his side. They've crept their way to the jungle. Out into the open Feeder, but Yellow falling. 3-on-3 still here. Darva sending the flash. Henu rotating in. He's got a teammate behind him in short, but they've still got to deal with Darva. Not the easiest of angles. Oh, and Feeder and Darva defeat Woozy on the AWP. An excellent performance there from Unity. Showing what they have to offer. And it's when there's a bit of creativity, when there's a boost for Neofrag, when there's a timing taken from Darva and Feeder. I really like this here from Unity. You know, many rounds, they've been kind of fairly disciplined, opted as a bit of a pack, yet in this one, take some risks and certainly reap the rewards. Woozy posted up here towards ramp, anticipating some aggression. We will see some of that aggro, but looks as though Palace is the play. And here it is, Yellow and Aerial. They're going to take this space. Purdy, the one to face. Yellow. Makes it up. Not the nicest of angles. Aerial now attempting to take the place. Molotov forcing him back. A little bit of chip damage in his play through A. An attempt to keep Aerial distracted, but the man of his wisdom knows what the game plan is. A lot of damage to Birdie as well in Palace. And now Aerial can maneuver. The reposition's excellent, and if he can get this kill onto Purdy, the control in Palace will be everything, and he has found it. Alu posted up towards ramp, deals with Woozy. Feeder found by Alu as well, and Henu to get the killing blow. Yano, sorry. They shut the door. They slam it shut on Unity's A play. Excellent there from Aerial. Not only does he find Neofrag towards ramp, but the awareness that Purdy has backed away in Palace, might look to refight. Aerial's the one that kind of takes the charge on that one, and Yano. It's an excellent start here to Mirage. 4-1 up here, CT side. Obviously, we know that Mirage has become very CT sided since the move to CS2. But it doesn't excuse the fact that Unity haven't been anywhere near as potent as I once thought. Unity, though, in their recent game against their tenacity on Mirage, they pushed it to distance. It was a great performance, but Neofrag, nice find in this one. Feeder looking to take this space. Aerial, he's allowed this gap to be created, but they're not really taking the space yet. Alu holding for the boost. Alu, great awareness. Not only is he close enough for a rotation here to B, but obviously can still offer support in middle. Feeder finding Alu. It's gonna be this backstab, it's gonna be this flank. Smiles in it. Aware of the flank coming through from Feeder, but awareness is only half the battle. Yellow, 1 versus 3 now. Not much utility here, just a flash for Feeder. Yellow has got a smoke and a kit. Emerges out of the market. Can get the first, no second though. And Unity back to winning ways. Weaker investment here for Yano. Henny will get one onto Purdy. 4 on 3 now. Aerial got a UMP in play. That's a weapon that you don't get to see all too often. And speaking of said UMP, it's in the back lines. Nice fight from Smile. And Feeder in this 2v4. Missed shots there from Aerial. A lot of damage to Daba, and it's all on Daba now. Alu can take it down. Oh, I don't believe there's enough time for the defuse. It's going to be right down to the wire. Alu seems confident, but no time for the defuse. Round is 1. Crazy there. He's 17 HP. I think there's got to be a bit more trust in getting that kill. Just stick the bomb. There's no need for both of you to be swinging that. There's only 10 seconds left. Obviously, you want to confirm the kill, but without a defuse kit, you also need to confirm the round. does have that saved orb though, and I think we all know how much weight and kind of swing potential that weapon can have. Yellow, we'll get one. Henu can double. It's all about Henu surviving now, allowing time for Alan to rotate in. Woozy will get one. He's in 1 versus 1v2. Molly sent to the bench. Chipping away, and Smile will find Yano. Although it's not the best investment, they get it over the line, and finances now for Unity. Really treacherous, really difficult. They're going to have to go for the force by Yano. If they win this, they get 2 for the price of 1. Great from Henu here to get many. Henu's having an excellent game. He's 13 and 4. I mentioned that Henu maybe hasn't had the best of times recently, but what a start here on Mirage. Especially when it's your opponent's map pick. When you have one player who's just kind of lighting up the server, it's quite difficult for Unity to try anything to contain. Aerial, he's playing close to this top mid smoke. Alu could send him in. Feeder peeking. Ooh, information of Alu. Smoke faded, and now Aerial trying to back away. Successfully been able to do so. Nice HE grenade onto Feeder. It is going to be this playthrough under as well. Alu's going to be under a lot of pressure. Smoke in window. Alu backing away. We've got not only 3 players towards B, but Alu close in CT. The A defense all on the shoulders of Yellow. Alu has now rotated in. Henu as well here, holding Murder Hole. And Alu torn between 2 mines, or whether to hold towards Palace or have a look in connector. Miss moving there from Alu. My delay is decision. My delay is short. Alu under pressure now. He's plenty of Tech 9s and Eagles, and it is the pistols prevailing. Henu with an important find, but Feeder trades it, and now it's all on Aerial. 1 versus 2 here. How have Unity been allowed to have this kind of success? Bomb still dropped. Identifying where these final players are. Aerial's not aware. It's pistol that will find though. Purdy, 2nd kill found. Unity, I don't know how they found this round. Out of nowhere. Should never be happening. I think the problem in that round is Yano played too timidly. I understand you don't want to get right up in the face of the Tech 9s, but we had Aerial. He made the short jump. He was so close in short. And I think sometimes you've just got to have faith. Flash your teammate through that smoke. They can get a quick kill back away. But the second that Yano were playing with a lot of discipline and kind of a lot of nerve, I knew that round was not theirs. Alu, though, no discipline in this one. He goes for the early fight in top middle and will find the kill because of it. And now Aerial, he wants to take this potential space. Little does he know, Feeder is here towards top middle. Aerial's got to be so cautious. Going to be clearing now. Aerial taken down by Feeder. Again, it's this triple short play. They've got so many players here, yet it seems like Yano, they haven't got the best idea of what setup they want to employ. I'd love the idea of a boost start. I think that's exactly what they've done. I believe Smile's elevated here now on bricks. Certainly is. Henu now just tucked away here towards Van. There is a Molotov here on Darba. And as the apps player, you can assume that Van would be the game plan, would be the goal. Yellow now under pressure. Oh, Purdy, all on timing, and Purdy can find it. Obviously, there's 30 seconds left. Unity could back away towards the A bomb site, but I think they're worried that there just isn't enough time. They're worried they're going to get caught in transition. So it is still going to be this play through the B bomb site. Henu in an excellent position towards Van. The molly won't spread. They might have heard that tick, though. Henu now. Taken away. Henu could have found 2. Should have found 2. Bomb can go down now, and Smile trapped here towards short. Deals with Purdy. That's the flanker falling. Alu finds Neo frag. All on Feeder now. He's found 2 kills so far, and he needs another 2 to close out the round. Alu, he's just sent his teammates to the walls, but Alu still wins the round. Still rights the wrongs of that decision. Henu needed to get both there to make that round a little easier, but Alu with the heaps of experience that he's got, with the individual ability that he's so clearly trying to show everyone at home that he's still got. A great triple in that round for Alu. And Yano again, they silence. Investment once again for Unity, but it's not the full buy, just the half buy. Yellow. Seems like in every round he's had a weaker weapon, whether it's a pistol, whether it's an MP9. But let's see what the MP9 can do. We'll get one. Henu rotates in as well, and Yellow and Henu, although they take a lot of damage, they deal with that A aggression. We've had 11 rounds of play. Henu is 18-6. This is the type of performance you might expect to see at the end of a game, not before the halftime switch. What a performance from Henu. For a player that has had so much kind of, I guess, scrutiny about his ability. There's been many criticisms about Henu. Obviously, made waves on that X-Academy roster. Has now joined Yano, Alu and Ariel spotting his potential. And I think this is the type of game that the coaches, the in-game leaders, they'll look at Henu, they'll look at the performance and say, look, we've been waiting for a day like this, thank you for providing the goods. Nice finds from Alu and Ariel, although so much damage taken. Yano, they close out the round quite comfortably. They end the half with 8. 8-4. An exceptional performance from Yano. I've got to say, you look at the early rounds, you look at the early portion where they lose a bomb site, but they play the retakes so perfectly. I don't know how Ariel's been able to get that kill there. That is disgusting. But a great performance. Exactly what Yano need. And with the idea that this is their opponent's map pick, we move to train afterwards. And that being a map we can expect Yano to be the big favorites on. I think we've got to say Unity. They've got a little bit of time now to talk things through, I guess, to kind of reset the emotions, because you've got to imagine there is going to be some difficulties in that team speak. Neofrag highlighted as Unity's bright light right now in the depths of darkness. 3-12 for Neofrag. 19-6 for Henu. What a performance. What a game. This is certainly one for the history books for Henu, personally. Currently on track for his best ever HLTV rating. Nice find from Neofrag, taken down by Smile though. There is a kit and a smoke on Purdy, so they can take their time here, but with the space taken and the bomb plant positioning, not going to be easy here for Unity now. Smile, it looks as though he really wants to take this fight in jungle. He can find Woozy, it's excellent real estate, but Woozy will take him down. Everyone is fine. Yellow, important kills here. Towards triple. Yellow's done so much work. Feeder finds the kill. Ariel though. Ariel's in prime position to win this round. Feeder 24 points of health. Got to stick the bomb. He's picked up the kit, but there's no smoke to work with. Trying to maneuver around the boxes. I think there's been a bit of miscommunication. I think a teammate said, oh, he's back triple. You just saw his leg or something, but Ariel deep in connector. Round going the way of Yano, and with it being the pistol, I guess we're expecting a bit of a buy one, get one free as an expected eco scene from Unity, but they might bite the bullet. They might take the risk in going for the force, and obviously, we know the, I guess, positives that a force by victory can yield, but obviously the negatives are they would potentially give up the game here. Aerial, the only SMG, gonna go searching here in middle. 4 players behind this connector smoke, but timing could be worse. The second he pulls out that smoke, that's when the CT swing. Devastating there for Aerial. Darva's going to be swinging. Darva can get 2. This is a full eco. This is a full eco that is turned into a 1 versus 3 for Alu. What in the world are we witnessing? You can accept for Aerial timing was a bit unfortunate, but the rifles, they've been bested by the USP. Alu, though, he will strike. He can find one. Both players close by. Cautious for taking down my feeder. I mentioned you can get the rewards if you go for the force. It was a full eco. It was a P250 invested. Yano, you're going to have to take a long, hard look in the mirror, because that round certainly needs some self-reflection. Disappointing all across the board, and Alu trying his best to salvage any chances, but Woozy's got himself an AWP. The Tech 9s have been invested for Yano. But an eco victory. Woozy on the AWP. Purdy finding, Purdy doubles. The Tech 9s have been silenced here. Enu trying to isolate the fight with the AWP. Alu in the middle. Spots out one. Alu in a 1 versus 4. Taken down by feeder. Unity, they double down. Should find a third as well. 7-9 scoreline. Just the eco here for Yano. I think the game plan's got to be a fast B. A bomb plant might be the only thing they're searching for.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice util damage there from Unity. No casualties either. Not making any mistakes. I like it from Unity. It is their CT side in which they fare far better. Unity. They've still got the SMG on Purdy, but the AWP on Woozy will be heavy helper in this one. Nice nade from Neo Frag. Chips away at Henu. Aerial here towards top mid. Smoking window. Woozy, the lone defender towards me, and look at the strength of the A defense from Unity. They've got a quad A stack here. Flashing through, Neo Frag finding. Darva takes down Aerial. I love little moments like that. Practice comes perfect. Nothing that Yellow can do. Alu now. A little bit alone towards A. Teammates team on B. Unity. It's night and day between their T and CT side. I mean, we're talking about the heights of Henu. Feeder's now risen the ranks. 18 and 12. Darva having some good moments as well. A far more polished looking Unity. I love plays like that though. Timo flashing from Ticket. Two pushing through the smoke. They deal with any mid pressure so nicely. Absolutely excellent. Unity right back on the board and should level things up 9-9. And leaves it Yano so massively working for us. What a bat. And now they're on the unfavored side. I think we've got to say Unity probably the favorites now. Again, the util damage has been brilliant from Unity. Oh, speaking of, great quick switching, but not been punished. Henu his way out of that. Darba going too short. Henu crouching under, but still spotted. The bomb plot would be huge. Great deep shot there. And now it's an attempt. Henu, lovely shot there. Henu on the deagle. Okay, a 1 versus 4 potential. He's found half of them. Now needs another 2. He's got the AWP to deal with from short. A rifle in market. Henu, this is your moment. Take your time here. The AWP still posted on the angle. Birdie creeping out. Henu spotting. Spamming away with the deagle, but doesn't connect the headshot. Aware of the AWP now. Henu needs to isolate. Still missing the body shot. He's so tough. He needs to collapse when the pistols are out for Woozy. Henu had such a chance to win that when he spots the shadow of Purdy. He had time to hit the shot, but it's just the body spam. You've got to imagine the pressure. You've got to imagine how difficult that must have felt for Henu. He's begging for a player to emerge. It was probably about a 15-second waiting period when no one showed themselves. But it's great shots here from Henu initially. But I love this from Woozy and Purdy. They realize, look, we're isolating fights. We're giving the deagle the opportunity to thrive. And regardless of whether it's a deagle, whether it's an AK, whether it's an AWP, we cannot be giving opportunities away. They go together, shoulder to shoulder. No chance for Henu whatsoever. Unity now. They're in an excellent position. Alu is back on the AWP. But they've got the chance to take the lead now. And I think once that comes through, once we see the lead go their way, that's where we're saying this one is all said and done. Vida, great find there. Neofrag gets another. It is still this B play. There's backup dancers alongside Vida. I like the elevation play. Certainly can work. Ooh, Smile. That's your own Molotov there, fella. So much damage taken. Alu down to 4 HP. There's 7 health combined on this 2v5. Great find from Smile, though. But it's surely just the AWP save. Why is he giving this a go? He's 3 HP. The 1v4. What are we doing here, Smile? You could have been able to at least save face. There's nothing you can do. Probably not. Taken down by the jumping USP. And Unity now taking the lead for the first time in this map. And I think Yano having the lead for potentially the last time in this map. It doesn't seem as though Unity is slowing up whatsoever. Darba, love this HE play. Popping open the smoke in middle. Neofrag gets one. Alu with the trade. With the bomb block going down, Yano can invest in this one. But Woozy and Purdy, great finds. The final players in connection. Henu, oh, a great flick there. Missed shots from Darba. Woozy will trade it though, and it's Alu in another clutch. How many 1v3s have you seen this guy in? Well, maybe not that many more, as there's only a few rounds remaining in Unity. Another step closer to victory. Unity now 2 rounds away from taking it. Yano. It was a 9-4 scoreline, but that's 7 on the bounce for Unity. They've left Yano in their rear view mirror. It's devastating for Yano, and it's devastating for Henu, because what a game he's been having. Nice find from Woozy. Man advantage now. Half by here for Yano. Aerial's important kill there. That's Neo frag. The mini map or something. He seems somewhat startled.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb down. Man advantage, Yano. Very good way for them to get themselves back on the score sheet. Swing comes through from Henu. Important kill there. Smoke on the bomb. Diffuse gets on both Woozy and Dava. But time doth tick. They're going to have to get on the bomb soon. Someone's got to stick it. It's not for Dava. I believe the Orca is the one in the clutch. Oh, but they get their rears off. Devastating for Yano. Again, it's a round in which they should be victorious in, yet Unity steal it away. It's a tough watch, I've got to say. It's devastating to look. It's like driving past a car crash. You don't want to look, but you can't take your eyes off it. It's horrible. Yano, they were 9-4 up. This game was theirs for the taking. This would have been a statement match for them, not only for the team, but for Henu himself, a player who's had so much scrutiny around him, yet even in that 4 versus 3, still can't get it over the line. 12-9, Alu falling to Woozy. And Neo frag, he was 3-12, he's now 15-17. Really turned his game around. Smile, what's that one towards ticket? A lot of damage taken by Neo frag. Smile searching for something here. The flashbang over the top. Again, the A-bomb site under the control of Yano. Disadvantage massively though. Yellow though with a great fight. Purdy will take him down though. Seems like a risky decision taken by Smile, but he will find the kill. Still disadvantaged here are Yano. Bomb to go down now. A late flank from Feeder. Neo frags low. A fair few flashes in play, and Feeder now being held by Aerial. Great awareness from Aerial. He's questioning as to why there's no more resistance, why there's no more flashes over the top. He knows a flank's coming. I think it's what years of experience can teach you, but the individual ability's not there. Aerial, he's put his teammate in a 1 versus 3. The timing's going to be the name of the game, but Neofrag will be the one to do it. From 9-4, 13-9, Unity. 9 rounds in a row to take their map pick. A very good CT side from them. Although they didn't have the best of times initially, players really stepped up. Everyone had their moments. I've been very, very impressed. And look, I think for Unity now, it just goes to show that not only have they got the ability when it comes to kind of individuals, but they got the mental resilience to come back from that. They were 8-4 down at the half, obviously lost the pistol as well. And I think that's where many people are thinking, well, the game's probably done here. Yano, it should be 10-4, but we see that eco victory come through from Unity, and I think that's what kind of lit the fire underneath them. I think that's what really gave them the spark that they needed to come back into that one. And now, Yano, obviously we move to their map pick, and I guess you could say as a series goes, losing your opponent's map pick, if they go and win theirs and it comes down to the decider, that's kind of what we expect. But obviously there's going to be a massive asterisk next to that victory for Unity because the drop-off from Yano has to be studied. That was crazy. Henry was still doing so much work, but we just didn't see enough from Alu. We didn't see enough from Ariel, and it's disappointing. Even in the post-plants, all it took was one smoke on the bomb, and already you see Yano so frantic. But we're going to be moving to the second map of the series, obviously being Train. Yano now in a must-win situation. I'm excited to see how Train does play out, but we will be jumping to a break beforehand. into the action we go. Yano's map pick. Unity to start on the CT side, but Unity, what a comeback it was on Mirage. I think we have to say the CT side was where both teams looked mighty fine. Obviously, Henu had an excellent game, sadly for no success, as Yano still trails, still lost on Mirage, but it's now their turn to right the wrong top Mirage. Now their turn to find success on Train, and hopefully for Yano they can push to Inferno, because I think we all know Yano probably should have been the ones to be successful there on Mirage. Woozy tucked away here to the Jawlies of Feeder can find a second. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb about to go down. There's a Molotov for Smile. But repositioning towards upper, an impossibility. So many players face to face and taken down by Neofrag. Alu now tapping away. Will get Woozy. 17 points of health on Alu. It's just the tap of the bomb here. Fixated on upper. Now they look to stick. Alu could deny this plant. Or deny this defuse, so to speak. Neofrag holding, though, aware of Alu. Full stick of the bomb, and Neofrag not only covering, but finding. Great triple there for Neo. An excellent start for Unity. And Unity, they continue this streak. That is now 10 rounds in a row. Excellent here from Unity. Nice fight from Yellow. It's the first buy here from Unity, and with that opening frag, Unity now got to be a little bit more cautious. Down to the 3-on-3. Alu finding with the Galil, drops the smoke, and now Darba forced the reposition. Alu, he's going to look to push through this smoke. Timing looks good. Aerial as well, close towards Con. Neofrag's pushed through upper. Alu, great find onto Feeder. Darba now. Smoke again landing. Alu holding. Alu. Oh, this is so scary now. Darby's pushing through the smoke in catcher timing. And speaking of timing, Neofrag still in the back lines. Darba eventually will strike, and so unknown. Alu's questioning it all, but Alu, he went for the hero play of pushing through the smoke. If he was just sat in hell, he wins this round for the team. And Darby's aware of it. They know that Alu's not been taken down. They've seen him, well, in fact, not seen him in the kill feed. Alu will find, though. Alu versus Neofrag. In the 1 versus 1. Neofrag tucked away towards Pop. Bomb still dropped. 25 seconds to work with. Flashbang over the top from Alu. Trying to force the fight. He's picked up a smoke. Neofrag still in Pop Dog. 16 seconds remaining now, and Alu trying to piece together this puzzle. We'll be able to get the bomb down now, and Neofrag emerges, aware that Alu's on the back of the bomb site. He's got a smoke to work with, and he will just drop that. An escape route has been made. Alu can maneuver his way out of this, but he will just sit in the smoke. Neofrag surely come to terms with the fact that Alu's probably gone. Smoke now on the bomb. Full 10-second stick. Back from Alu, not connecting. Alu, how are we not hitting the shots here? He now is just assuming that Neofrag's not on the bomb, and the round will go the way of Unity. Again, a must-win round for Yano, yet Unity prevail. Never should have been the outcome there. The second Alu fires off those pot shots, the bullet should have connected. I don't know how they've not been found. Nice find from Yellow. Big kill there onto Purdy. Obviously, Purdy does take down Henu beforehand, and a lot of damage dealt to both the SMGs of Yellow and Feeder. Unity, although they've been victorious in these last couple rounds, has come down to the wire, and with the bomb plants as well, it's allowed for Yano's investments. Aerial might maneuver to pop dog here. He's got teammates alongside. Smile now, pushing through, taps through the smokes from Neofrag, and Smile can maneuver effortlessly. Feeder's already tucked in a main though, and this is something the T's won't be knowledgeable of, but the problem is however tucked away he might be, they've lost 2 players. Darba is in an excellent position as well, but it's Neofrag's double. Neofrag taken down. This could be perfect now. All they need to do is wait for Smile to strike. He can take down Darba completely out in the open here. He'll find him. Oh, on the shot. What has happened there from Smiley? There is no need for him to fire off. He's never going to be spotted in that position. Just needs to show a bit more discipline. And that round becomes so easy, so simple. The knife in hand for Alu. Feeder finding Darba. I don't know how he's been allowed to get that kill. And Smiley, regardless of what your name is, no smiles on him, surely. How has he missed that? It's devastating. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, because I want to see how is he just not lined up the shot? How is he not taking his time there? Bluffs his lines on the biggest stage, in the biggest moment. That would have been such a turning point in the round. But a massive mistake that might cost them. Unity now, if they win this one comfortably, they can at least stabilize in their finances. A great find. Alu takes down Neofrag. Round shortly to go the way of Unity now. Alu's so low, he's tucked away. This knowledgeable of his position. Unity continue this streak. Unity, that's now what, 13 rounds in a row covering from Mirage here to trade. The first actual 4x from Yano. All the previous investments have been very limited. Galil's, Tech 9s, Mac 10s. We've now got the AWP on Alu. Unity, 4 rounds to none. Excellent start here on trade. Oh, the reason a kill comes through, yet Purdy holds mouth one. Timing couldn't be better for Darba and Unity, surely to continue their streak of success. Alu, finally on the AWP, finally on the weapon that he has his name etched on. It's a gun that, throughout history, Alu has had the biggest moments at the highest stages. Many a 1v4 to his name, but 10 seconds on the clock. I think we all know where this one's going. Another round found by Unity. Neofrag might be able to take it down at time as well, but Alu never missing that one. Gets the tag onto Purdy. Still survives though. With the AWP save from Alu and the lack of rounds from Yano. This could be a decision where they opt for the full investment. Purdy though, it's an excellent find here. We need to see more from the rest of the Yano squad though. 4 kills combined on aerial head of Yellow and Smiley. Alex head. Darba gonna get flashed in. Darba, when he misses his lines, he messes up the shots. I guess that's a bit of a revenge from Smiley from earlier. Still though, going 1 for 1 and all that information, it's not the end of the world there for Darba. Smiley. Neofrag clearing, but Smiley again. This has not been the trade for Smiley to remember. This has been so disappointing. Alu gets one. With this saved AWP, the question is what more can he find? Again on the scoreboard, but a teammate lost in the process. Alu going for a risky plant there. Surely Neofrag spotted him. Yeah, a little late to realize. It's clearly been conveyed. Alu now needs to hit the shot, and I said it's Alu doing a lot of the work for Yano. It's Alu single-handedly winning that one. Although he had teammates alongside him in those moments, it was all on Alu. I don't know how Neofrag's got that kill. Great trade from Alu here. But what a round from Alu. Kind of in flow state. Taking him back, 5-6 years. When Train was, a real strength for his individual game. Yellow already taking this space towards Pop. Feeder tucked away in the corner. Nice out for Yellow. Oh, not the cleanest of fights. Yellow still victorious. Running the MP9, searching for a second shot, denying. Alu with another great shot. Alu is 15-3. This is the exact performance that you want to see from a player like Alu. Looks as though it's a play through the B-bomb site. Woozy on the big green. So is Alu. The problem here now for Yano is they need to have other people, other players stepping up alongside him. Otherwise, might be a disappointing one. Woozy's tucked away here. Oh, missed shot from Woozy. Now plenty of players coming his way. He gets himself the first. Not prepared for aerial. Darba going to be rotating in now that Alu's holding. Smiley can find. Missed shot from Alu. But a 4 versus 2 now. And however disappointing this map started for Yano, they've warmed their way back into our hearts here on Train. Alu at the forefront. But with this being the full investment and only 2 weapons saved, we can expect that Unity will probably be half buying in the next. Yano could go 4 rounds in a row. Just 1 clear of leveling up the game. Feeder surely found it. Finally taken down. Headed with the trade though. Ooh, Dharma! Not an AK. Just because you hit a headshot doesn't mean you get the kill. He was so confident that it came through, but bit of a misspray. Yano will get themselves that 3rd as expected. Unity still in the driver's seat, but I feel they need a little bit of time to talk things through, as this hasn't really been their best performance. Damage. Combining Galu found. It's a 5-on-3. We saw a full eco victory for Unity earlier on. Mirage, surely we're not to see another. And he's taking a fair bit of damage as well. Flashbang coming through towards A main. Yellow found by Purdy. The 2 versus 5 now. Yeah, no, look. I understand this hasn't been the best of games, but we cannot be losing against these full ecos. It happened on Mirage. It's seemingly going to happen here on Train. Especially with the bomb being dropped. Feeder posted up with the AWP. It's on a 4 HP Henu. Round is over. Embarrassingly so. They go into it with an HE grenade, a P250, and 4 USPs. They come out of it with 5 survivors and 5 weapons. Yano, what has just happened? It's disappointing. It shouldn't be happening. Not at all. Alu elevated above said smoke, Neo frag. Searching for a cheeky way. Might just fall ahead of Alu. Rebuild. Aware that there's a boosted player. Gonna drop the ball just in case. Everyone's away that corner. Man advantage now for Unity, and when you take down the heavy hitter of Alu, surely to bode well in the result of the round. Woozy now on the AWP. He's been smoked off. Wants to take a bit of a peek, bit of a pot shot. Dark and Woozy to swing in tandem, but Smiley can back away. Neo frag. I think he might have spotted at least one towards main. Going to drop the smoke. Neo frag. A little worried. 2 opponents have gotten out of A. What is this timing? Neo frag gets closer to the smoke. Henu has crept on out, but Dharma holding. Neo frag still in an excellent position here. Eric will go down. He will, and it's all on yellow. Yellow taken down from the back lines. Unity continue. Yano were 9-4 up on Mirage. They just won the pistol round. I was ready for a Yano 2-0. I was preparing. That was the storyline I was going to start weaving. Yet a different tapestry to be seen here this morning. Unity 7-3 up. Yano looked lifeless here. Nice util damage already. Henu's manoeuvred his way out of A main, but Woozy to find Smiley. Henu still holding. awaiting aggression. Yet it's impossible. Speed against one, taken down by Purdy. And now Yano have to maneuver out to A. They've got no control towards B. They've got no control towards Ivy. Aerial will get one, but Darba, important kill there. Aerial now trapped in a treacherous position. Alu making his way round. Alu grade 5 and Neofrag trading. Unity continue. Unity. Obviously, if they find victory here on Train, the series is theirs, but it's not just about the series, it's not just about, I guess, the bragging rights of this game. It's about survival. This is an elimination game. The loser to go down, the loser to be removed. Series 1. Woozy Purdy alongside. Woozy, okay. When rewatching that demo, I'm sure he's not going to get much love. 2 shots that should have been in. The only reason his teammate's dead because of it. Darba to drop a smoke. Smiley very fast here. Neofrag needs to turn. Neofrag under pressure. Molotov at his feet. We'll go down to Aerial. 3 on 3 now. A lot of damage to Darba. The CT's fixated on the smoke, but Alex maneuvering. Darba will take him down though. Smiley still on the back of the bomb site. Darba, he's low HP. Looks to double up with his teammate. Aerial. Holding here towards connector. Slight look in camera. Worried about Pop Dog. Yano, you can see how worried they are. So many unknowns. Although they've taken control of the A bomb site. They haven't had a player in A main for quite some time. They haven't had control of Pop Dog, no control of Ivy, and that's why they're taking Con, but Woozy can find Aerial. Smiley close by, Woozy repositioning. Scope heard, Smiley. It's a question of whether he peeks or whether he peeks. Oh, Smiley goes for it, we'll find. Information for Darba to work with, but he's 24 wants some help. Smiley peeks out. He's so sure that Darba was towards Ivy. Whether that's miscommunication or a misread, but Unity, they will find themselves 9. This whole game and series will be determined by a pistol round. If Unity find it, Yano surely lose here. This is their map selection. This is Train. This is a map that players like Aerial, like Alu, have got more experience on than the majority of the rest of the server. Doesn't feel that way right now. Alu, he had a really good start to Train. Sadly, that's not what it's all about, though. The team weren't able to step up in the big moments, weren't able to capitalise on successes that Alu found, and that's why they've only got themselves 3 rounds. It's unfortunate, it's disappointing to see, I have to say, but sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles. Important pistol though for Yano. Again, this map is for survival in the series and in CCT Season 3. A loss here, elimination will be seen. Just to let everyone know at home, I've just done some digging. Unity, their players have only played in total as a collective of 44 maps to Train on HLTV. Alu has played 272. 5 times, nearly 6, in fact 6 times the amount of games. That is the level of experience that Alu holds over these Unity players. But sometimes it's not about experience. Sometimes it's about individual brilliance. And we've seen that in spades here for Unity. They take the pistol. They go 7 clear, 3 away from closing out the series. A ridiculous stat, though. The fact that Alu has over 6 times the amount of games on trade than the whole Unity side combined. But experiences and everything. And Yano, I guess they will be experiencing the loss and removal within CCT Series 1. I don't see a way back in. A path that looks so treacherous, so steep. And I don't think Yano have the minerals. 3 rounds is all it takes, and Unity to face against the full eco. A freebie, so to speak. Yeah, I guess Yano know the lies of that statement, as they've lost 2 full ecos this one already. They're aggressing towards upper. Plenty of Unity players ready and waiting. They get the trades, they find the kills. And expected to find the round off the back of it. Look, we saw Henu having an incredible performance on Mirage, yet no map of victory. Same can be said here for Alu, but the difference is it's not as though the rest of his team is stepping up. It's not as though anyone else is kind of playing very well whatsoever. Big disappointment. Alu will get taken down. Just the one casualty there on feeder. Unity now 2 rounds away from continuing their campaign here within Series 1. All it takes, one mistake from Yano, no financing, and that is the game. Under pressure here, can't connect the shots, and the barrage of the Unity players, they make their way out.
Bomb has been planted.
Smiley will find Purdy, but at the cost of a lot of health. Nice find from Darba, aware that Alu is close by. 3 on 3 now. No defuse kit in play, so Yano, it's a question of whether they hurry this retake along or they go for the save. I think we all know the save is the safer decision. And Unity not messing about, not giving any chance for a late ninja. Unity, they will find themselves well. They have 9 opportunities and continue their charge here in Group C. Obviously, the victor here will be facing off against the loser between Zero Tenacity and Amcal. For Unity, I don't know whether they'd prefer to have a rematch against CT or face Amcal. I think both those teams are a very difficult one to face. Obviously, I'd love to say that Yano can come back. I'd love to give any stock in that idea, but I'm a realist. And I think sometimes you have to understand that this one is too far gone. Nice fight from Smiley. Alu gets the trade onto Woozy. Nice trading there towards Ivy. Important there for Yano as they gain the opening, or not the opening kill, but they gain the man advantage because of it. Aerial wants to back away, wants to retreat and play the numbers, play the advantage that they've got. No chance for a save here though for Yano. They've got no second chances. Even if they win 9 on the bounce, they've still got to do it in OT. It's going to be this play through the B-bomb site now. 2 from upper. Yellow defending. A rotation in from Alu at the perfect time, but Purdy finds Yellow. Now all on Alu. Henu rotating in as well.
Bomb has been planted.
Alu posted up. Henu elevated very fast, very frantic. Neofrag now in an excellent position. Ariel gets one. Feeder not prepared, but attack through the train. Alu goes down. 2 on 2 now. Through the smoke, we've seen the progression. Neofrag still upper. And we see the round go the way of Unity. We see the series go the way of Unity. And they continue their charge here through Series 1. Yano. Their time here is over. It is finished. They are now eliminated. Devastating for Yano, especially when you take into account that Mirage should have been theirs for the taking. It was a 9-4 scoreline. They were on such hot form on Mirage, yet Train, it's clear that the loss of Mirage took everything out of them. It's clear that just so disappointed with that. But look, I think Unity played really well. I don't think it was just disappointment from Yano. I think it was also, you know, a great performance from Unity throughout Train. I think when you see a team that are quite inexperienced on a newer map like Train, it's always nice to see them have a strong victory. A 13-3 as well. And that's one that for the next couple Train games that they play, they'll think back on and give them so much confidence for the remainder. But obviously, we can see what that's done to the group stage, what it's done to the bracket. Obviously, we do know that it means Unity progress. It means they can continue. And obviously, for Yano, that does mean elimination. But obviously, it's not the only elimination game that we've got on the cards today, as there is another. It is kicking off in about an hour and a half's time. It's Delta against Saber. It's going to be an absolute banger. That is the Group D elimination game. Obviously, it's not just eliminations. It's not just sad times for today, as later on we do have some promotion games which should be exciting, as well as Zero Tenacity against Amcal, and to end off the evening, TNL against FAVBET. But we've got some bangers, we've got some great matches up and coming, but a bit of a prolonged break beforehand. So you've got yourself an hour and a half, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some food, set your alarms for that next game, because it is a certified banger. But beforehand, we will be jumping to a break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing well after the bit of a prolonged break between the first and second series, but obviously heading back into the action here. Now we're looking a bit towards Group D. Delta against Saber. It's a big match. Obviously, both these teams with elimination on the horizon are going to have to battle massively if they want to keep their spot, keep their continuance going here in Series 1 of Season 3 of CCT. Obviously, though, it's going to be a banger. I'm looking forward to it, and let's just get straight into it. Let's bring up, we can bring up the schedule for today if you guys are thinking about staying tuned. You can have a little bit of a look of how things are going. Obviously, Unity, a great tour against Yano. Yano eliminated Delta to face Saber in a matter of moments. Then ZT against Amcal. And to end the evening, we have TNL versus FAVBET. Obviously, the two later games going to be promotion games, so a little bit more excitement, obviously. But beforehand, we do jump to Delta against Saber. Obviously, both these teams, I feel like, still got some kind of points to prove and some unknown talent. So hopefully we'll get a bit more information about these sides. But speaking of, we can bring up the Delta roster. Obviously, we've got Dosing, Homeboys, Kazakin, Donnie, and June. And, you know, it's a decent-looking squad. I think we have to say, obviously, when it comes to this roster, for me personally, there are a lot of unknown talents. There are a lot of players here that have either kind of gone a little bit under the radar or potentially are kind of trying to make waves, this being their maybe first professional team on HLTV. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure for these guys. I think it is going to be quite tough for them. But the fact they've got themselves here is obviously a real positive, and I'm sure they've got something to prove. Obviously, though, when you talk about individuals of this roster, when you talk about this roster overall, there has been some limiting factors. You can just see from the ratings alone. The players haven't been performing that well. Obviously, it's something that we do have to mention. It's not been their best performance. And I do believe we have maybe a bit of a stand-in. I think maybe Homeboys is playing instead of, I want to say, Sukumiao. I'm butchering that name, but at least I've given it a go. So maybe there's a stand-in. Maybe it's a six-man roster. I'm not too sure. But look, I'm excited to see how it does pan out. Obviously, though, on the flip side for Saber, we can bring up their team. This is a roster I know a little bit more about, and obviously, the Ukrainian side, I feel like they have had a little bit more experience. The player that always comes to mind in this roster being Naita. Obviously, not only putting up good performances individually, but a couple years back, I remember watching him, I believe it was time on Run or Die. I think it was on Lasercats as well. So he's a player that, you know, personally, I've seen the heights of. He can provide a lot of individual talent. But again, it's that same sentiment of, we're not too sure about these players. We don't really know what they have to offer. Obviously, though, with the roster being Jackass, Naita, Hodix, Svemi, and Fake Reality, it's a strong-looking squad. I think, realistically, you're looking at this roster. I think Hodix has had a really, you know, decent recent game. You look at that game against FAVBET. Okay, yes, they lost 16-11 and 13-7. Or 16-13, sorry. But it was a close game. It went overtime on Inferno, and I wonder if we're going to see Inferno as well here, because it's clear that Saber, they look pretty good on that map. And speaking of the vetoes, Saber have looked to pick Inferno. I like the idea of that. Dust 2 banned out by Delta, a great decision. It's their worst map. It's Saber's strongest. So already taking an arrow, out of the quiver. But we've got Mirage, Inferno, and Ancient to be seen. To be honest, I'm looking at these maps, and I'm feeling very worried. And I think many Delta fans at home are going to be feeling quite worried as well. Obviously, Mirage is a strong suit for Delta, but as is for Saber. And to end things off with Ancient, it's a much stronger map for Saber, not only based on sample size, but win rate as well. So, look, I think it's going to be an exciting one. I'm interested as to why Saber didn't look to pick Anubis instead of Ancient, although the win rate for Delta has not been great on Ancient. Anubis, we haven't seen all too much from Delta at all on Anubis, so maybe they could have looked to punish. Obviously, Anubis is a really strong map for Saber as well. I'm interested if we may be able to get a bit of insight as to why they've done that. But look, who knows? We might not even get to Ancient. Obviously, a 2-0 in the last. We could see a 2-0 here again today, but I'm not too sure. I don't think many are too sure when it comes to predictions. I think maybe just based off the vetoes and maybe based off the kind of the names on the Saber score sheet, I think maybe I'd lean a little bit more towards them. But it's a similar kind of thing to the last series. I think there are many unknowns about both of these rosters, but hopefully we can get a bit of a better picture of what they have to offer. And as I mentioned, look, Naita is definitely the player to watch on the side of Saber, but June as well. He's looked pretty decent. Well, I say the best out of the bunch because realistically for Delta, it's not been too pretty when it comes to their recent games. Obviously, they've played about 26 maps together, and across the board, the ratings haven't been great. I think we just have to say that. Yet for Nita, a little bit more positive. I think both these teams have got something to prove. They've got something to show, and hopefully we see a real competition here in this second series of today. But it seems as though there's going to be some slight delays. Apparently, there's some server issues when it comes to readying the players up. So I think what we will do is jump to a short break, and then we will be into the action on Mirage. So it begins, the Mirage match underway now. Saber, it's a big game for them. Same for Delta. A massive match between these two sides. The winner can continue their chances here in CCT. The loser eliminated. and to face that well, troubling task. It's seemingly going to be a play through A, though. Delta. Bit of a Palace pop. Taking a page out of the face it buggers, I guess. The strategy that I feel many on Mirage have tried to utilize, but they're getting the double smokes down. I like the idea of this. I don't know whether it's a miss smoke for Stairs or it's one for Sandwich, but either way, I like the idea. Bomb to go down, but already Jackass is in a really good position. Taken down by Dosic. A lot of damage to Kazakan. Great flashbang, and we will see Hodix get the double. Man advantage. Hodix finds the third, and it's on to Homeboys and Dosic to try and win this one out. The bomb not planted for them either. They're both in jungle. They're going to try and maneuver to CT, but it's a tap of the bomb now. It's forcing the hand. It's forcing things to begin the fight. Getting very ugly. Homeboys gets the double. Fake Reality sticking the bomb. Steps Herd. Gets off of it, but will have enough time for the defuse. Great double from Fake Reality. Round going the way of Saber. Great start here. Saber take the lead here with the bomb plant. I'm expecting an investment from Delta, and they have gone for that. 4 Galils, 1 Tech 9. Expected for Donny to invest in a couple flashes as well. I like the amount of rifles in play for Saber. Time and time again. I'm sure continual watchers of the CCT will have heard me utter this statement 1,000 times. But the fact they've only got the one SMG, I'm happy about that. Look, it's a good pistol. I like the idea from the T's. They obviously try and maneuver their way out to A. They catch a decent timing. They're able to cross paths with Jack, and look, it works well. But again, it's something that we saw in that Yano game where it was just one flashbang in CT, and it was able to just completely upset the T's flow. But seemingly, we are going to be going into a slight tech issue. I don't know whether you saw, but we were in a small break before it cut to me. So I think what we will do is jump to a short break, and hopefully we'll be going live with round number 2 very shortly. Back into the action now, technical issues resolved, and Saber. It's a question of whether they can contend with the force buy of Delta. Obviously the bomb plant allowing for it. A lot of rifles invested though, as mentioned before. That is my preferred decision when winning a pistol. No need to get 3-4 MP9s out. It's always a risk. But it will be the MP9, the lone SMG, under a lot of pressure currently. As Delta maneuver their way today. I love the idea of dropping the smoke in. Just acting a bit of a block, giving him time to work behind. Jack's able to get one, but traded out by June. Tapping through the smoke. They need to deal with Svemi. Niter deep towards CT. June close by. Flashbang coming over. Lightning. Niter spots him out, but taken down. A great second from June. The problem is, Femi's still been so patient here behind this smoke. Aware of Kazakan, great damage. The dink from Hodix position away. All onto the Tech 9, but the round goes the way of Saber. They double up, no bomb plant either. So we'll just have to be an eco here for the side of Delta. Saber. Now to face off against the eco of Delta. I'm interested to see the AWPing duel throughout this game. I think both teams have got something to prove individually, and I think the AWPers know that a vast majority of the time, if you want to prove in ground, Mirage is the map to do it. Nice find from Jack, takes down Dosic. Searching for more here at range and is connecting. Simple stuff here. Nothing fancy, nothing out of the ordinary. Great shot there from Homeboys on the D. Searching for more, but Hodik's ready. Homeboys, 1 versus 4 now. Attempting, he's been given opportunities. 9 is searching, and Nita will secure. Just the 1 casualty there on Fake Reality, but nothing too major, nothing out of the ordinary. The 3-0 up here for Sabre, a strong start, especially with it being their opponent's map pick. And finances, an important thing, especially for Hodix, as he's allowed to get the AWP out already. Especially on that CT side, we know how important the big green is. Flashbangs coming over the top from Svemi, blinding 4 players towards top middle. June in under to take down Jack. Hodix now searching towards middle, fires off a block shot, not connecting. Man advantage still the way of Delta. Free smoke here in window. Nice from Svemi, can deal with June. We've got a flank coming through from Fake Reality. He's pushed through apartments. The problem with Svemi getting that kill and the smoke being down is the T's might be worried about under. There's a chance that Svemi could have crossed. Tucked away though towards share his Homeboys, and Svemi and Fake Reality might go clearing. Delta, they're going to maneuver their way back towards the A-bomb site. Fake Reality to clear towards apartments. And once this is confirmed, they'll soon to realise it's a play through A. The AWP of Hodix just holding from jungle. We've got Nita playing passively in CT. Svemi still looking in middle, waiting for this late lurk, expecting it. Homeboys will find him though, Svemi. The fight goes against him. He's being flanked though by Fake Reality, but the steps are heard. You see the turn, but Fake Reality still finds Hodix posted up on the AWP. The T's are going to struggle to cross, and even if they can cross the gauntlet of Hodix's crosshair, they've got Nita to find. They've got Fake Reality and Connector, and the stick of the bomb comes through. The bomb will go down, but it takes down the planter. Hodix can find the final in Kazakhstan, and Sabre continue. A 4-0 start now. An excellent start here. Sabre, very compelling with their round victories. The closest round we've seen has been the pistol, but ever since, Sabre have been very effective with the weapons in play. First tactical pause called. It is by Sabre. Then they realise they've had a strong start, but they cannot take their foot off the gas. They understand and evaluate that Delta. They're not the easiest of sides. I guess the one real positive here is both teams quite heavily prefer the T side here on Mirage. Seems as though we do still have some residual tech issues. Hopefully all sorted soon. But another investment to be seen here from Delta. We've got AKs in play. They've got the full loss bonus. They get the bomb plant. It's enough to buy, but it's not all the bells and whistles. Utility not perfect. No warp in play either. And they've got to do something to try and put a muzzle on Hodix. He's 8-1. An excellent start here. We are under the expectation that Hodix and Nita are 2 of the stars of this Sabre side, but Nita not really been required, especially as an A anchor. I think you have to understand that a vast majority of the time it's more of a supportive role. And even in the round, yes, with the MP9 he gets the kill, but he could have been a bit more aggressive. He could have gone for kind of the Hail Mary route and looked to get the kills himself, but realizing that Hodix is holding the cross, he's got a teammate in Khan, he can just play disciplined in CT. There's no need for anything fancy or anything risky, but you can see from the finances of Sabre, we've got 3 players above 4.5k. 4 above 4, and obviously Jack just a little bit behind, but money's looking good. The rounds are looking good as well. Saber, although they do have the wind beneath their sails, you've got to imagine just sitting here in this tech timeout going to take a lot of the momentum away. You know, you're on a 4-round streak, you're feeling good, you're feeling ready, and then you just have to kind of sat silent for a minute or two. But time is now ticking, back into the action we go, and for Delta, maybe a change of pace, a change of game plan. Seems they've been quite systematic in their approach, wanting to take some space towards middle, yet seemingly not wanting to kind of take charge through mid. It's more about taking control, maneuvering their way back and executing out. But as I said, utility very limited here, so maybe a speedy approach from Delta could be the change of pace that's needed. Jack, though, in window. Smoke towards lower con. Jack's going to send the nade. An accompanying flash is all that's needed. Another smoke here. Timing on Jack's nade is going to be everything. But June has made his way into window, and it's completely unexpected. And June can just back away. He escapes silently. A boost coming through once again. Smoke about to fade. But Homeboys is able to creep in beforehand. Svemi fighting Donnie's important though. And Fake Reality finds Dosick. Kills coming through on the extremities for Saber. Although coin flip kills, these are ones that Delta cannot afford to give away. They've done such a good job not only to take control, but get a player in jungle, yet they've lost life elsewhere. It's devastating. Niter loses his timing. If he looked towards Con there, he gets a freebie onto June. Onto Kazakin, sorry. But opts against it. Kazakin, he's not backing away for bomb. That will be left for June. Homeboy still tucked away here, deep towards CT. Niter, none the wiser, still tucked here in ladder. Kazakin needs to be cautious, but timing looks good. Ooh, just as Niter turns, that's when Kazakin emerges. And a freebie for Niter. And this is where Homeboys is going to be devastated. He's had such good positioning this whole round, but it doesn't matter at all. We see the opening kill go the way of Delta, yet they don't find a single other one. And I think the problem there is Homeboys. They lose 2 picks there, one towards B apartments and one in ramp, and straight away it just puts a kind of restraint on Homeboys' freedom. I think he wants to push out of jungle, he wants to push through murder hole into B, but realizing that it's a hefty risk, and with already being a man disadvantage, his money's not willing to make. I think that when you have such an excellent timing like that, you've got to take it. You cannot squander such great positioning. Timing on the nade not perfect, but good enough. It is going to be this play through B. Fake Reality spotted it, trying to get himself out of this. Spots one on the center of the bomb site, away. Finally, kills come through. Hodix with short fight too. Fake Reality getting a double of his own, and now Homeboys found by Niter. Great rotations from Saber. Great discipline here from Fake Reality. And Saber, they look to continue. What a start here, especially with this being their opponent's map pick. Not the start at all that Delta would be hoping for. You understand why they wanted to ban Dust. You look to their recent games, it's a 13-2 loss to TNL, it's a 13-0 loss to Ruby, but not only do they want to get rid of Dust, Inferno's not a great map for them either. But we could see some real difficulties for Delta. Hodix, this shot there, not caught. Yeah, a lot of damage, but no casualties. Molly on the bomb side, Homeboy just at the tap of the bomb. Hodix can find you. Still having impact on low HP. Speaking of low HP, Svemi joins Hodix with a bullet from Death, but he can still find one. This is excellent here. Absolutely brilliant from Saber. There's nothing that Delta can do. Although they deal that initial damage, still going the way of Saber. Look Look at all the damage dealt, yet no kill found. Saber, 5 alive. Look at the finances. Delta. There's going to need to be some real reflection, because this is not the start they were hoping for. And with elimination on the horizon, this is certainly not what they'd expect, not in the slightest. Yet to retrieve a round. Oh, Delta, it's their map pick, it's their favoured side. Codex, once again, within the action, he gets a kill. 13-1. And an excellent start for Saber. Seems as though no one's putting a foot wrong here whatsoever. Jack spots out Dosing, still taken down. Fake Reality dealing with Homeboys in middle. Donny and Kazakan yet to find a kill. And you'd hope for Donny's confidence. Might be able to net one. Great from Dosing there. Able to get another. He's in a 1 versus 2. He needs the ace to clutch this one out. Oh, but Fake Reality playing with the mind. Playing the mind games there. Takes the shot as he drops down. Finds him. 8-0 start for Saber. Delta. This is not the performance that I was expecting. I was hoping for a close CIS competition, but now I don't think many will expect a close game on map number 2. Not to say that this one's over, but I think we all know where it's going. Great shot from Homeboys, but Hodik's there to trade. Molotov team spots out Kazakan as well. Backs away is Hodix. He's in an excellent position here. Orbing on the B-bomb sites can sometimes seem a little bit tough, but Hodix, it's a great off angle. It's the last position that Kazakan's going to check, but the reposition will come through. Hodix being held by Kazakan here from the windows. Question of whether he's prepared. Donny finds one. Kazakan, he's got to be disciplined here, because if he goes creeping, he goes down. Kazakan off guard, but the shot's not connecting for either. Hodix does find Kazakan. That advanced 1v1 goes away. Timing for Knight not great. Donny will get one. Svemi for the trade, though. A 2-on-2. Rotation from Hodix is excellent. June has crept his way into jungle, though. Might look to maneuver back. Little does he know that crossing the bomb site is an impossibility, as the orb of Hodix is holding. And June, he's caught a timing. He's been able to cross. Svemi is still deep towards CT. The bomb to go down now. June's so worried about it, just the tap of the bomb now. So worried about the idea of a player towards short one in jungle, but he does punch in the digits and a quick reposition now. I think the best thing that June can do is actually stay around the bomb site. I think staying too far away is not the game plan, especially with the fact that Hodix has a smoke and a defuse kit. Svemi, though, going to get peeked in. Great find from June. Down to 34 points of health. AK retrieval. Hodix spots him out. Hodix fine. Whether it's an AWP, whether it's an AK, he has the ability to do it all. 16-2. Look, I don't want to use the word life game, but it's looking like one. And Hodix, I'm all here for it. Moments like this are really where a player can gain a lot of confidence, not only throughout the rest of the series, but potentially for the rest of the competition. You have a game like this on the biggest stage, and you realise your peak, you realise what you can do, and how easy it is to replicate. I don't think many of these kills that Hodix have found have been all too difficult. Not to take away from his success, but a vast majority of the time he's been in the right place at the right time, and I think that's part of the battle. Volley towards under to delay Kazakan. Niter lining up the nade, but realising there might be a slight gap for him to spot above, and certainly is. Takes down Donny. Nade towards middle. A lot of damage onto June. Kazakan now in middle, found by Jack. One missed shot on the orb from Homeboys, and Fake Reality sends out the flash, being held fully blinded. Fake Reality finds, again, another round with no casualties. And right now, this is looking like a David and Goliath story. If Delta can try and come back, but I don't think there's many rocks in the slingshot for Delta to be sending. There's hardly been any kills. Kazagan yet to net one. Hodix is 16-2. Kazagan's 0-10. We can really see the difference between this game. Saber on track. Already done it then. We'll go 1-for-1. Hodix gets the trade. Kazagan, he gets his first kill, but Hodix is just breathing. He's getting it right. He can now swing. Not the cleanest of kills, but he still locks it up. Goes for the swing here. Kazagan's completely out of it. Not ready, not prepared. He will get his first kill, but another death on the score sheet. 11-0 now for Saber. Important trades, important openers there towards A for Delta. Hodix, he's in the 1 versus 2. Look, if there was a player I'd be confident that can achieve it, it would be Hodix. Dosic there. Oh, needs to come his way. Things get hot and heavy. Aware of his position now. He's fully swinging, but can't take him down. Look, at least Delta get one. At least they deny the chance of that 13-0. A lot of typing going in on the chat. I don't know. I'd love to know what that's about. Whether it's a bit of BM, whether it's a bit of laughing at the no 13-0. Either way, Saber, what a half. 11-1. I think it's easy to say that it should be a fairly easy finish for them. Just got word though, there are again some slight technical issues. Think we've had a player disconnect. So I think what we will do is jump to a break and be back in the action very soon. Welcome back, everyone. To give you a bit of a rundown, if you're only just tuning in now, look at the top of your screen. Obviously, the HUD's flipped. It is Sabre who are, in fact, 11-1 up. But either way, it's been a very dominant game. It's been absolutely incredible from Sabre. Deservedly 11-1 up. They've looked brilliant. Delta now. Got a lot of work to do. Nice finds on the pistol, though. I don't know how Homeboys was able to live for so long. Oh, nice find from Fake Reality. Takes down Donnie. Towards Shaw, and Niter finds him. A 2-on-2 now with the final players both towards the A-bomb site. The question is, can they creep into Market? June not quick enough. A playthrough short here from Dosic. Bomb to be planted.
Bomb has been planted.
And now they look to reclaim this space in Market. June completely alone here. And it's all about timing. Niter and Fake Reality can swing at any moment, and June's time is numbered. And here we have it. They count it down, and Fake Reality gets the kill. Niter maneuvers to the back of the bomb site. Dosic's been spotted. A 1 versus 2 now to save Delta's chances, but Niter will find Sabre. Continue. 12-1. Sabre. It's been incredible. Absolutely exceptional from them. Not put a foot wrong whatsoever. Very impressive. Sabre, just 1 round away now from closing out their opponent's map pick. Things go from bad to worse. And I don't think Delta are going to be feeling confident whatsoever going into the next one. Niter progressing through under, searching for something here. Svemi holding it. Homeboys. Only 4 kills stands in Sabre's way from finding victory. They've made it 3. Fake Reality creeping up God. Ooh, nice finds here from the CTs. Important kills have been found. Aware of Donnie's position, they're both towards short. Niter holding, Niter finding. It's all on Dosic. Niter, he's had a good game. He's gonna drop the vote. An easy block here in jungle. There's nothing that Dosic can do. He's gonna have to go back now towards CT. All on Dosic. He's got a smoke, no defuse kit, an MP9 and 36 points of health. Sabre. 1 round, 1 kill away from taking their opponent's map pick. And there it is, Jack will finish things off nicely. What a team performance, though. Everyone on the side of Sabre performing so well. A very impressive game. And I think it's going to be a very tough game now for Delta to try and manage. Not only have they just lost 13-1, they've lost 13-1 on their map selection. They now move to Inferno, one of their weaker maps. So this is where they've got a lot to manage. They've got a lot of, I guess, mental resilience if they want to come back. And obviously, Ancient being the 3rd and final. Whether we'll get there, I doubt it. But look, who knows? And even if it does get to Ancient, we know that that's a strong point for Sabre. But look, now Delta, they've got 10-15 minutes to try and kind of mentally come back from that deficit and that defeat. Hopefully they're able to do so, and we do see a 3-mapper, but who's to know? Obviously, Inferno up and coming very shortly after the break. Now we head into the action on Inferno, the map selection of Saber. Look, you're looking at the vetoes, you're looking at the maps that these teams have played, and a big question I have to ask is why Saber didn't draw towards Anubis. It's a map that they've looked far better on. They've had plenty of games under their belt and statistically one of their best. But look, clear there's a reason why they've picked it. They feel confident. Obviously, Inferno, maybe not the best map for all ping, especially on this T side, but let's see what Hodix has to offer. Currently towards bottom mid, just systematically tapping away in the hopes to get the killing blow onto Homeboys. He's dealt a fair bit of damage to him already. Dosik's already in a good position, though. Niter finds Kazakin. Great find there from Niter. Homeboys just tucked away towards Balk. A lot of utility here for Saber. Already we've seen a smoke drop by June. So no smoke for the Ninja defuse. Homeboys will find Niter, though, as he creeps out of apartments. But it's this solo B defense. Util coming down now. No chance for the CTs to rotate in time. And June going to be playing in front of the smoke. A lot of damage taken by June. Dosik through the smoke. Taken down by Honig. Great awareness there. Now just tapping away in the hopes to confirm the kill onto the damaged June.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb now down, time is ticking, and the CTs with a tough retake. Not only disadvantaged in the numbers, but they're lacking in the health department. At least they've got a kit, but it's now fallen. Homeboys wanting to retrieve, but Fake Reality finds a double. Now all on Donny, 1 versus 4. And they're all just swinging Steve. With so much confidence, Femi will get that kill. And now Saber, they continue their form that was seen on Mirage. Great find from Niter here towards top mid. It completely unsettles Delta's defenses, and obviously it was all a fake, it was all a ruse. It was a B-bomb site play. Great double though from Fake Reality. That just confirms the round. Investment seed from Delta. They want to press the issue straight away. We've got a Mag 7 in play. Interestingly, not towards Banana. I feel like that's the one position where the Mag 7 might have a bit of a premium to. Elevation come through, bit of a SMG fight in which Niter is successful. The AAA setup once again, it's left to June to defend on B. Just jiggling with a smoke in hand. Not too sure if another bit of utility's been dropped for him. We'll be able to sense said smoke. Whether the T's respect it though, is the question. Boost above now. Hodix searching across, and Hodix will find excellent boost there. And now we can just see this acceleration onto the B-bomb site. The final 3 players of Delta shortly just to save. And I think that's something we will be seeing quite a lot of. Just continual saves from the CTs. No need to throw these weapons away. Bit of a hunt coming through though. Nice great in here, and not the easiest angle for Kazakin to deal with. And now all on Dosik. The silent Mag 7. Will it be making noise here in Boiler? Still residing. Staying very patient. Hoping for someone to creep in closer. But while being in the boiler room, things seemingly heating up as he hears the steps in second middle. Questioning as to whether Fake Reality is going to swing or not, where he's coming from. The steps have kept him right on edge, worried about a swing from middle, worried about progression through apartments.
Terrorists win.
You see the frantic nature of Dosik, but he will survive. No casualties here for Saber, facing off against just that saved Mag 7. A Deagle's been invested by June. Knight has been really good on these entries, but the boost there is excellent. You know that June wants the cross back. He wants to get himself on the bomb site. That's the only chance you can really have, because once those smokes go down in CT, not really much you can do about it. Double pistols invested. Still that Mag 7 saved from Dosik. Going to look to get aggressive here in apartments, which certainly understand. Very quick here is Dosik. Same can be said though for Niter. He's crept into apps. If he turns his back, it's all out. Dosik. Re-aggression here towards Banana, but halted by the flashbangs. Niter can find Dosik, so that's the Mag 7 falling. And then all of the remaining 3 defenders here on the B-bomb site. And the Mag 10 of Svemi is hungry. He wants the extra cash, he wants the finances that the kills will give him. The first and second orange setup. Svemi could crack right open. We'll see the third. Svemi, Kazakin, taken down. Just the 1 casualty, but with it being the SMG, no bother whatsoever. Still sticking with the rifle here as Hodix could upgrade to the AWP if they choose to, with the casualty of Smony in the last, but keeping with the AK for now, realizing that the finances for Delta aren't strong enough to bring out an AWP, so there's no need for Hodix to have one either. And I like it, the idea of this from Saber, potentially a speedy apartments play. Molly comes through, needed, comes in, look how much damage he's taking. He goes for the swing, he will get one. Fully blinded though is Fake Reality. Nice as Molly eventually spreading to get the kill, but man advantage now for Delta. A statement that I feel has been a real rarity throughout this whole series. And the swing from Nita, unsuccessful, backing away as Donny. Hodix realizes best chance of winning this round is finding this kill. A lot of damage taken, but the kill is seen down to the 2-on-2, and both June and Kazakin now slowly creep their way through middle. Smoke towards Moto, all in an attempt to delay. Delta though maneuvering through middle. They've got 2 smokes, no defuse kit. I believe one can be acquired here. Jack just jiggling here from apartments. Util coming down, steps not quiet. Jack goes for the swing, aware that they could be backing away. He takes down Kazakin. June can survive. Hodix will go down to the bomb, but he's got no problem with it. And Saber continue. Excellent game here from Saber. You look back to Mirage, only dropping a couple rounds. You look here to Inferno, and it's a continuance. Out of the last 18 rounds that we've seen here, Delta have only been victorious in 1. Saber completely manhandling their opponents here. It's clear to see that the loss that they faced recently against FAVBET is one of which they felt cheated by. They didn't feel they deserved that loss, especially in map 1, especially here on Inferno. It was an OT loss that they felt could have been a victory and probably should have been. And they're here to prove that point on Inferno. A triple B set up from Delta. The smoke towards deep. Amoli's been dropped. Kazakin takes down Fake Reality through the smoke. Semi now. Molly on. Flashbang comes through. Not blinding. So he gets one before going down. No trade seen. Man advantage again for Delta, but it didn't give them success in the last. Might not here. It is still an A play. Nita creeping out of apartments. Hodix and Jack to join him. Nita finds Donny, and now they realize there's got to be some form of acceleration. The fact he was caught out from Moto, though, should be a good idea that Homeboys is either here towards mini pit or big, because Moto was completely unaware of any chance. Missed shots from Kazakin's costly, and now Homeboys just tucked away. The man advantage hasn't come through. Homeboys still tucked away in mini pit. Delta, they need a hero. Homeboys will be the one to do it, but look how well drilled, look how well prepared Saber are. Jack finds that kill. Homeboys got to connect, but Nita can find him. And again, another round going the way of Saber. Excellent CS being played in front of our eyes. Saber 5-0 up here. And for Delta, this will be a series that they will want to forget about, but I think we all know it will be haunting their dreams, more likely their nightmares, because it's been a disappointing game. Just the one round of yet to find one here on Inferno, and I haven't seen much of a compelling argument to change my mind. I don't think they're going to find many here on Inferno either. I don't think it's map dependent. I don't think it's strategy dependent. It's individual ability. But Kazakin, nice fight, showing his individual ability here, but just the one foul. Svemi, an important kill there. Hodix, he was the real threat for Saber's CT side on Mirage. He's hardly been needed. It's been the rest of the team that's been so impactful. Mystique shot from Donny. In second minute, no second. He's got a max 7 array. Certainly not the weapon for it. Lodix gets the trade, and now all on Donny. Aware who's here towards long. Just send Svemi in first. He's got the orb. Nice shot from Donny, though. Nice shot from Svemi. But Nita quick from Moto takes him down from the back lines. And Saber continue their streak. Look at the finances. Nita and Jack both above 10k. Saber have been incredible this game. Delta, all across the board, have felt outmatched. And again, it's another game where we're 6-7 rounds in and there's players without kills, and that being June. June, usually such a promising player here for Delta. You look at the victories they find, a vast majority of the time, it is because of this man, but right now, not too much to write home about. Delta, they've taken their tactical pause now, and there's got to be a change. Otherwise, Saber, it will be a repeat of Mirage, surely. Somewhat worried for Saber's decisions on picking Inferno, but quite pleasantly, they've proven me wrong. Homeboy's on the orb, though. Nice find onto Svemi. Again, it's not advantage. It's opening kill for Delta, but hasn't been the difference maker for them in the past. So many rounds they've lost. They've got the man advantage, and it's so disappointing, especially on a map like Inferno, but surely not to lose this one, as Dosing, Homeboys, and Jude all find kills across the map, and it leaves Jack in the 1 versus 5. No bomb, and no chance. Jack always spots one towards second mid. And now they've got the information. Questioning whether to open the door. Homeboys is holding. Jack, never there for this in the slightest. Homeboys will find the pick. Delta. First round on the board on Inferno, second in the series. Hopefully they're able to find a continuance. They're able to find a bit more, because definitely not the series that they'd been expecting anyway. Saber spoke about the strong finances, but a close round in the last and a lost one there, it really upset the finances. The fake reality, great find. Homeboy surely's been taken down. Great trade from Jack. And now, we've got an A-bomb site completely open for the taking. The lone defender in apartments. Donny, completely isolated here. Not much he can do. And after clearing the bomb site, they're going to gamble either it's a triple B setup or one to the abs. Missed shots from Donny initially, but does connect. 3 on 3 now. Aware of his position, Donny just needs to be patient. Wait for the cavalry to arrive. Flashbang towards long. In fact, only blinding his teammate Library. And now the swing comes through for Jack. Excellently timed. He finds the bones, and fake reality holding for Donny. And Saber, they shut down the chances of any streak of success for Delta. The half has been won. And Saber, it's a question of how many more they can find. It was an 11-1 half on Mirage. Expectations are it will be something similar here. Investment once again for Delta, though. Do or die. So early on. They can't just allow too many rounds going against them. You see fake realities, then the flashbangs in. Huge, fully blinded. So many flashes to his position. Fake reality blinded. Kazagan swinging. Important trade from Kazagan. No one goes through the smoke with fake reality, so this space is confirmed for Delta. Don't think it's an excellent position, but the missed shot from Johnny is so sick. Oh, speaking of missed shots, Nita capitalizes all on Kazagan. He's done so much work here towards B, but it doesn't matter. His teammates on the A bomb site have cost him his heroic moment. He had 2 players swinging him. He's able to get the trade and back away. Yet Saber, they take space elsewhere. And Delta again.
Bomb has been planted.
Another round that goes against them. Little does Kazakin know that Jack's so close. He's got a sneaky suspicion. Aware of it now. Bit of an awkward fight here. Jack eventually takes the swing. Minimal ammo. Kazakin. 4 bullets to his name. But I think a bullet will go his way. Ooh, he's able to find Svemi. Both the remaining players are towards Banana. Kazakin could escape here. Not only does it restrict the finances of Saber, but keeping himself alive, he can drop a weapon over. Although it'll be a mismanaged fight, still an investment.
Terrorists win.
Nice decision from Kazakin to back away there. He was getting ever closer to the bomb. And with Inferno, we know how damaging that bomb radius can be. It's not only this kill from Naita, it's the fact he gets the second. The missed shots from Dosic, and even if Dosic gets that kill, we see the trade. It's a 3-on-1. Eight to 1 scoreline now for Saber. 5 rounds away from closing out the series and keeping themselves alive in Season 3 of CCT. Hefty nade onto Fake Reality. Donnie's been elevated on balcony. Utility coming over to the B-bomb site. Saber claims space towards top Banana now. And already we're seeing a rotation out of Homeboys. The AWP charging its way to B. Delta, though, they don't really have much utility. I like the idea of the boost. Fake Reality's not been spotted. Oh, this is disgusting. The timing he's just taken is ridiculous. This should never be possible. And Fake Reality, if he holds his nerve, if he holds his discipline, oh, Fake Reality could find so much here. Oh, he's looking for so many, but he misses the shot on June. He will still get the AWP, and they've got so much information now. Volleys to land, and then eventually extinguished by the smoke. To be aware of another. It's June's MP9 now surviving. A play through the B-bomb site. Unfortunate moment there for Fake Reality, but I don't think he's too bad by it. He won his team the round effectively. Jack hasn't spotted the oh, well, eventually does. Gets the tag. And they have to go for this. They can't give this one up. A lot of damage onto Hodix, but there's no utility to stop him. He looks to cross. Hodix has given his life up here. There's still a lot of time to work with. I don't know why he's crossed. Naita, though, he's in a great position. Goes for the swing and finds one. Able to back away. No smoke here for Dosic. Just going to have to send the flashbangs. He's going to have to be a full stick of the bomb. Naita, is he going to take the bait when he goes for the swing and connects the bullets? Saber continue their streak on this T site. It's so unfortunate for Fake Reality. He's going to watch back that demo and question, how is that headshot not connected? But either way, Delta, they're trailing by 8. 2 more to play here on their CT side. And I think for Delta, they just want to get this game over with. The chance of a comeback so slim. The chance of saving face might be all they can hope for. At least bring the game closer. A bit more competition. I guess the one real positive is when you look for Saber's recent games on Inferno, there has been difficulties on their CT side. Not only a 14 or 15% win rate on it, but a 23% round win proportion. Either way, though, you look at the opponents they're facing. It's Iberian Soul, it's Zero Tenacity, it's FAVBET. These are opponents of high stature. Already tucked here towards Logs. The quad B stack. Delta needs to take a risk, and I guess this is the risk they were hoping for. Tune flashed off the angle, searching for something, but we'll get the tag. A lot of damage dealt to both teams here. Fake Reality, hoping will find Scout Connect, the Tech 9 swinging of Hodex. Homeboy's back on the scout. Knighter now taking control here towards A. Jack needs to be cautious. He's tucked away in this cubby, but Kazakan is creeping. And Jack now clearing. Whether he's ready, we'll check. And Kazakan, maybe he was turning from a flash. I don't really know what happened there. Looked away. Homeboys, he's been spotted. Jack now pondering as to whether Homeboys is having another look towards Long or backed away in Library, but we can put 2 and 2 together. Another tag here from Homeboys. A lot of damage dealt, but just the 1 kill found. And Donnie, all that remains. Surely just a save here for Donnie. A 1 versus 4. And Saber, they get themselves double digits here on the T side. But what a game it's been. For Saber, I think it's going to be a real confidence booster. You know, if they are victorious in this series, which is so expected from their performance here, I think we have to imagine that whoever they face in the victor of the Group D winners game in TNL or FAVBET, I feel like they're going to be heading into that match with confidence. Because whatever you have to say about Saber's performance the other day against FAVBET, I'm sure they'll be feeling far better right now. Taken down by the HE grenade. Look, Delta, it was the final round on their side in which they found one. Final round here that they might get another. Jack, another 1 versus 5. No bomb again. Look, Delta, the rounds that they've won have been very compelling, yet far too few. Just 2 rounds in total. Delta, they will secure that second, but look, Saber, they're 8 rounds up. They only need 3 to secure the series, to secure that spot, and kind of keep the dream alive. Obviously, this being a playing game, this being kind of a progression to the main stage, we know how important this is for a team like Saber. As I said, Saber aside, they've got something to prove, they've got something to show. And I think they've made their point. They are a force to be reckoned with. They now move to the CT side. As I mentioned before, the CT side isn't perfect. It's not their best, but I feel like the stats always skewed, especially when a team are playing with this level of confidence. Utility being sent now from Homeboy Delta. They need this pistol. Please, a fake reality though. Onyx is really waiting as the conditions flat with fake reality. He gets the ace. He joins both Jack and Niter on 13 kills. Near the bottom of the leaderboard, but he is skyrocketed right to the top. What an ace there. Fake reality. He might have missed his moment on the B-bomb site a couple rounds ago, but he's had one here towards Banana. Absolutely excellent. Just far too easy. Looks so simple. How he's been allowed to just isolate those final two at the end as well. I don't know if you saw Hodik. It looked as though he wanted to swing, but the second we saw Fake Reality find his third, I think Hodik just accepted. Look, let's let my teammate get the ace. Let's see what he can do. At least give him the chance. Dosic so fast, hit already in long. This is not a CT. With 20 seconds in and he's in CT spawn. But speaking of players in the back line, speaking of players in positions they shouldn't be, we've got Svemi in bottom middle, able to find Homeboys. June towards top middle, but this is the bomb drop. Things are really costly now. Great find from Fake Reality. Now all on Dosic. This is so tough. Delta. They've got 2 rounds here on Inferno. They might only find 3 in the whole series. Shot here cannot be found. Cannot be had. Dosic, this is such an important round. Position though, and Semi can find. Can upgrade to that M4 as well. Saber, they're now just 1 round away from closing this one out, closing out the series. And no, the HUD is not wrong. I know we're an hour and 15 minutes into this series, but we could be 1 minute and 55 seconds away from the end of it. Quite certainly the quickest series I've been a part of, and potentially one of the best series that these Saber players will be a part of for quite some time. 13-1, 13-2 is the expected outcome here, and Jack kicks things off nicely. June going down. Homeboy searching for Jack again, the swing in middle. So effortless. No trade potential on the side of Delta. Jack didn't have one either, but he's so confident in winning that fight. He doesn't need a trade. He doesn't need a teammate alongside him. And now Delta, 3 deaths away from losing the series. Their chances of survival, I want to say, are slipping, but they have slipped. Checking home. He's done so much damage. Reposition, re-swing from True. Nita gets the kill. Dosic takes him down though. A 2-on-2, a real possibility for Delta. A mismanaged swing, a mismanaged trading game then from Saber. Nita tucks himself away. Angle if overlooked. He's done a lot of damage, but Dosic will deny. Fake Reality falling, and we see Delta continue. A 3rd round found now. Another 9 needed for overtime. Important kills here from Homeboys in this round. He gets the triple. Absolutely excellent. But you're looking at the kill feed, you're looking at the kill proportion. Homeboy's the only one. He's neutral in the kill department. Whereas we've got Jack, we've got Knight, and we've got Fake Reality all chiming in. Onyx not really put a foot wrong. A vast majority of the rounds his team have already won before he can fire off a shot. Tucked away in mini pit. The scout tag connecting Hodix. A lot of damage dealt to Dosic. The CT slowly to swarm their way onto the A-bomb site. Jack can find one. With a low HP Dosic still to contest with the instant grenade fire falling at the feet. Smoke grenade dropped. A lot of damage onto Kazakan. Surely this can't be the way things end. Missed AG grenade from Kazakan. Knight is still tucked away in mini pit. The swing's gonna go we see Nita get one, needing to double down, and he does, and Nita in the clutch cannot compete with the successes of June. Both needing a triple kill, but June being the one to achieve it. Delta, again, a big clutch to keep them alive. Saber. They've got 8 more chances to close it out. Just get the rifles out. No need to mess this up here. Still landing towards Banana. Kazakan, nice find there. Oh, the Eagle and Nita. Not the greatest shots whatsoever. Dosic now maneuvering. Fake Reality would have heard it. Taps through the smoke, but it goes against Fake Reality. Don't really see the benefit in that. I think a MAC-10's always going to win that blind fight through the smoke. Hodix. Eagle in hand. Couldn't be further from the action. Niter. Just tucked here towards CT in the hopes that he goes overlooked and maybe he can find a quick kill. Delta, though, with a bomb down, they can start making some money. Finances, somewhat the least of their issues, though. They just need to make sure they're getting rounds on the board, however scrappy, however ugly they may look. And now, spots out one, gets the kill, Dosic trading, but Niter going 1 for 1 there isn't the end of the world. Spotted, swung upon by June. Delta, again, they find themselves their 5th. Not even going to be the strongest full buy here from Saber. There's going to be weaknesses. No AWP for Hodix. Not much utility on the rest. Saber maybe needing to show a bit more discipline in these half buys. Flashbangs towards Banana to deny any swing. Push down middle already from Jack, though. Fake reality swinging. Jack gets one, Hodix as well, and they can crunch in on the players in Banana. Kazakh wrapped, quite rightly taken down by 2 versus 5 now. A lot of damage dealt. Homeboys. His teammate's fallen. He's 10 HP. And Fake Reality could be the one to find it. One's been dropped, and Fake Reality will do it. Saber. Maybe not as difficult as what we saw on Mirage. Yes, okay, they lost a couple more rounds here, but 2 very dominant maps. A 13-1 and a 13-5. Absolutely excellent here from Saber, conveying a real level of competition throughout. And I think we've got to say, Saber now, whoever they're facing, whether it's FAVBET or TNL, I think they'll be feeling confident. But I'm excited to see that game unfold later on this evening. But what a banger, what a game it was. And I think, obviously, for Saber, they can leave the server with their heads held high. Yet, obviously, for Delta, not been their best performance whatsoever. I feel like the players have got a lot to think about. I feel like there was many missed shots, many missed plays. But look, I think that's sometimes the kind of the brutal reality of all of it. Saber were the better side on all accounts, and that's why we did have such a dominant scoreline. But obviously, though, we can bring up the schedule, have a little bit of a look of the later games, as there's going to be quite a hefty break between now and the next matchup, obviously being Zero Tenacity against Amcal, and to end the evening, we have TNL against FAVBET. Obviously, the losers of these matches will go on to face, obviously, in that TNL FAVBET game, it will be the likes of Saber, and for Zero Tenacity Amcal, it will be Unity. But look, it's been a great set of games this morning. I'm sure the promotion games are going to be just as exciting, but it won't be me on the mic. You'll be joined by my wonderful commentary duo, CMD. So if you guys are staying tuned for those games later on, make sure to show them some love. But it's been a great set of games this morning. I'm sure these evening matches are going to be just as exciting. We'll be back for the broadcast in about an hour and 30 minutes time. Hello everyone and welcome back to some more CCT action. Still here in the play-in stages, ready and raring to see who's going to be qualifying on through. We've already got to see a couple of these matches today. Already got to see sort of where a bit more of the lay of the land in terms of where these groups are looking. But we've got some real great couple of games coming up to finish the day off. Starting things off, we're going to have Zero Tenacity versus Amcal. And then a little bit later, we're going to have TNL versus FAVBET. Honestly, I think both these games on paper could be some absolute bangers. I think they're going to be
pretty close affairs, to be honest. And I think it's going to make action really exciting to see where this one's going to be going. But starting off with Group C, we do have Zero Tenacity versus Amcal. This is the winners match. So it's going to be a pretty important one for both these teams, wanting to instantly get out of Group C and get themselves one spot closer to that Swiss stage. So I think we should just jump straight into it. Kicking things off with the ZT and the Zero Tenacity side. I mean, look, I don't think there's going to be a single name on this team that surprises you. These guys have been together for almost 3 years now as this full five, and about 3.5 years as sort of 4 players in this roster. There is tons of experience that these guys have together. I do have to say, though, we are seeing this team have a bit of a slump. It's probably been a bit of a slump for quite a while. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves, it's not exactly been where Zero Tenacity have wanted to be. I mean, look, they were a team that was in top 30, a team that I think was surprising quite a few people at home, but now we are definitely seeing them stagnate, and even worse than that, probably fall off quite a bit. I said at the turn of this year, I think this team needs to make some changes, whether that is going to be a roster change or something, or potentially just some sort of internal change. Doesn't really look like we've seen that. It doesn't feel like that's what we're seeing, and it feels like this team is continuing to struggle. I think that's been a pretty big issue when sort of one of your key players, Namana, he's still performing at a good level, sort of 1.1 rating, but we do need him. It always felt like he was the sort of spearhead of this team in terms of allowing Zero Tenacity to have any sort of platform to win games. And if he does have a poor game, it feels pretty noticeable on the server. So he's certainly going to be someone to keep your eye on for Zero Tenacity. But moving on to the other side of things with Amcal. This is a team I'm interested about talking about. You can see there's one face there that's blanked out on your screen due to a sort of a bit of a recent change. Artfrost has obviously joined this Amcal side on loan from Paravision. I like this move. I think this is a really great move for Amcal. If they can try to hold on to this guy for as long as possible, I think that's only going to be a success story. Already, we have got to see Artfrost play a couple of maps with this team. Look pretty damn good as well. And honestly, I think this could be the turning point that Amcal need to start to shoot their way back up these rankings. It's quite a different Amcal side to what we've seen in the last sort of several years or so. There's a lot more sort of emphasis placed on sort of these younger, talented players. And I'm genuinely really excited to see where this team goes now. I think this is a really great roster move. I think Artfrost brings sort of an open level that I think this team could really use to see if they can push on, make some deeper runs in these CCT events and sort of go from there. First things first, though, it's going to be getting out of Group C, and this is going to be a great game to do so. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them to take down Zero Tenacity here. The only thing that I am questioning is, obviously, Artfrost hasn't been in this team for that long. Maybe he's been practicing with Amcal for a little bit longer, but I mean, that's all hypothetical. There's no guarantees about that. So there's certainly going to be potential for some sort of lack of synergy, lack of chemistry right now. Maybe haven't fully integrated him into all of the maps, all of the strats. So it'll be interesting to see what we do get to see from this Amcal side. I haven't got to watch them since Artfrost being on this team. I'm super excited to actually get in to see and dive into a little bit what this team's going to be all about now. Maybe it will give us a bit of an idea of what these next few months are going to look like. But I said, I think it's going to be interesting how much he's been integrated into strats and maps and stuff. Talking about maps, let's have a look at the vetoes and see where we are going to be playing this game out on. Dust 2 being picked from Amcal, I think that's actually a really great pick, not just due to it being a good map for them. I think it's going to be a pretty comfortable map that there's a good chance, even if you've got a couple of new players, they're going to be able to reasonably easily fit into a Dust 2. Unsurprisingly, we're seeing a Zero Tenacity Anubis pick. This used to be Zero Tenacity sort of go-to. They kind of used to be like statistically like the best in the world at this map. Had tons of maps played. It basically felt like if they got Anubis and a veto, they probably won that. Now, not so much. Their Anubis has been struggling quite a bit, but it does feel a little bit more of a punish pick. Amcal's Anubis isn't great either. It's one of the maps that Zero Tenacity could probably actually pick into, apart from Nuke, which obviously is Amcal's permaband. It feels like one of the maps that Zero Tenacity can pick into and feel reasonably confident about it. And with Anubis as that, with Inferno, as that third and final, it feels like a pretty great third and final battleground for both these teams. We've seen some up and down performances from both sides, some close losses, some close wins. This feels sort of to me as good as it gets in terms of sort of that final map for both sides. So for me, it really comes down to Dust 2 and Anubis. I'm really interested in terms of what we are going to see from Amcal here, but I don't think it's going to be an easy game regardless. I think, sure, Zero Tenacity haven't exactly shown us great things for a while, but this is certainly a team that on the right day, with the people and their players playing how we know they should be, they kind of can take down any sort of tier 2 team. It's just not been as consistent as they probably want it to be as of late. In terms of actual sort of head-to-head, we'll jump into the head-to-head in terms of who we have today, as well as the head-to-head between these two teams in the past. Zero Tenacity have actually had a pretty damn good sort of matchup against this Amcal side in the last few months. Most of the time, it has gone the way of Zero Tenacity. Got to actually see this rivalry between the two rosters about a week ago, where Zero Tenacity did take down Amcal. It went all 3 maps, so it went 16-13, 13-11, and 13-11. So you don't get much closer than that. Have to say though, Artfrost wasn't on the roster then, so certainly could be a couple of changes. Actually, that's a lie. He was on the team then. So yeah, I mean, it may be a bit of a grudge match for Amcal because you don't get much closer than that. But in terms of the players that we're also going to be talking about today, already highlighted. Namana, I think that's a pretty obvious player to highlight most of the time. He really is the leading man for Zero Tenacity. He really is the player who creates and sort of opens so much space for Zero Tenacity on so many different occasions. I think he is going to have to do it again if there's any real chance for Zero Tenacity to really show what they could do. And AW as well on the other side of things. I mean, he's performing very well. Similar stats to Namana, but I think certainly a different type of player in terms of what he's offering. I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of months' time he sort of switched to that potentially being Artfrost if he can continue some of his performances. But yeah, very different types of players in terms of Namana will be the player probably actively looking to take some space. AW a bit more there to sort of pick up the pieces from the rest of his team. I'm excited for this one. If I was gonna give you a prediction. Oh, honestly, I think I'm going to leave with Amcal. I'm normally a big sort of believer in Zero Tenacity, but they have very much disappointed me. I'm sure there's quite a few people in a similar boat to me in that regard. But yeah, they haven't exactly shown us the greatest of signs that we've wanted to see. I think Amcal, maybe with a bit of the honeymoon period of having a newer player in the roster, I think I might give them the slight lead in this one. I really think I'll give them the slight edge. But this is the Group C winner match. Winner of this will advance through, put themselves one spot closer to that Swiss stage. But before we do jump into this one, we're going to be throwing over to a short little break before we get into the action. So don't go anywhere. Into the action now on Dust 2, Zero Tenacity versus Amcal. A couple of tech issues, but we're back and ready to be going with this one. Zero Tenacity on that CT side. Amcal, of course, it is their map selection, so their opponents get to choose side in. But I think this is a good map pick for Amcal. I think this is a smart choice when you have a player in your team who's only recently joined a map that you have had some very good successes on in the past. One of your better maps, despite not exactly having the greatest of showing in the last few months. It is sort of one of the better maps that Amcal do have. I like this setup from Zero Tenacity. Plenty of players towards long, just 4 of them waiting, none of them showing anything. Muto gets thrown out, Kyofo gets a bit of intel, and the flashes come through now, but all the T's dodge him. You can see a couple of kills come through from the T's. The fighting still commences, but Zero Tenacity's 4-player long hold gets dismantled. Just losing 1 player in the meantime.
Bomb has been planted.
Great showing there in general. And Zero Tenacity just left wondering what on earth went wrong there. You can see that they waited for a long time and finally wanted a bit of info. Kyofo peeked on out, the flashbangs came over, but every single one of the Amcal players turned. Didn't even question looking into that one. ABN tried to find something with his dual lead, to take away what is actually almost a full belt of util on Stinix. And not going to be allowed to. But he kept it bay for now. It does take down Artfrost, but just Artfrost. So the Jewelries and armor can be saved into the next round. So potentially a chance for a force buy or something. Maybe Ian can bring out for mass. There you go. Does so. And we are going to have Zero Tenacity go for the full investment. Here with the scout is going to be naked with the smoke to see if he can spot anything, but no clear signs of anything towards top middle, and a nade potentially towards mid might give Amcal an idea that this could be an investment here. You can see they're playing timidly anyway, just in case. Simka and Kyofo now looking to probe towards short to get some intel. Flashbang accompany it, but once again this intel provides no clear sightlines to any players. Great fun from Stinix there with the Galil instant headshot on the Brute Monster. And the rotations do come through, but Amcal not slowing down. Amana through the smoke. Doesn't find anything. The flashbang not blinding Stinix, who continues to take this space. Takes down ABN towards short, where there could be a player in the smoke. And instantly finds the flick. The ace is Stinix, but Artfrost will take it away. Denies any chance of the ace. A great round from Stinix. The opening kills, the one that in particular impresses me. Have a look at this. Broom wants to post it up with the scout. Missed shot due to the wide swing, and Stinix quick and concise headshot. I mean, that one was wavy, yeah, and it's both pretty disgusting. Danger of the force buy averted, and Zero Tenacity just forced to stick with these USPs in this round. No chance they can really look to purchase anything more. Still has been found. I think that a couple of kills actually, and it is all on the mana just with his deagle now. He certainly can find something with this. I mean, damage really is the main aim of this game here. chance of them winning the round is going to be slim. They can look to just deal any real damage. That's pretty much a win in Zero Tenacity's book, because if you can keep the economy of Amcal as humble as possible, as soon as you go for your investment, that's when you'll have a decent chance of things. But in the mana, not able to find anything else. I like the idea. Gonna wrap around long. We got a couple of kills found for just a full USP round. It's a reasonably successful outcome. But this is the round that we've all been waiting for, the weapon round. Open hand of Brute Monster. Oh, Arfrost got one equipped as well. I think this is going to be a great duel between these two. But what a quick find onto AVN. Instant advantage for the D's. Still searching and probing, but I don't think Brute Monster is going to feel too confident actively searching for his rival AWPer, considering he knows that he has got the big green in hand. We're trying to look over the smoke. And I like this now. Just having Brute Monster hunker down towards B, get posted up in these longer range angles, and allowing the mana to be the one to fight some of these close quarter angles instead. The mana, oh, I thought he was going to get aggressive there through the smoke. I would have loved that play. No real clear end goal right now for the T's. Did have some presence towards tunnels, but you can see FAVBET has left that position. Now grouping towards short. That's where Simka resides. Rotation and Kyofo will take a little while to get to the site from long. The space is starting to be taken towards lower tunnels. It's sort of now or never for Amcal. This is their best opportunity as the smoke start to come down. Kyofo rotated into the bomb site. Blasted delay on Simka, and it has done a good job to do so. It's Stinix alone, but still the opening kill from him is clean and quick. Kyofo goes down. This is gonna be a save. It has to be. Kyofo does fall. And the Mana and Brute Monster, you've got weapons, but you've got no real chance in a round like this. The Mana is still hanging around, maybe looking for an exit. Might actually be able to get one. He's sneaking quite deep. There is no defuse kit. Does get a kill before eventually looking to back away. And if Amcal are able to take on one of these final two players, this would still be pretty great. I just don't really think there's a chance they can do so. Phoenix the only player close enough, and Brute Monster holding the angle towards the mid doors. Feels like certain death. So Tenacity can at least keep two weapons alive the next. And you think with the ability to drop them over, they could probably invest again if they wanted. Maybe someone's got an MP9 or something. Kyofo does bring out the MP9. It could even be a half-fire around this if they wanted. And yeah, that's what they opt for instead. Give themselves a good chance in this round still, but also can get a buy in the next. And there's Brute wants to fall in. The AWP goes down. Another peek attempt towards middle, but Artfrost too quick with this AWP. Oh, and again, Artfrost finds Simka. These weapons have been able to be recycled. Mana Wood and the AWP now, and he's dropped the M4 over to AVN. Oh, timing's awful for Mana. Holds the angle. Artfrost takes him down. AVN's close enough to get the trade, but it's still a 4 versus 2. AVN's now the one with this AWP. We're going to try in a pretty desperate attempt to save this. There's a good aim plan. Does find one at least. Stinix towards long though. We'll deny any more funny business. And Amcal, another on the board for them. This is such a great start in the start that they pretty desperately needed. But I mean, Artfrost short with 3 kills before finally getting silenced by someone. Oh, and I love this. It's a tactical pause from Amcal. the ones in the driver's seat, and yet they're still the ones who want to ensure that they can keep this streak going. The tactical pause over. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to be able to show us here. I wonder if they've got some sort of gimmick strats, maybe even just a bit of a faster played round. I mean, Zero Tenacity probably also using that tactical pause as much as Amcal. They've got to try to figure out a solution to this Amcal offense before things really get out of control. No early contact this time round. Zero Tenacity probably thinking better of peeking into Art Frost. Haven't had too much of a brawl towards long, really. It's a reposition from Art Frost, goes for the lower tunnels this time and finds Simka trying to get aggressive for this info. I mean, Amcal are doing a great job at really punishing ZT anytime they try to get some information. We're going to see it again flash through. Namana takes an early bit of space towards tunnels, but spots nothing. Kalash just tucked and not showing anything. But gets the info that Namana certainly was there and knows that he has backed away. Potentially could look to take a time in, but Art Frost in middle here with this AWP. Getting closer and closer. Namana gets the intel. You see the swing off of it from AVN, just not able to catch off Art Frost before he slips the net and goes around the corner. 25 points of health, but info on at least 2 of them. Well, the rotation from AVN goes from middle to try to support towards A, but it could be a really damning rotation there as it leaves Namana all by his lonesome. Back of the B-bomb side finds one. Gets chipped away slightly, and now the onslaught starts to come through, but it's not as clean as it could be. Namana finds 2. Gives his team a chance. Bomb can get planted, and it will just about get planted. 1 second on the clock, and Kyofo quick behind in the flank through tunnels, but he's got 3 players to find. Passes the first test. There's a low HP Art Frost. Eats a bit of chip damage from the HE grenade. Oh, I like the setup though. It's just going to be Art Frost posted up. Gets the kill even while blinded. We're going to see the rifle swing off of the AWP shot. But no need. Oh, I mean, what a find that was from Art Frost. I really thought his Simka getting aggressive. Just a bit of a jump peek. And ZT are really struggling to find any sort of solution. Their turn for a tactical pause now. I suppose the one saving grace, one silver lining, and it's quite a thin lining at that, is at least the loss bonus is pretty high, so they can keep on getting some sort of weaponry out. But at a bare minimum, Amcal will at least be walking away from this first half, tying it. And the way things have been going so far, it feels like they should be able to win it. The question will be, how many rounds can they win it by? Art Frost again towards middle. I mean, I think we may as well just be watching his POV at the start of every round. This is ridiculous. Every shot seemingly turns to gold. Aggression through tunnels, though. And the aggression gets read like an absolute book. Kalash with a double. Brute Monster is still lurking in the B tunnels, but there's no real escape for him. He's going to have to try to fight his way out. Just with a 5-7 all by himself. 4 players starting to push his way. I mean, this is the thing that's impressed me so much about Amcal, is how much it just feels like they're reading Zero Tenacity's game to perfection. Util starts to come through. Stinix will get taken down from Namana. You can see he's trying to place some trigger discipline. Oh, wow.
Terrorists win.
Wow, that is going to be one Namana's going to hope to forget. Tries to line up as many players as there are, realizes it's only Stinix, and absolutely fluffs his lines. I don't know if we can get a replay of that. I don't know if Namana wants us to watch a replay of that. But that is, that's certainly going to be one Namana wants to forget about. Brute Monster 0-6 right now. I mean, I think it's fair to say Artfrost has had the better of him in terms of Orban so far. And he certainly had it in more rounds, but it doesn't change the level of impact that he's been having. Push through this long smoke. Kyofo fully blinded. Still tucked in. A bit of safety for now. Artfrost can go down if there's any sort of spam. None just yet. It's will Kyofo get cleared? And right now, no. Artfrost falls, not realizing Kyofo's advanced angle. Kyofo doubles down. Stinix needs to go huge himself. Finds Kyofo's back up, but Brute Monster rotates in to support. And Clash nearby the long doors will back away. Concedes this one up, and Amcal for the first time in this game so far. They've really found themselves disadvantaged. 2 versus 4. Flash and Fade and the close angle gets cleared and deleted. AVN alone towards B, but Brute Monster is holding the cross. Don't know if that smoke's landed properly due to the Molotov being there, but the fact that Zero Tenacity are pushing closer and closer to the smoke makes me think it probably is landed and they're looking for a bit of info behind it. Full rotation, though, from the T's. Kyofo clears out middle now. And is moving his way to B to help his teammate. The question will be, can he get back towards A before Amcal strike onto Brute Monster? Well, Brute Monster's posted up now. It's going to be a tough one for the T's to try to fight against dropping the smoke. A spam from Kyofo's good enough. And Brute Monster gets eliminated by Clash. Doesn't actually get a tag, but there's no time on the clock. Clash gets the kill, but does get found. And no AWP able to be saved by Kyofo in time. Brute Monster forced to play with a rifle in this one. But finally, we see a round on the board for the CT side. And, I mean, Kyofo definitely is the hero in that round. Finds 2 kills, but most importantly, he makes things really difficult from Amcal. Just knowing he's towards that position, but knowing how advanced you have to be to clear him. The fact we see Simka rotate in and then Brute Monster as well, it just takes so much pressure away from his teammates. The question is, how many times will that be repeated? It 100% was Kyofo's positioning that allowed for that much success. I don't think Amcal are going to make that oversight again. AVN have had a bit of a util battle towards B with Clash. And isn't giving up this ground just yet. Drops a smoke of his own and just plays behind it in case anyone's feeling adventurous enough to push through. Amcal quite a heavy leaning towards B. AVN and Namana both reside here, but you can see utility on AVN has been dwindling. Namana posted up towards mid, so is how quickly can he get this utility towards B? Not quick enough, he goes down and the flashbangs are excellent. Will take down Clash, but I think that's the least of Zero Tenacity's concerns. As the B bomb site has been taken, it's been taken pretty cleanly, and we all know what that means for a map like Dust 2. Welcome to the save. Dust 2 can be really brutal in that regard. Similar to Inferno, if you're sort of struggling in a game, and you just see that B bomb site taken as cleanly as it is, you just know you don't have a choice in the round. It can be sort of 10 seconds of an exit into a bomb site, and next thing you know, you're 2 players disadvantage, 1 player disadvantage, whatever it is. Even if you're disadvantaged just by 1 kill, you kind of need to pack it up. The rotations take so long. It's a really tough site to try to break into, especially if there's util holding you off. Yeah, you don't have much choice but to save. But with 3 players keeping these weapons alive, we can see a full investment in the next. And a second tactical pause being used from 0-10 Asti. Only 3 rounds remaining of this half. I feel like it's fair to say they probably need to win them all for me to have any real hope in a comeback happening. I think if Amcal sort of start to push towards double digits, I think just from what we've seen on this T side alone, even if they got a pretty mediocre CT, I feel like surely they can scrape sort of 3 rounds out of nowhere, especially when you consider and factor the pistol round on top of that. Sometimes pistol rounds can be a bit of a coin flip, and even if you're not great on the CT side, a couple of individual moments that can win you the round alone. And when we've got certain players like Artfrost and Stinix playing the way they are, I mean, it's tough to bet against the Samcal side right now. Early fight towards short. Do see a 1-for-1 trade. But the pressure's not slowing from Amcal as they look to take up their former teammates' positions. Nice HE grenade there, though, from Simka. Oh, and a fight here towards the lower tunnels. AVN wants to take some space. We've seen so many times this game, Nasty look to take some control, look to take some space, which you need on a map like Dust 2. The amount of times that they've been the one losing those duels, they've been the ones really coming out behind. It kind of feels like, oh, you've got to sit on the bomb sites and just play passively. But the issue is, if you do that, you end up just losing the game anyway. You've got no info, you don't know where to put your pieces, and slowly Amcal will just whistle away at your util, force you to split off, and then just exec into a pretty weak bomb site. So yeah, you do need to take this space. We are seeing from Namana now, so 0-10 Asti can at least post 2 players up here towards A. Simka trying to dodge these flashbangs. Playing close to the smoke, players get lined up. Simka finds a double. Gets away, got 3. Continuing to want to fight, but Clash with an instant headshot zones him. Are they going to be ready for Kyofu at the back of the bomb site? Finds 1, it's all on Artfrost and his AWP. 9 seconds on the clock, he has to find this kill now. Not peeking into it, there's no time. Oh, he's got a bit of a chance, but the peek's not coming through. He gets taken down after time. It's not really going to make a difference. The finances are very strong for Amcal, but there was a slight chance that he needed to take the fight. Kyofu plays it very well there towards Goose. But this was the magic moment. Simka finding 2, but the amount of time he wastes and delays as well. You can see the amount of pressure he takes away from Kyofu. He had no idea he was still there. Didn't make any noise of his teammate at all. They're the moments where Baitin does exactly what Baitin's intended to do. Use your teammate's life as just a platform to win the round. So 2 on the board for 0-10 Asti. I said I think they need the final 3. 1/3 of the way there. Kyofu close to long doors with this MP9 as the smoke fades. Will reposition slightly. Tough position to get multiple kills. But I think 1-for-1, a rifle for your MP9, you'll probably take it. Molotov comes down and Kyofu calls for backup. Be a big brawl towards long. This could be the deciding factor of this round. Kyofu peeks into Stinix. Gets the intel that someone's certainly there. Definitely wants to take this fight. Kyofu finds a double. And Broomlets are there to clean things up. Well held towards Dimka's on the bomb site getting spammed away. Kalash finding Brute Monster as well. There's still a bit of life left in Amcal, but time has been their biggest issue in a couple of these rounds, and it could continue to do so. I don't even think there's a physical chance to retrieve this bomb in time. Yofo finds his third in the round. Make it 4. That's some very big moments. Been a real key player for at least 2 of the 3 rounds. You can even argue for 3 of them. I mean, Amcal right now, yeah, they're liking using the clock, using it as their friend. You see a lot of sort of CIS teams back in the day, sort of 2015, 16, doing the same thing, really burning the clock down. And you can see it's worked for Amcal most of these rounds, but you can see if your team's got a couple of teething issues or you run into a bit of a roadblock like they did towards long there, you can see where it causes a lot of issues. Early kill found though from Amcal. Kalash this time with the Galil. Final round of the half, and finally we can see the limitations on Amcal. Galil's, the Deagle on Sfedo. And yet still they are the ones to find the opening kill. Nasty advancing towards long. AVM finds one. Alfrost there for the trade. More fighting continues and allows AW to try to activate as Namana slips into CT to get out of dodge. But what that does in the meantime is allow AW to take this space. He's so close to being taken down, but Namana trying to dodge a flashbang. Gives up his position. The kill was found and it's all on Brute Monster. 1 versus 4. Got the info that one player's crossed. Knife in hand. Gets found by Kalash. Amcal, 9 rounds on the board in the half. One far off the double digits. I mean, at least we saw Zero Tenacity give us a bit of a fight at the end. Because that could have been a pretty disastrous start to this series for them. I mean, it's certainly not a great start as it is, but it certainly could have been even worse, believe it or not. When you do consider that this game started as that 7-0, I think that does sort of say it all. But at least Zero Dynasty won a couple of rounds towards the end, won a few. But that's certainly not the end of the journey. It's really just begun, and it feels like this pistol round is 100% necessary for them. If they lose this, I think we're probably all starting to set our sights towards map number 2. This round here, Namana gets dinged, I want to say, in middle. 10 HP instantly. That's through a smoke as well. I think they traded dinks. Dimka looking for Stinix. He's already found one. Does get dinked down and somehow finds a second Stinix. 2 kills there in long. In isolation, Artfrost does rotate to support his teammate, and Artfrost finds 2 of his own, and it's all on this low HP Namana, which Fade8 dinked down early in the middle. The round that ZT needed so heavily has gone against them. Namana's just desperately hoping something goes his way. Does get a dink down. Artfrost backs away and allows his teammates to clean it up as Fade8. The fact he finds the kill, and the fact he finds it with the headshot, probably not going to realise that he dinked him down. Might find out in the demo though. Regardless, double digits finally hit now from the CTs. And unsurprisingly, it's a force bite. I mean, to be fair, you compare the bites. I mean, Amcal's is certainly better, but it's not that extreme. There's the tag from Artfrost. I mean, he's a demon. That's what I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if It doesn't take too long for Art Frost to be the one in Amcal's head-to-heads. He's such an exciting player to watch. Doesn't shy away from any fights. The early tag's certainly going to make things easier. Fabian goes down here towards long. The Mon is going to struggle to see what he can do. He is getting held from Art Frost, and this is what I mean. He's got to rotate all the way around to short. The MP9 is fading. Not quite hitting the mark. Art Frost scout. Just missing as well. And a 4-on-4. The bomb is down. Players chipped away at on both sides. Stinix finding a jumping kill on Dinamana. Hello. I think just jumping around the corner, actually. Yeah, he does get tagged down. There's so many players here on Amcal softened up. Oh, I love this from Kyofo. There is a defuse kit. Kalash. Kyofo's plays great, but I don't know if it's going to matter. He's too far away now. The bomb can be defused. We're going to have to see some jumping heroics if there's any chance. And there isn't. Kyofo's conceded this round, and Amcal find 11. I mean, I like the play from Kyofo, but you do desperately need your teammates to be able to hang on for a little bit longer. Maybe if Kyofo looked to make that play slightly sooner. The issue is you're making audio queue, and you don't want to drop down too early in case this player's rotating in from CT and you just give them a kill. Just 2 rounds needed, though, from Amcal to wrap up Dust 2. And unsurprisingly, Art Frost with an opening kill. I'm actually going to have a quick check how many opening kills Art Frost has. 6 kills. 6 opening kills Art Frost has. That is pretty mad. This is the 15th round of play. He's got over 1/3 of the opening kills with both teams combined. I mean, that's been a big issue from Zero Tenacity in general. Look, this is round number 15. And they've only had 2 opening kills this entire game. I think that really does sort of tell you how this game's gone so far. Hasn't been much of a contest. Art Frost peeking with the scout, finishing off Kyofo. Gonna have another challenger here, but Broommonster finally comes on top over his counterpart. Flashbang delays slightly, but the HE grenade dunks down. And the bomb will be planted here. But is it a 2 versus 4? Simka just 25 points of health, no armor on AVN as well. Got to see some crazy deagle shots, and there's the first. AVN finds Stinix. Is an HE grenade on AW. Fade 8. Finds AVN. Simka's deagle not connecting the headshot quick enough, and Amcal finds 12. Dust 2 has been a domination. And obviously, moving on to Anubis, which I think is pretty fair to say we are going to be moving on to Anubis. Yeah, moving on to there, it's not been a good map for Amcal. I don't think there's any need to sugarcoat it. They've had some really poor results. Even the wins that they've had have been pretty close. Or they've been wins against teams that we would consider quite a bit weaker than Amcal. It's going to be an interesting one to actually get to see what that one looks like. But look, it's a different look to Amcal than general one. I think with the confidence of map number 1, just the way these individuals play it, can certainly carry you through a map. So I'm super stoked to see what Amcal are going to be able to produce there. Art Frost actively searching with this AWP. Got the big green back of his hands and wants to make the most of it. Brute Monster as well. Trying to see what he can do. Stinix finding Simka. I think this one's all said and done here. It's Fade 8. Takes down AVN, and there's just 2 more to find before 13-3 is the score on the door. I don't think there's any opening. I don't think there's any avenue that Zero Tenacity can make this one work here. The bomb drop. You've got a full set of util on Kyofo. I like the idea of the boost. Seeing if they can search for something. FAVBET will be into it with this shot from Brute Monster. Feels like it emphasizes how this game's gone, but Kyofo is there by his teammate's side to at least be able to pick up the pieces slightly. Brute Monster again, just with the leg shot. It's not been his day, that's for sure. Kyofo finds his second of the round, but with the bomb still dropped and 25 seconds on the clock, 3 players to find. A near impossible clutch. Will drop the Molotov, will tick away at 1, but it's 15 seconds now. Reload comes through, peeks into Artfrost. And of course it's Artfrost the one to finish things off. Stinix and Artfrost, what a masterclass from them. Kalash as well, I mean that was as much of a team performance as it can be, I suppose. Absolutely excellent. Amcal, what a show on Dust. And I mentioned this was a little bit of a grudge match. These two have played beforehand about a week ago. In fact, even a bit less than that, actually. And the result on Dust 2 with this full 5 was 13-11 in favor of Zero Tenacity. So quite a turnaround in just a matter of days. And I mean, look, we're only really seeing the early doors of Artfrost's time here or tenure here on Amcal. So it's certainly going to be a long journey, but I think if you're producing games like that and you can start to really show us a bit of an upwards turn in your form, I think this Amcal team's got a long way to go, and I think they've got a really high ceiling that they can achieve. I'm super excited to see what Amcal can do. But before we look too much into the future, there is a second map on the horizon that is Anubis. This one is Zero Tenacity's map pick, and I think we're all hoping that ZT can show us anything more. They can't exactly show us a lot less than what they did on Dust. It was a pretty miserable performance, but we'll get to see what they can show us on Anubis after a short break. Don't go anywhere. I think we're back now. There we go. Yeah, everyone, we have just got to witness Zero Tenacity get absolutely decimated on Amcal's map selection of Dust 2, 13-3. There wasn't much of a contest going on whatsoever. Amcal, I mean, everyone was firing on all cylinders. You had so many players looking absolutely monstrously in form. I feel bad for FAVBET, really. He finished 8-8, did nothing wrong. The rest of his team were just getting too many kills. They didn't simply get too many options. But look, we're moving on to Anubis now. This is a map that hasn't been great for Amcal. It's been pretty poor, if we're being honest. They've had some really rough results recently against teams that aren't great. Zero Tenacity themselves, I mean, this used to be their sort of staple home map. This used to be the map that they could play against near enough anyone and probably get a result on. Not so much now. This is a map that they really are struggling with. They're very much up and down on it. I do think there is a chance that, despite Amcal's recent results, I think they can actually go on to take this. I think you look at the individuals and how they were playing. I think if they continue to do that, and Zero Tenacity don't really have players that are exactly stepping up to match them, I think individually enough, Amcal probably could go on to take this. But obviously, this is the Group C winners match. The winner of this will advance through Group C. I want to just have a little bit of a rundown in terms of how these teams got to this place. Amcal, they took down Yano in that 2-1 fashion. It was a reasonably close game at times, actually. I don't particularly rate Yano as a team. I think they really struggle quite a bit. I think they can have some great results, and then they also have some pretty disastrous results for quite a while. I don't know if that was teething periods for Amcal due to sort of their sort of newer changes or what, but that sort of, it was a win for Amcal, sure, so that's all that matters. But it surprised me how close that one really was. Zero Tenacity on the other side of things, they took down Unity. Similarly, it was a bit of a closer game from Zero Tenacity on map number 2, but in general it was a 2-0 Zero Tenacity. They absolutely smashed them on Nuke. We never got to see Anubis in that one. That was the third map, so we didn't really get to see exactly what this really recent Zero Tenacity side is looking like on Anubis. Like I said, though, I think Amcal have all the chance to be able to take this one. I think if Artfrost has got on the AWP as quick as possible, if they can keep Brute Monster as silent as they did, he finished that game with 4 kills. Artfrost had 18. I mean that's the thing. I think in terms of the open duel, there was no competition there. That's got to be what Zero Tenacity are looking at. Even Namana struggled quite a bit. He just had 7 kills. It was really Kyofo that was the only one really delivering anything. You look at the 3 rounds that they won. There was that really strong round from Kyofo towards Long. There was the one on the A bomb site where he sort of found the final 2 kills, wasted as much time as possible, didn't really give Artfrost a chance in the round. He sort of helped win that one on time with a little bit of Simka chiming in. But pretty much all 3 rounds came from Kyofo having some sort of individual brilliance. There wasn't exactly a huge amount of tactical elements that I was looking at that game and thinking, yeah, Zero Tenacity, what a round that was. What a pocket strat. Maybe just due to the fact we didn't get to see a huge amount of their T side, but their CT, regardless, was very, very underwhelming. And I think moving on to Anubis, we definitely do need to see a lot more from Zero Tenacity. Otherwise, I think they're going to fall flat in this series and potentially just lose this one 2-0, remain in Group C for another bout, and have to wait and see what they can do there. But before we have any suspicions about what happens here, we're going to get to jump into Anubis, map number 2. And Amcal, it's only going to be one of their sort of newer games, one of their newer maps, being able to play it with Artfrost. Only got to see them play it once, I want to say, with him in the at the helm. And that was a pretty poor loss, if we're being honest. I think that's a 13-4 that they lost that one there. So, yeah, definitely do need to see a bit of a change-up. Don't want to have any sort of repeating of history when it comes to that, but as I say, we jump into Anubis. We are still in maybe a bit of a delay. Maybe a bit of a tech one, but going to be jumping into the action shortly. I think Stinik's openings as well. I definitely feel like he maybe got a little bit overshadowed from Artfrost just in terms of some of the kills that Artfrost is getting. But, I mean, Stinik's had so much impact, especially early on map number 1. The way he was finding some of the kills, getting these early picks here or there, just stopped Zero Tenacity really able to have any chance to claw their way back into them. He was a bit of a monster when it came to finding the early picks here or there. And then I think when you've got players like Kalash, who felt like such a stable piece to that puzzle, when you got just sort of the three of them as well as AW chiming in as well, I don't think there's many teams that can really best you when all four of those guys are stepping up at the same time, with FAVBET just there as sort of the backup. I mean, it wasn't just the individuals, though, from map number 1 from Amcal that sort of surprised me. You look at some of the rounds that they played on their T side, felt like they really heavily conditioned Zero Tenacity. Felt like they read them like a book. And look, we saw a number of tactical pauses from the CT side, and no solution seemingly could be found. Just have to sit and try to suffer through the Amcal onslaught. I think we are going to be going to a bit of a break while we just restart the server, if I heard that right. No, seemingly we're jumping into it now, actually. Round number 1, pistol round. Amcal started on that T side, having the early advantage as it is Zero Tenacity's map selection. So, of course, Amcal get the choice of side in. And Zero Tenacity here, I've got to hope for a strong start. The pistol round could be that in which it supplies. I'll say a strong start. Art Frost absolutely domes the mana towards me with the P250. I mean, he's certainly going to be a player that I think get him set up as much as possible. Give him the freedom and he will deliver. DT's getting some info towards middle. Simka's going to be pushing through mid. It seems like they're well aware that A is going to be the point of contention. FAVBET was watching for a flank, but I think timing's going to be against him. Util comes over, that's the bomb dropped on FAVBET. And you can see the attack starts to get turned. The focus just got divided into too many places. Art Frost does find one before getting taken down. The push through A main is beginning to come through. And this round starting to get unraveled slightly. The bomb has been retrieved. AVN wraps all the way around from mid back towards B. And he realizes this is where the fighting is going to commence, but through the smoke the T's go. AVN is holding, not spotting until slightly too late, and AW takes him out of the server. As his bomb gets planted for a 2v2. Both CTs going to come from E-Box. From the canals. EW, who was holding, just turned away. Brute Monster steps have been made. Kyofo not being quite either, but not spotted anything just yet. Brute Monster takes down AW. The fight from Kalash isn't a great one. And the bomb will be able to be defused. Brute Monster with 3 kills gets the bomb defusal money as well. He's going to be pretty strapped for cash. But an important and a necessary round from Zero Tenacity.
Counter-terrorists win.
Certainly a hotly contested one. A great start from Amcal there, but you can see they take a little bit too much time. It allows Simka to come in the flanks, and he finds one. And you can see maybe the lack of communication from Amcal comes back to haunt them. You see one player, I think it was Stinix, looks to push into the bomb site, while the rest of them look to turn and fight Simka. And yeah, like I said, with the 3 kills found from Brute Monster and the bomb defusal money, instantly brings out the AWP. Aware that the force buy could be on the cards, and he's certainly right about that. Flashbang drop from Namana, spots 2 players. Will pretty comfortably give up middle. Knows he's going to be up against some pistols. Knows he's going to be up against some MAC-10s. No need to put yourself in a position where you're allowing these weapons to have these close range fights. Okay, despite taking mid, they will retreat from that position. Keep Zero Tenacity guessing there. You can see how massively they're playing towards A due to that. And now leaning towards B. That is where Brute Monsters ought reside. If this gets into the hands of Artfrost, you do fear for what would happen in a post plant. Smoke drop towards B main. Still starting to come through. Brute Monster, scope weapon and all these smokes around. Things starts to get tough. Molly's all over the bomb site. Simcoe will fall to the flames. Artfrost finds him with the Molotov. And Brute Monster in the back of the bomb site connects another bullet. Does get found from Artfrost and will the orb be retrieved? It's in the hands of Artfrost only temporarily. He actually manages to survive on 6 points of health. Artfrost, the bomb site's been spotted in the open. Kalash not directly holding anything. Has to find something quickly. This Deagle has been spotted. Deagle not connecting. Saw him fluff his lines a little bit on the pistol. And it looks like it's going to be the same outcome here. No defuse kit, but the bomb has been defused. And Zero Tenacity just about managed to get things over the line. Brute Monster. It's a tough spot to find yourself in with the AWP behind those smokes. GC takes the initiative just before that smoke blooms. Here it is, taking that fight. Finds Stinix. Gets a second kill. Looks for more. Artfrost does find him. You can see maybe once again just lacking communication. Kalash is holding actually nothing that covers Artfrost at all. And if he was peeking a little bit wider, he probably could have got the trade on the player who killed Artfrost. Monster with the AWP posted towards mid. There are two players pushing his play. He needs to be quick. Finds one. Trades lead from AW. Weapons have been joggled across a bit awkwardly, though. 3 players towards middle here. Artfrost, he wants the AWP so desperately, but it cost him his life. And it's one of those things that you look at and say in hindsight, you really should just be playing it safer there. But in reality, when you realise player that will be wielding that AWP if it gets into his hands, and the level and the ability that he has, you can't blame him for it. Killfo falls on the bomb site, deals decent damage, but a 3-on-3 post plant again. Amcal have themselves another chance. Obviously another force buy, so one of these has to start to go their way. Flashes the Eagle, this time does connect. ADM falls. Miss shot, swats the USP, finds the kill, but goes through the smoke from AW, secures the final 2, and 4k from him. AWP retrieved, weapons picked up, and Amcal finally, the force buys work out. A nice find from Kalash, but it's a great initiative from AW just to see his teammate fall to the AWP and instantly make the decision on pushing through this smoke. Even if I just go 1 for 1, I give my teammate as good a chance as possible. Does one better though. Force buy back from ZT. But now they've got to try to fear Artfrost short. I mean, that's not an easy shot there. The jump peak, the jump jiggle sort of. But I think some of the shots that we've seen Artfrost hit today, it's crazy that I'm surprised that he didn't hit that. Flash into middle. Fade is in the window as Brute Monster looks to progress forward. Will clear the angle and the 5-7 does find the kill. 5-7 started to crunch in and get closer to these angles. They are finding successes, but Stinix doubles down, keeps the level. 2 rotations have already come through. And this bomb does need to be planted. Artfrost finally starts punching the digits. Minus a T9 finds 1. Artfrost getting swarmed with the AWP. Does get taken down. The 4-5-0 to Nasty works out. Amcal couldn't handle the aggression of the pistols and MP9s. Right, too easy there for Brute Monster. You can see a couple of the Amcal players are seemingly caught out by how quickly players are sort of charging at them. Forced by again, I mean, it's certainly been an electric start to Anubis. Not a single eco has come through yet. Obviously, Amcal, they're always a bit weak on something, whether it is weaponry, whether it is utility, whether it is both. Brummonster finds the first kill, and Amana takes a fight, but realizes his team's already got the advantage. No need to give it back the other way. Mayday with the jiggle, peeks into Brummonster's orb, does get chipped away. I like this from Spade though, taking this space, but the rotation of AVN has just come in now. He went anything, he probably makes it away with his life, but AVN with a triple. Surely secures this round and surely forces Amcal now onto an eco. Getting so much work to do, finds the first kill, Brute wants to post it up, nice and easy for him. And Zero Tenacity deny. I mean, look, Amcal have had a lot of very, very close rounds in this game. So they're certainly going to feel a bit hard done by in terms of the scoreline. But they are on the T side. And Zero Tenacity, they should have no issues winning a round like this. Because Amcal aren't careful. Regardless of how close some of these rounds have got, it could be potentially starting to feel like a familiar scoreline to map number 1. Amcal, once again, not looking for anything too early. Just probably going to be damage here. Because of how close these rounds have become, you can see Zero Tenacity, despite being 4-1 up, didn't really have a stable economy. So if Amcal can sort of find 3 kills, you'll be able to reset them pretty quick. Sort of granted, you are going to need to win a round afterwards. But I think that's been one big issue that Amcal have had, sort of Arfrost not being able to be on this AWP as often as he was on Dust. And Brummonster, you can see the difference between him on map 1 and him here on map number 2. Had 4 kills in the entirety of Dust, already on 11. Well, Simca needs to be careful as these Steeds look to put through their smoke. Not even finding one. Clash finds Stinix as well, the Deagle. There is no armor behind pistols. Missed AWP shot there from Kalash. Gives Zero Tenacity the lifeline that they need. Oh, Arfrost spotted. Whittled away at slightly as Namana now starts to come in the back lines. Arfrost timing is not good for him as he turns away. Flashbangs come through. The bomb is half ticked. There's no defuse on either of the ECTs, but there certainly could be one dropped on the bomb site. And it is Jumbo with a full stick. The peak's got to come through. The bomb's being defused. Stinix finally connects the bullets just before the bomb gets defused, and the round goes the way of Zero Tenacity, and a round stolen from the CTs there. Just with these pistols, what on earth have we seen? And this is what I mentioned. I was saying just a few kills. 3 kills or something would be an excellent round for Amcal. Because you make the economy really tough for ZT, but somehow they've done one better and they've won the round. And you can see how much of a hindrance that has been. Zero Tenacity with the force fight. And if Amcal win this one, they are straight back in this game. I mean, one thing you certainly can't say about this series is it certainly has been action-packed. There's no way of making me believe otherwise. Every round has been has certainly been one to be interested in. Smoke down towards the mid doors. 2 players playing behind it surely aren't going to be getting too fancy with what they might be looking to do there. But it's some good rotations. There is Nasty are starting to take some space towards Canals, but don't actually look to push into it. 3 players here. There's a bomb site. Group Monsters M4 finds one. Namana as well. And all get shut down on A. They spot Namana at the back of the bomb site, but it feels like he takes away way too much attention. Artfrost Orb has to go huge here. But 2 players basically playing on top of each other. Artfrost is going to have such a tough time to even find one and be able to back away. Peeks an out, missed shot. They're going to know exactly where he is now. And the double swing could come through. Getting crunched on. 10 seconds on the clock. Too many missed shots. And Artfrost goes down to Simka in the flank. I mean, what is this game? There was a weak buy there from Zero to Nasty. And somehow they still managed to win it. Feels like we saw this on Dust from Amcal. Well, they take very long to sort of make a decision in terms of where they want to go. But this is finally where it feels like Zero to Nasty are capitalizing on that. You saw how sort of weak that A-bomb site was, but the information they gained just before Amcal made the hit into the site, 3 players rotated in. Won their individual fights. Trading wasn't great. He just ran away with things. Still an investment. So the only eco we've seen so far has been a round that's been won by Amcal. And other than that, it's sort of been non-stop force buys. Bang in middle, Namana peeks into FAVBET, but certainly going to regret it. There's the Deagle, as the Deagle instantly connects to his dome. Oh, Artfrost just knife out towards mid. Avian's not going to get an easier kill than that. Even right now, Amcal are absolutely tearing things apart, and the force buy is in an advantage spot again. And Kyofo and AVN are pretty locked out of this round. It is going to be the save. I mean, I still don't have a clue what is going on. This is absolute madness. What is happening here on Anubis. The AWP has been retrieved now from FAVBET towards mid, so Artfrost is going to be able to play with that next round. But Amcal seemingly are going to allow the CTs to keep hold of these 2 AKs. The thing is, if this game keeps on this sort of track,
Terrorists win.
it does feel like it'll favour Zero to Nasty. They are the ones in the lead. And these sort of back and forth rounds are only going to favour them considering they're on the disadvantaged side. Amcal have a second chance now to reset the economy of Zero to Nasty and level up this game. They faltered last time round. Let's see if they do it again. So many close rounds that we've had sort of since the start, since that pistol round. Yuto getting lined up, but AVN's in front of this smoke. Might want to look to take the right. Flashbangs come through. FAVBET goes down. And they want more Kalash. finds one. Simka does get the trade. Advantage ZT. All comes from that B aggression. They buy their time. They have that patience. Now Amcal have to try to play this one disadvantaged again. But it's another round where Amcal are the ones with the weapon advantage, and they're the ones who always seemingly get disadvantaged, but they bring it back. But Artfrost finding that kill with the AWP, so 3-on-3, Brute Monster alone on this B-bomb site. Behind the pillar with the MP9 in hand, Molly does come down at his feet, starts to chip him away, slips the net, and it's at relative safety towards CT. Another smoke drop from Stinix, but he's still on the default plant position. Util starts to come down, and the nade will finish him off. Artfrost misses the AWP shot. Surprising from him. Does connect that one onto Brute Monster, but got a lot more to find. The players are grouping up, switching to the Glock. Swings wide, and the Glock brings him down to 1 HP. But still, Kyofo survives. I think Artfrost sort of lost exactly where that bomb was planted. You see him clear out the default position, not spot, and then still go searching. I think sort of just panicking that it wasn't actually planted there, because he could have tucked back into cover. But he's going to feel a bit hard done by in the demo, realizing 1 HP on Kyofo. I mean, that's really unlucky. 1v3 almost came through. And again, Amcal, they fail to reset Zero to Nasty despite them being on weaker weapons once again. And it's another 4-5, of course. I'm not expecting anything else, surely. But this is what I mean. Zero Tenacity, look, they've got 6 at the half regardless. Certainly could get some more. And 6 already, you've got to feel like is a pretty good sign for them. Brawl towards E-Box, does lose out on the fight. Amcal come out on top, but still got a number of players softened up. The spam through the smoke's not quite connected onto Namana, who actively goes searching instead. Drops the flashbang to delay anyone peeking through, and Artfrost towards middle with this Tech 9 is beginning to come through on a flank. No one is ready for this. Artfrost is low HP, but actually just turned his sights. The lack of presence made by these two players makes it just a little too obvious, and Namana, great hold from him towards B, triple kill in the round, and 7 on the board for Zero Tenacity. But this is definitely going to be a game that I think Amcal will look back to and say so many extremely close sort of fine margins were the difference between us sort of winning the half by a decent amount and us having this current scoreline. Whereas I think on map number 1, I think Zero Tenacity, there's not really any excuse for that performance. Amcal had so many opportunities to have so many rounds here, but just sort of one kill, one decision has really just sort of turned the tide of each round. But it is the second eco that we see of this game so far. Amcal won, the only one that we've seen so far, so maybe they can pull off something again. A lot of damage dealt to Simka, but he still finds the kill. And this one is looking a little bit more how I thought it would. Just these pistols and a lot of them towards mid. Kyofo has stepped. Namana looking to take some fights, but regrets it as the Deagle getting close to him. Kyofo with a spray down finds 2. And will get traded eventually. All on a low HP Artfrost. And AVN comes towards mid. They're cleaning up the softened up pistols. 8 on the board for Zero Tenacity as we approach the final round of the half. Yeah, and a lot of info gained towards B main. He is the solo B defender, so... Well, actually, Kyofo is there as well, but certainly doesn't want to take too many fights unnecessarily. Dimka finds Fade through the smoke. AW is with him, Dimka. As a Molotov's drop at his feet, Namana through a smoke as well finds Stinix. Already tough task to win this round, but 10 times tougher. Kalash is jumping above the smoke. AW falls, and it's all on the low knee of Artfrost. 1v5 being held by Brute Monster, and it's found. 9-3, the same scoreline that we had on Dust 2, just reversed in terms of the teams. And that's the thing, this game doesn't feel the same way that Dust 2 did. Amcal certainly feel like they've had a lot more chances than Zero Tenacity. They've just not been able to capitalize on sort of any of them. We touched on Amcal having 2 chances when they had superior weapons to be able to reset Zero Tenacity, but they just failed to do so, failed to convert. And now here we are, this is the score, this is the punishment. Second half commences though. If Zero Tenacity win this round, I think it is going to be a very similar one to Dust 2, where we already know where this one's going. And we do, of course, have Inferno as that third and final map. And that's a map as well that, well, between these two teams, is pretty evenly matched. I think that'd be the perfect final battleground for both of them, but a hit out towards B as Simka just jumps around, spinning. Doesn't allow anything. The B-bomb site gets taken swiftly and efficiently. The defender is forced back into E-box. Clash does find the mana on the flank. Will he be ready for Brute Monster here as well, though? No one towards Temple, and Clash seemingly is ready for Brute Monster. It's a really patiently played pistol round from Amcal, and it works out perfectly. They take their time, wait for everyone to get into position. Clash finds 2 on the flank. And then you can see, sure, Temple's been taken from Zero Tenacity, but there's still a player towards CT, there's 2 towards E-box. And at that point, you don't really have any foothold on the bomb site whatsoever. So, great round from Amcal. But we're going to need to see a lot more like that if there's any chance to make this resurgence onto map number 2. It is that force buy from Zero Tenacity. Feels like a bit of a staple of how this map's gone, just non-stop forces. So, sure, why not have another force buy? I do have to say, it's a little bit of a risk. If you do lose this round, you give Amcal 6. Don't get me wrong, you're still very much in the lead. You're still on the stronger side of this map, so it's not exactly a dire decision, but It definitely gives Amcal the chance to get a little bit more into this game, get a bit more momentum. The push comes through, the flash comes over from Stinnett. Player's fully blinded, but Namana does get a quick trade and 2 for 2 on the bomb side. Still AW's here defending, but Namana behind the pillar's not giving anything up. With the smoke drop towards E-Box. Final 2 players are going to have a very tough time in terms of emerging from here. They might even just decide to save. Force by from Zero to Nasty. I said it was a bit of a risk. Seemingly no issues whatsoever. Smoke's phased. CTs go searching. They do go finding. The kills got to come through. Smoke down. And it's a scout of all weapons, but Brew Monster still finds. FAVBET not able to connect the bullets in time to keep his teammate Diffuser alive.
Terrorists win.
And Zero Tenacity do win the Force buy. I love the idea just to wait, go completely silent. How was he able to get this? Swings wide enough to get the scout off in the smoke without being punished. Amcal probably left stunned, as it felt like they did everything right there, just aside from connecting the bullets into that final player. Phoenix with the opening kill with the Deagle. Gets punished for hanging around for too long. A 4-on-4 weaponry certainly favors ET, as the aggression comes through there from Kalash, and somehow Joppo's just able to slip round the corner as he was fumbling with utility. Flashbang's good, no spray whatsoever from FAVBET. Gets taken down from Namana. W's positioning is great, but he goes for a little bit too much, looks away from window. Gets punished in his deep positioning. On paper looked great. Yet couldn't find anything. The bomb site will be taken and the bomb will go down shortly. Timing looked great for Kalash, but Namana's too clean. We already saw him have one of those moments. Played against him on Dust. And Art Frost, it's the desperate attempt to try to save the scout into the next round. And I think Zero Tenacity, for the most part, are going to allow that to happen. Look, they've got 3 AKs, they've got 1 Galil. You know that it's not exactly an unbelievable weapon that Art Frost is going to be carrying over. Might even have the awareness that it is this scout. So Zero Tenacity, it feels like they're starting to get to that point where they are on their sort of victory lap of Anubis now. Just 2 rounds required to take this series. Take this map. Certainly not take this series. Not after that performance on Dust. But to take us to the 3rd and final of this series. Bomb site taken with no issues at all. There's a gamble from Amcal. Things that you need to make it around like this. But that is obviously going to be them conceding up 12. And they can look for some fights if they want. Look for some exits. See if they can retrieve any weapons into the next to make their life a little bit easier. They've got a good setup here. I think Yoffo could be doomed. Flashbang's great. And Stinnix will find there's 1 weapon that can be picked up. There's more T's coming their way. And I don't necessarily think this is a great idea for Zero Tenacity. Simka will fall. CG can kind of fight as much as they want here, probably just apart from the AK. But a couple of kills found. Only one weapon actually be able to get carried across though. And round number 17. Potentially the final round, Zero to Nasty. They played a great game with Anubis so far. Things certainly were very, very close the initial part of the first half, but however close they were, they kept their sort of resolve and resilience. Didn't allow Amcal to have any chance. But it's certainly going to be a tough loss for Amcal to take. Into the smoke. Oh, I thought maybe Simka could just about be spotted there, but seemingly not. X-Ray playing tricks on me. And the opening kill goes the way of Zero to Nasty, the thing that Amcal desperately needed to go in their favour. Timing's horrendous for Stinix. As soon as he pulls out utility, Simka goes for the peak. And this one is done here. Any chance of Amcal to come back is dead in the water in round number 18. And Zero to Nasty with the turnaround that they desperately needed. I really was worried for them. I thought they were going to fall very flat there. I thought Anubis could be their downfall, despite it being statistically a far better map for them and a pretty poor one for Amcal. But it's a disappointing one to look at, considering you look at it. There were chances for Amcal to be able to have some moments back into that game. There certainly were opportunities for them, but the issue is they just didn't take any of them. And that's something that Zero to Nasty never really had on Dust 2. They did kind of get outclassed from start to finish there. But on map number 2, it felt like at the start, we saw the amount of really close force buys. You look at the pistol, and it came down to the 2v2. So many post-plant positions that were even for both sides that seemingly Amcal just could not capitalize on whatsoever. But Zero to Nasty did, and sometimes that's all you need to do. Make sure you take your opportunities when they come, and Zero to Nasty did that to perfection. And you saw the snowball. They just spiraled further and further into this dominant scoreline. And even when we started to see Amcal win that pistol round, even though they did sort of give themselves a glimmer of hope, I think we all knew that it was only going to be a glimmer. It was never going to be anything concrete. But there is a final map to this series. It is Inferno. It is the most evenly mapped between these two. So I think this is the perfect map for it to be that third and final on. I think after map number 2 there, I think I'm going to maybe reevaluate where I think this one's going to go. I did say I think Amcal are going to take it initially. Maybe in the break, I'll change my mind. But before we do get to Inferno, we're going to be jumping into a short break, and we'll get to find out where this series is heading very shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to this matchup between Zero Tenacity and Amcal. Third and final map of Inferno is going to be coming right up. I mean, look, we got to see a pretty interesting series so far, with Amcal absolutely decimating Zero Tenacity on Dust 2. And I thought a result like that would be able to propel them to potentially take this one in a 2-0 fashion. I couldn't really be more wrong, as Zero Tenacity were able to once again battle back against Amcal on Anubis and win it 13-4. So two pretty one-sided games. I mean, Dust 2 and Anubis both had very different feels from one another. Dust 2 felt super one-sided, whereas at least Amcal on Anubis, the first half especially, did feel very close. There was a lot of really close sort of fine margin type rounds. But at the end of the day, Zero Tenacity, they were the ones who, like I said before, capitalized on these opportunities, whereas Amcal, they didn't really do so as much. So moving on to Inferno now, in terms of what we've seen from both these teams, we see ZT with a 53% win rate on it, Amcal with 57. Zero Tenacity do have a little bit more sample size, but that's just due to them playing a lot more maps than Amcal over the last few months. So I'm not sure how much weight the sort of actual sample size is going to hold, but in terms of what we've seen, both sides have a little bit of up and down results. On this map, it kind of feels like how Inferno goes in general. It is one of those maps where you can't really ever be the best at Inferno. There's always going to be someone who is sort of equally as good. That's what it always felt like to me, but Zero Tenacity have just come off of 13-0 on this map. I say that, the same day, they lost 13-1. So they had a pretty strange day a few days ago, where they played the map, lost it 13-1, a few hours later, won it 13-0. So, I mean, this is what I mean. Both teams very much up and down on it. One moment, they can look like the greatest team. The next, yeah, pretty iffy. I do think there's going to be an interesting one between both sides. I think the biggest issue for Amcal for me is they really struggled to get Art Frost on the AWP because of the amount of force buys they were going on. I think that has got to be something that we see Amcal try to prioritize. It was a huge difference on Dust 2. I think it can be a huge difference in Inferno. Don't get me wrong, the T-side's a bit difficult to warp on, but it certainly can be done. I think if Amcal look to prioritize stabilizing their economy, even if you lose Pistol, even if you lose the second, do what you can to get this guy on the AWP as soon as possible, because that will be the difference maker. Have just been told Zero Tenacity won the knife round, so we're going to get to see what sort of siding they look to pick. I imagine they'll probably start on the CT side, so chances are we're going to have to get to see Amcal on that T side early. Probably, even if it's just sort of to make things and make life a little bit harder for Art Frost, I wouldn't even mind that as a play if we see Zero Tenacity do that, as well as look to get Brute Monster in some better spots, get him the AWP early as well, because we saw the change up that made. It feels like a lot of games now you see the Riflers being the big difference maker, and don't get me wrong, Namana, who was very quiet on map number 2, came alive massively, on map number 1, came alive massively on map number 2. But it did follow Brute Monster early, especially, was a big, big difference maker. After about 5 or 6 rounds, he already had like 11 kills. Map 1 only had 4 kills. And it felt like, because they looked to prioritize him, they got him on the AWP on round number 2. As soon as they won the pistol, he bought the AWP the second he could. And that made a big difference for Zero Tenacity. And that was a big issue that Amcal had. So I think both teams got to look to do that. Set up your AWPers. Namana, if Zero Tenacity are going to win this, you've got to be the player to sort of lead the lines. It's what you really missed on Dust 2. You look at it on Anubis, and he was right up there with Brute Monster. On Anubis, actually had 1 more kill than him, 18 kills, and night and day comparison to what we saw on map number 1. We are jumping into the game now, though. Map number 3 of Inferno is going to be kicking things off. We are going to get to see a bit of a lay of the land, and exactly how this one looks like. This round, indeed, Zero Tenacity are starting on that CT side. Are going to be the ones, let's say, with a slight advantage. Inferno doesn't exactly have a huge siding advantage anymore. It becomes a little bit more team dependent. But even if it's just sort of comfortability. Couple of shots fired there in Banana. Only some info that Kyofo is gaining for this 4-man B hold. AVN lining up a flashbang, ready to set up his team if there is any sort of advancement out into the site. We saw a similar sort of thing from ZT on Dust 2, where they put a lot of stock into long. Kyofo advancing, wanted to get some intel, spots out a player, but gets caught out. Stinix finds flashbang from AVN comes through, as does the smoke, but Amcal are happy to back away. It looked like that call was made pretty quickly. They've still got a ton of util. They didn't really use a lot of theirs, but they've certainly forced Zero Tenacity into a point where it is going to come down to gunfights for them. Just a single decoy grenade remaining on the Mana. Zero Tenacity stick with this 3-man B setup. Might not be the case now that FAVBET has just found the kill. Towards A is going to be the hit coming through. The bomb can make its way back towards A, but it's got to make the decision quickly. And the call's perfect. Art Frost stays to deny anyone taking down the bomb in Banana. And this has been a chaotic, very well played round from Amcal. Art Frost finds one more, eventually gets taken down from AVN. It won't make a difference. The bomb's getting planted. The most important thing is how quickly Amcal understood that this was a B lane, and how quickly that FAVBET made the decision to be able to hold these rotations so his teammates could comfortably rotate back towards A. Very good mid-round call from Amcal. They take a round victory from it, but you can see how uncomfortable they make Zero Tenacity. But that kill there in Apartments really was the difference maker. There are a lot of force buys on Anubis. I'm not going to be seeing an early force buy out from Zero Tenacity here. Just the USP. Only things that has been invested is a single Zeus on Kyofo. Been a little while since I've seen a Zeus, actually. So I wouldn't mind getting to see that weapon in action. Kyofo, quite advanced here in apartments, has been spotted. Cynics can have a pretty easy kill there. Able to triple down. And sadly, the Zeus didn't come into play at all. Bomb site's being cleared, though. The bomb will get planted, and Amcal, the only job now is ensure that you don't lose any players. Get these Mac 10s to make a bit of a cash. It's a bit of a shame that there's 3 Mac 10s on Amcal, and Stinix is the only one to find any kills so far, being the player with the Galil. The Mac 10s certainly are searching. Clash here, spots. Does find Simka. And the second Mac 10 flies in the Mana as well. So Amcal, nice clean sweep in that roll one. But obviously, they do have a decent amount of weaker weapons now. So this is where I wouldn't mind Amcal sort of pulling out a bit of a pocket strat. Seeing what you can do with these Mac 10s. Zero Tenacity is suddenly aware that you've got at least 2 Mac 10s in play. You can see juggling these SMGs over. I'm not sure if there's any specific reason for that. I was going to say, was it due to spawns, but it didn't look like they fully based off of that. No real early fighting from Zero Tenacity. Now, that's one big issue with Inferno that I always feel like if you don't opt for the Force Buy, your first full buy round has a lot of limitations. You don't have a lot of utilities. You don't really have a choice to fight anywhere. You kind of do need to give up Banana early doors. And it does make things very tricky. Nade of the smoke, perfect. Room wants to find the kill. The trade can't come through, but it looks like the team wants to punish. Quick enough communication for AW to turn around, and wow! Amcal decimate this A-bomb site. Players just playing off of one another perfectly. You see, there's one player towards mid getting the information. AW is able to turn and find one. And off of the contact, we see apartment space being taken. As soon as it looks like we're going to see the swing come through, AW falling. That's when, I think it was Clash strikes from apartment. Amcal, they lose the early kill, but they don't make it look like that. Simka finds 2 towards B to make sure that he can try to save this weapon, but it looks like Clash and AW want to close in on his position. AW being slightly lower in health, he's going to be relying a lot on his teammate. Is an HE grenade, gets stuck, out. Simka forward in the new box, Amcal. 3 on the board. And even with those weaker weapons, even with a lot of Mac 10s in play, still able to come out on top. Only 1 AK. See, that's what I love there. You see the push for apartments. It's just the timing's perfect through the smoke as well from Clash. Finally, a few stronger weapons are in play. Interesting buy from ZT right now. It is the half buy. You can see Scout, you can see the Mag 7 of Kyofo. Playing that towards apartments right now. Brew Monster with the Scout early, trying to go for some peak. Gets deleted by R-Cross 10-4. Bit of utility being traded back and forth from Zero Tenacity, but that is virtually all of their util gone. Now picked up from AVN. Gonna have Clash peeking him. Information traded back and forth, but Artfrost finding the mana towards B leaves that site just to be defended by Simka. They know AVN was towards A. They are still going to be searching for him, despite the bomb site being clear. And again, 5 survivors, next to no damage taken. Just 8 points taken across the whole team. But I think it's important that Amcal had a start like this. After what we saw on Anubis, I'm sure they'd be feeling pretty frustrated. Probably more so than if they did just get absolutely decimated on that number 2. Had a lot of close rounds, and I think it's probably going to be one of those maps that you could just see the team has a lot of internal frustration. But the fact that they're starting Inferno off strong, maybe going to calm them down a bit and fully flip the momentum shift that Zero to Nasty had in their favor. No real contest from the T's and Bananas. Zero to Nasty take that with no issues. See, instead, Amcal actually prioritizing towards A. Forcing Brute Monster back further and further towards the bomb site, but Brute Monster is a player who loves a bit of re-aggression. Deep flash from Simka. Has opted to back away as now Bananas under the T occupation. All of brackets has been cleared from Brute Monster, posted up towards middle. Amcal, that's where they're heading. The question will be is if Brute Monster can find a kill and back away. Util starts to rain down. Flashbang's not good enough, and only Stinix peeking. Nice and easy for Brute Monster to find a kill and just retreat off of that. But it is going to be this crunch onto the A-bomb side. There are 2 defenders here, Brute Monster and Kyofo, who is in pit currently. Spacing's a little bit off here for the team, but it might not matter. Namana doubles down, in fact. And Clash does find Kyofo off to the round end. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the sort of spacing and actual trading game that I look like Amcal was trying to play. You see initially Stinix swings out towards middle. No one even... It's not like in fact, it wasn't even like the spacing was pulled up. They just didn't look to trade. No one even looked to go with him. I'm not sure what the main goal there was for Stinix to try to send him in, but yeah, so he went down alone. Looked to crunch towards A. It's still a decent move. You know, you're disadvantaged, but there's only 2 players on the A-bomb site. And with a player in apartment short and 2 towards long as well, it feels like it should be a pretty successful endeavor. The fact that they weren't even able to find a kill until sort of Clash's molly took Kyofo down. Certainly seen some better AXX, but Util being dumped out towards top Banana, Simka and Amana both half HP. But with the smoke dropped, that would be enough to hold Amcal at bay for now. Brute Monster again playing the same angle as he was last round. No peek coming through just yet. The molly hoping that's enough to dissuade any AWPers. Namana just about manages to cling to life on 25 points of health before getting to reasonable levels of safety behind the smoke. And Brute Monster again, let's see what he can do. It's the 2-man A setup. The jump across is good enough to bait out the shot. Kyofo makes his position known towards pit. But the T's not looking to push just yet. Kills finally starts to come through. Brute Monster with the AWP on the side with the no-scope headshot onto Artfrost. Keeps this one level. Namana's got a great idea of AW's position as the bomb goes down. But patiently waiting at both these players. Question of who's going to come out on top is still up in the air. Sorry. FAVBET through the smoke. And the bomb site's been fully left open. Namana, 1 bullet from death. If he can find anything, that would be great. Bomb's being tapped. These players have to search for Namana now. Namana does find ones. FAVBET bides his time. You see AVN so paranoid. Where's this final player? Just don't think that Namana has got 2 players glued to his angle. I mean, it's really unfortunate. You know, if the CTs knew that, That's a nice, easy round victory. Namana played that really well not to give up his life. And a great awareness that there's these players close towards him. But the fact that Namana never spotted AW, but did spot FAVBET. I mean, the chance of two players fully abandoning the bomb that they can't even spot from their position is so unlikely. But you can see it completely fooled AVN. But Amcal will deny Zero to Nasty stringing any rounds together. Players jiggling, but Clash comes out on top. Clash doubles down onto Kyofo. Normally there's two-man A setup, but with Brute Monster not spotted, maybe suspecting he could be around here as well. Namana with a Mag 7 in the flames, burning away, but the flashbang's too good for him to realise. So a quick three-man advantage early doors into round number 7. I say your only real hope at this round's Brute Monster, but I say that. No armor in pit. We know how much this position attracts nades. Feels like one missed shot, one HP grenade thrown towards the position. That's him gone, but this time just a bit of mistiming. Stenix peeks into the angle. Brute Monster looking towards apartments, and his life is forfeit as Simka again attempts to save this M4. Not sure if AW would be able to hear that. Amcal should have a pretty good idea where Simka is regardless. And they want to take this M4 away. I don't know if AEW's lagged out. He isn't moving at all. Well, he's just started to move now. Flashbang comes through. Simka does dodge, but Kalash too quick with it. Third kill from him in the round. That's a great double in apartments. A tactical pause being called from Zero to Nasty. Of course, if you remember, they were the ones to win the knife round. They were the ones given choice of siding, but so far they're yet to really impress me on their CT side. Just winning the one round so far. And other than that, they've kind of been getting manhandled slightly from Amcal. With the full loss, half buys are a minimum. You can see a few 5.7s, a couple of MP9s. The economy hasn't exactly grown to a massive degree for Amcal. I mean, they'll certainly be fine for losing a round. But it's not at a point where Zero to Nasty can't reset them. And that always gives you an avenue back into the game. Flash, he's been in this position before. We saw what he did in the last round. 3 players in apartments this time, only good for 1. The next one in Brute Monster, AVN in the open towards middle, wants to try to see if he can catch a time in, and looks like he's done so. 3 players in Banana, not a single one of them questioning. Gonna be how much can he find? Timing of Stinix's flank though. If he lines up too many, he might actually find nothing. Stinix just needs to look towards Banana. We'll find one. Stinix. I don't think he did a gun out. Danger is averted. Only Arcross going down. Player just slipped around the corner before AVN could punish, and Simka, who is hot on the tail, plus FAVBET, just 11 points of health. And will get found. Ooh, slight chance for AVN. I mean, don't get me wrong, it still would have been a really tough chance to really do anything. You're in a 4-on-2. AVN needed to kind of find 2 just to give Simka the slimmest of chances still. But 7-1 Amcal, of course, was just a half-buy. Weapons back in play for the CTs. Brute Monster back on the AWP. But a very positive start on the CIS team. Flash is a demon towards these apartments. Double kill from him again. Searches for not more. Spots someone towards Moto. They're just waiting for his teammates to ensure that a trade is a minimum. And Clash is the one to get the trade. Player in Simca towards Library. Getting smoked off from Moto. And now getting flanked up by Stinix, who will find another round on the board. And I mean, basically, it feels like the solution is, how do we stop Stinix from taking all of these sort of opening jewels in space? And how do we stop Clash from tearing us apart in apartments? They're the sort of two questions that it feels like Zero Tenacity have to try to find the solution to, try to find the answer, but I don't really think there is one right now. Clash is playing out of his mind.
Terrorists win.
I mean, look at this. I mean, it's absolutely brutal. I mean, the setup in apartments wasn't great, but you'd have to hope the trade at least comes through. But it's just not being allowed to happen at all. 8 on the board for Amcal. Double digits feels almost like a guarantee at this point. Just up against the pistols of ZT. Decent bit of damage dealt early though, with AW. Who is mad that he's only 3 and 2. Sort of a lot of his other teammates have had a lot more action than him, seemingly. Smoke dropped at the feet of Simca. Maybe we'll be brave enough to push through it, and he is. But still, he is the lone player towards B. What did that nade not connect onto him? Looks pretty spot on. Simca playing in this close corner. Tons of util have been dumped out towards B, but Zero Tenacity are gambling on it being an A lane. Util comes over now. Brute Monster starts to rotate, but Simca, how much time will he be on his own before backup arrives? I mean, Trader's thrown about 20 pieces of utility alone himself this round. Simca does actually get one. We know what these pistols can do, go through these smokes. It causes a lot of turmoil. In the hands of AW, he needs to get it down, but things are certainly getting awkward. The bomb's being retrieved. 4 seconds. I think there's just about enough time. There is about half a second on the clock, and Namana retrieves an AK. Player towards Dark. Not spotted out just yet. One towards a new box as well. Firing Dark at these bullets trading back and forth, but Arfrost headshot confirms the round. But you can see again, this is the thing. I don't mind teams really utilizing the clock, really just burning time. But there's been a good few times this series where it has, or very almost has, caught out Amcal. When you see AW there, he's got plays on his screen, but he realizes there's such little time. I need to get this bomb down. None of though. 2 rounds remaining, Zero Tenacity. Already this series feels like it's out of your control. Maybe you can give us a spark of hope if you win these final 2 rounds. If you win the pistol, might be able to find some levels of success, but there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of things that need to go right. Brute Monster does find Stinning properly blinded. Kyopo on the boost. Honest Nade does find a second into the round and a much better start. But it's Kalash in Apartments, we know what he can do. Just the one this time. Feels like a rarity that he's not getting a multi-kill. As this one will be around going the way of Zero Tenacity's way.
Counter-terrorists win.
And confirmed and locked in for ZT. But still the chance for double digits for Amcal. I mean, that's the thing. Whether they get double digits or not, they're so close to the finish line already. It feels like they've done majority of the heavy lifting. Banana being taken from Zero Tenacity. No real or fighting back as middle's also been pushed down from AVN. Look at all the smokes on the map so far. Dinix, in the meantime, wants to try to see if he can take some space towards A. Find something through Apartments while this is all going on, but Namana could be holding this angle sooner rather than later. Goppo posted up for now, then A comes through and it baits Stinix and takes away his attention. Two-man advantage again for Zero Tenacity. As the T's look to set their sights towards B. Utilities starting to rain down. Rotations have come through, and once again, not a lot of time on the clock, less than 20 seconds, and still the Dogal hasn't been made. 13 seconds on the clock, fighting, and starting to commence. Simca goes down. Molly's over the bomb site. Avian falls. The bomb needs to get planted. He needs to get defended, and somehow he is. Clash survives, and the bomb goes down, and it is an advantage for Amcal. Boost comes through, hoping to spot something towards Banana, but there's a smoke down in these final two players' faces. Kyopo has flashes. Surely that might be the play. Send Namana in, but no, silently through the smoke they go. Presence has been made. Missed shots on both sides of the bomb. Only has about a third left on the timer. The gunfights aren't going the way of Zero Tenacity, and Kyopo falls, and Artfrost confirms it. Amcal, with 14 seconds on the clock, exec onto a 3-man B hold and win it. And that shows you the difference. And that shows you sort of the other side of the spectrum when it comes to really utilizing the clock. This is the thing. I don't mind if you utilize the clock. You have to be really precise. You have to be really spot on with your timings and stuff. And you can see what it does. Zero Tenacity realized, look how little time there is on the bomb. Deny it. Let's find these kills. And they actively go searching rather than sort of playing down the clock, rather than sort of playing behind Nubox, rather than playing more tucked. They're searching more actively, and it allows Amcal to find these kills and get themselves in a position where they can win the round. Double digits found though from Amcal. Inferno's looking like a swift map win for them by the looks of things, and it certainly is in line with how the rest of these maps have gone. 13-3 on map number 1 for Amcal, 13-4 map number 2 for Zero Tenacity. Potentially another dominant scoreline for Amcal here. Unless Zero Tenacity really turn things around on their T side. But don't forget, they won the knife round. They opted to start on that CT, but definitely did not go their way. Tons of utility towards Banana. I love this. A Banana take on the pistol round. The Mana gets sent through the flames. He is behind one of the CTs. Who's in the smoke is Sfade. The fighting is commencing. Sfade still not taking this fight. It's an awkward run. Not making this easy for him, but the kill does come through. as Fade stay able to back away. I mean, that is one of the most horrible positions I think you can find yourself in. You're behind a player with a pistol trying to aim for the head and they're just jumping around, moving, making life difficult. Artfrost finds AVN as the hit towards A comes through, but Artfrost doubles up. Kalash as well. I mean, talk about a couple of nice shots. Artfrost and Kalash showing us how it's done. Potentially final 2 rounds of Inferno here as Amcal have absolutely put on a masterclass of Inferno so far. The 4th fight from Zero to Nasty, of course it is. They need something, they need more than just a glimmer of hope. Mana finds the early kill, AW spray with the MP9 is poor. And it leaves Stinnick alone towards B. He drops the Molotov to keep the T's at bay for now. We're also having a flank through apartments. Flash gets the better of Kyoto. It is a 3-on-3, but AB and Spam with the Tech 9 does enough to give man advantage very quickly back to ZT. Flash coming through Banana again. ABN is jiggling. That's been spotted. Kyoto for a Simka behind the half wall. Is he going to be cleared by Kalash? No. And Artfrost just wants to keep hold of this M4 now. No defuse kit, no remaining utility, no real chance. But they can look to take away some weapons though. To make this one a costly victory. And maybe shouldn't have, as he loses to the MP9 in a bit of a range duel. Zero to Nasty survive another day. And deny mapping series point going the way of Amcal. Of course, if anyone is just tuning in, this is a Group C's winners match. Both these teams already have a win under their belts. As it stands, it looks like Amcal are going to have 2 wins under theirs. Nick's dropping the smoke towards top Banana. It is just these pistols. It is a force buy, but it's not a huge amount behind it. We've seen what Amcal could do with these pistols before, though. We saw, even on Anubis, sort of some of their rounds that they were able to win. Where these sort of half buys, ecos. Bomb makes its way up through middle. As Damana just going to be selling some presents towards B. It's a weak A-hold anyway. Just Kalash alone. This Deagle is going to be searching. Could get caught in transition here and caught in a bit of no man's land there before getting taken down. Save these weapons is the decision from Amcal. They're going to have to eco in their next anyway, so may as well give yourself a bit of another crack at it. Just keep the armor, keep the pistols alive. Mana had a bit of a chance there, so maybe ZT look for a bit of a hunt, but you don't really want to lose these weapons yourself. As the bomb does tick down, Zero to Nasty find their 4th, and they should find their 5th as well before we see these weapons back in play. early dominance towards Banana. Right, AEW just drops the smoke, instantly rotates away, strengthens up the B hold. Strengthens up the A hold, sorry. Made the smoke from ZT to see if they can spot anything. Stinks. The second smoke now. As the default from ZT has wasted all but one piece of the Amcal utility. "45 seconds on the clock as Zero Tanasi head back towards B with the bomb. This rotation from Amcal is great, but chances are we're going to watch Namana as they clear out towards A and maybe give that intel, but he is going to operate as a flank here. Waiting for him to strike. Time is ticking, so he's starting to speed up a little bit. Not actually able to clearly find anyone. AW is posted up ready for this. Namana will find though. The 4-man B hold finds nothing. As Namana on the flank doubles down and gets 2. It's all on Kalash in his flank. And look at this. AW just 3 and 7. Still sitting on 3 kills. Kalash really has taken this game sort of by the scruff of his neck. Really has been dominating individually. But weapons are back in play now. Art Frost, are we going to see the glass cannon? Of course we are. You can see, despite going for the Force and Eco, still a couple of Hamasses in play. There's still the MP9. Still don't have perfect util on a couple of players. And obviously Art Frost with no armor as well. Not a diffuse kit in sight. Certainly a lot of limitations. Amcal lose the opening kill as Amana finds this Art Frost AWP, the real player to keep your eye out for, but Zero to Nasty might have slipped the net here, going through 2 smokes towards long. And AW completely surprised by that. Great call from ZT. We certainly are seeing a lot more life on them on this T side, but the question is it going to be enough? They are still 2 rounds away from losing Inferno. Dinix has to have a lot of work being done here. Molotov comes down. Dinix drops the smoke to buy himself a little bit more time. We'll be able to find AVN, but gets chipped away slightly. Going to actively take this. Fiber Sinker comes out on top, and there's no way of fighting his way out there. Art Frost and Kalash just keep hold of their weapons, but another on the board for Zero to Nasty as they are starting to get a few rounds on the board and starting to make this long journey look a little shorter. But I can't take their foot off the gas for a second. So much work still to do.
Terrorists win.
Amcal could actually look to buy around this if they wanted. I think probably the better call would just be half buy around it. But no, it looks like they are going to fully invest. Yeah, they are fully invested in this one. But again, you can see what a weakness is. certainly has been a lot quieter on Inferno. It's not as easy to actively go searching for those opening picks, and we finally see him go for one and get punished. Flash as well, fall into Kyofo. That's A open for the taking, and I think Amcal again, you're in a spot where you kind of got to save. It's probably not actually that difficult a spot to find themselves in. I think it's a pretty easy call to make. You got Artfrost, who will actually be able to bring out an AWP. If you do go for that save, it once again, I believe, will be at the cost of any armor. But you can then have one of these 3 remaining players, like the AW, drop over a weapon to Clash as well. So they can bring out a buy if these 3 players do save. But again, Zero Tenacity, they really are clawing their way back into this one. 11-7 now. This was an 11-2 scoreline, so we've seen 5 on the bounce. And I think it's the fact that Zero Tenacity are winning these rounds really dominantly on this T side. These aren't close. These aren't close rounds. These are certainly very one-sided from ZT, and that's one thing that Amcal didn't really have a huge amount on their T side, despite them certainly being the better team in the first half. They never really had an economy like Zero Tenacity had. Round number 19 now. The pressure's certainly going to be mounting for Amcal as they probably start to feel that pressure. Amcal will give up Banana, but I say that Zero Tenacity aren't fully taking it just yet either. They just had 2 easier times of taking these fights towards A, taking these fights elsewhere. And again, they could look to exploit this open space towards long. Broom wants to post it up on the orb. If Artfrost peeks into it, that will be his life forfeited to the other team. No swing coming through yet. 45 seconds on the clock. No real damage is being dealt back or forth just yet. Stinix rotating into library. Might get a bit more than he bargained for. Spotted just the 1 player so far. 30 seconds now. Utility starts to rain down. The Molly is going to delay slightly. Artfrost, a lot of players coming his way. The trade feels inevitable. Finds the burst. Needs to keep him alive, and can't do so. Gets taken down from apartments. Stinix go for the spam. Bullets are connecting, but no kill converted. As the bomb gets planted, another round goes the way of Zero Tenacity. Yeah, I don't really know how Kalashov didn't sort of get the kill onto the player that was shooting at Artfrost, or even just get the trade. I felt like that had to come through that. But 3 rounds separate these teams now. Completely counted Zero Tenacity out, but they are really keeping this fight going. Round number 20, Amcal, they need to find some sort of solution. You need to really find out how to stop Zero Tenacity, and I don't know if there is an easy way to do so. Whatever their CT setup is, it's not working. Dark Frost is feeling pretty insignificant despite being amongst a lot of the action. Kalash has struggled a lot more since being on this CT side. Brackets being taken again, but this time it seems like Amcal wanted to give it up, not wanted to fight it too heavily. Frost posted up towards apartments. They have changed things around. But this time, are they going to be ready for the hit towards B? Stinik still has a lot of util to play with. Namanas slipped the net, and he's somehow crept his way through CT. AW finds one. Lots of damage dealt to the second. Right now, AW is essentially the lone B defender. So much damage dealt. Look at the health of Brute Monster. Look at the health of all the remaining Zero Tenacity players. This is the chance. Amcal have to take it. They've got 2 HE grenades. One towards Dark will kill 2. And here it comes. 2 kills. Clash with a double. They know exactly where Brute Monster is. Peeks into Clash, who triples up. And Amcal find 12 finally. AW, he's only got 4 kills this game. Look at the damage he dealt. 308 damage. That's what I mean. What a hold it was from him. So much damage inflicted, but just didn't really get to fully see the reward himself. But certainly allowed Kalash to come in and get an easy double with this nade. Look at that. Really important stuff, and finally Amcal find map and series points. Taking a good old time, taking 6 rounds to do so. Zero Tenacity, no second chances now. Sort of put yourself in this spot by having such a poor first half. Need to very much rectify those wrongs. Round number 21. Can Zero Tenacity keep this streak going? Can they keep the belief? Or are they eventually going to run out of steam? Again, back to this 2-man ace setup with Dark Frost towards short. Kalash finds the first. Kalash doubles down. And Dark Frost posted up. Namana's taking space towards long. Svede doesn't need to spot it. Phoenix is rotated in as well. Kalash with his 3rd of the round. It's all on Brute Monster. 7 kills so far. Make it 8, but there's a lot more needed. We'll be able to find some of the trades inevitable though, as Dark Frost USP does the job. And finds the kill and finds Amcal Inferno after a decent amount of time. But finally, they've been able to bring things over the line and being able to secure themselves out of Group C through this winners match. But it certainly was a hard-fought victory at the end. I mean, it looked pretty smooth sailings for them most of the time, but they just could not seemingly find those final 2 rounds. Eventually, though, and I think deservedly, Amcal were able to get it over the line. Had a great Dust 2. Not a great Anubis, but they had a great Inferno for sort of 90% of that map. It was just sort of when they did hit 11, they had a bit of a roadblock alongside it. Zero Tenacity, yeah, I mean, look, there was a lot of really underwhelming sort of things in that game. They had a nice Anubis, that was positive. They had a nice start to their T side, I suppose, on Inferno, but when your CT side, the side that you picked, was so poor, you just can't expect to win a series like this. But we are pretty much on schedule. So we are going to be jumping into a short break before we do get into our second or our final match of the day, which is the Group D's winners match between TNL and FAVBET. So we're going to be jumping into a short break before we jump into that one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final best of 3 of today. Ash, Marix, Jackie, and Tension. It's sort of been a little while since I've seen this guys as well, but I think from what I've seen from FAVBET, they've been very up and down. They've been a little iffy here or there with results, but they certainly can be a team that can upset quite a few separate rosters. I do think this team's been together for quite a while. I don't think they've necessarily achieved what they wanted to do. I think in terms of rankings, they're sitting 103rd in the Valve rankings, 114th in the HLTV. And I do think FAVBET are just this team that there's so much more I want for them, because I think they've got some really, really good pieces. I don't think it necessarily shows on the server, though, and I think that's one of the biggest issues that I do have with this side. The fact that every time I watch them, I feel like I see one of these players. I see Marix go crazy. I see Jackie look like an absolute monster, but it just feels like it never is translating into enough wins on the server for me. And I think that's one thing that I don't know necessarily what the solution is, because, look, this team's been together for almost a year. And when you're sitting at 103rd in the Valve rankings, it's going to be really difficult to get qualifications to so many different events. And I think we do need to see more. So I don't know if there is going to be something on the horizon, any sort of changes. I don't know if that's been spoken about, maybe sort of during the player break a few months ago. We'll have to wait and see. But like I said, it's been a little while since I've actually got to see either of these teams. So it's going to be a bit of a refresher course for me in terms of, I think maybe what I'm going to actually get to witness today. We're going to be jumping into the vetoes now to have a little bit of a look at what we're seeing from both of these teams, what maps potentially we're going to be seeing things on. We're seeing the Ancient, Anubis, and Nukes as our main three. Ancient is by far a no-brainer for TNL. This is a map that they have looked unbeatable on. Statistically, 92% win rate. 92% win rate in the last 3 months. And the only map that they did lose was a couple of months ago, and they lost it 16-14. This team realistically could be 100% win rate on it. I think Ancient's a really tough map that FAVBET are going to have to show us what they can do. And I don't think they're going to find an easy time of things before we are moving on to Anubis and then finally Nuke. I think FAVBET have that work cut out for them. I think Anubis isn't a horrendous map for TNL, and it certainly is something that they can do a lot of damage on. But I think this one right here, Ancient, is going to be one of the toughest ones for FAVBET to try to show us any sort of response on. But jumping straight into things on the pistol round, FAVBET starting on that CT side, TNL on the T. We'll get to see if TNL's successes and that 92% win rate, if they can continue it here. Fighting early in Donut. Leafy does find Smash, but Marix is there for the trade. Keep things in this 4-on-4. The bomb does get planted, and TNL now looking to fight their way into Donut to deny the CTs taking too much control. Jackie's double makes things very difficult now for TNL. Let's be fired everywhere. There is no defuse kit on FAVBET. Smoke being dropped on the bomb, and it might need to be this full 10-second stick, but Leafy finding another kill. The Blade swinging in the smoke, not finding. They've got to realize soon enough he's not on it, but still Leafy in the smoke with the Blade. Does find, and there's no time for the round victory. As Marix, he finds the kill. He should go down to the bomb, and TNL do win this chaotic opener to this pistol. And an instant pause. Take a bit of technical. Yep, Onic left the server there. So an instant tech after winning the pistol, but TNL. Exactly how they would have wanted to start things off on their map pick. But I mean, I'm just genuinely curious in terms of... I do think, just in terms of the statistics, in terms of the results that we've seen from TNL recently, I do think this could be a very tough one for FAVBET. I'm just curious, how many rounds will they be able to show us on Ancient? How much will they be able to find? Because I am expecting map number 1 to go the way of TNL. I'll be super impressed if it doesn't. I'm curious how much competition can we really see? Can we really see from FAVBET before we move on to map number 2? Because I hope it's not going to be a blowout. I hope it is a bit of a competitive one. But back into the action now. Everyone's reloaded. Everyone's back underway. They realise how close the raw round is. They want to press the issue, but Nefi again. Great start to this map for him. 2 kills there. It looks like the trade should have at least come through, but he denies any possibility of that. Now FAVBET there, forced by being disadvantaged. TNL, yeah, TNL, they don't really need to do a huge amount and just wait. And that's exactly what they've done. Eventually, FAVBET are likely going to push into you. They're the ones in a tough spot. They want to win this round. They've actively got to go searching. Bomb will get planted, and this should secure the second round for the T side. A couple of SMGs have been saved. Make that a Galil now. And when you consider these final 2 players also have 5.7s, I believe, you can honestly get out a reasonably competitive buy for what will, in the next round, just be an eco. The Niffy on the pistol round with 4 kills, a couple of kills here. Certainly been the start that you want if you're an individual. I think both of these CTs look like they're going to be able to keep hold of these weapons. Well, I say that. Borax has a different idea. Dome in one of them. So it is just Bondic who can drop over that 5.7. Because yeah, that would have been a pretty competitive buy, to be honest. A Galil, an MP9, a couple of 5.7s. Maybe the final player might have even been interested enough to invest in something themselves. Not to be, though. But all eyes on Bondic to see how much work he can do. One-for-one trades in Bondic. Jack, you're actually doing so much work. Keep you hit your Jackie finding 2. Bondic spamming with a Galil, finds another, and it gets brought down to Borax in the 1 versus 2. Spams away and deals damage to Bondic, but not enough to find the kill. Tension jiggling here in Cave. Spotting out, but no kills found. There's 2 Molotovs on the CT, so they can delay even longer, but somehow this is going to be the round that looks like it's going to go the way of FAVBET. Lyrax. The issue is it's such a good setup that FAVBET are playing. Tension does get found, Bondic swings off of it, and that's the issue. The setup there is such an awkward position for Florex to sort of snap back to. I mean, actually, he does have time to do so, just not aware of where Bondic's position might be. Significantly weaker now for TNL than it was, and weapons in play, AWP in Tension's hand. One thing that I am quite happy to see about Tension is that in terms of at least recent months, his sort of rating's gone up quite a bit. He was a player that on FAVBET always struggled individually a little bit. Never really looked like he quite found his footing. Looked a little bit out of place at times, but it's good seeing that he is clearly stepping up to a much higher degree, and I think a degree that FAVBET needed to be able to progress through. So find his first kill in this round with that AWP. Corey takes him down though, but finds himself in a 1 versus 4 with 1 minute remaining. The CTs encroaching on this position that he hides in A main. I don't think there's any safe exit for him to go. Let's actually find one in Bondic. Still 3 more to find, 30 seconds on the clock. And this is going to be the toughest setup to break. Smash and Marix both together. Bomb does actually get retrieved. Smash does get found. Marix needs to be careful as Dory backs away towards A. It's Jackie posted up though. He's swapped to the AWP. Has been spotted out. Oh, what a fight that could have been. Doesn't work out like that for Dory though, but he does certainly damage the economy a decent bit. 1 in 3 kills by himself. And that's the issue. I think maybe if Jackie spotted the jump, he might have gone for a shot there. Maybe Dory just not realizing that he's wielding the AWP. Simple round there for FAVBET, as it was just a weaker investment from TNL, who called a tactical pause before things get out of hand. The map that they're strong at, but it's not exactly being shown to the greatest degree just yet. So certainly need to try to mix things up slightly, because the start of this game looked great with the pistol in the second round, but losing to the weaker buy of FAVBET really seemingly propelled the CTs forward to get 3 rounds on the bounce. But with the weapons back out for the Ts, this is time for them to show us what they can do. Middle fully blinded. The trade comes through as always seemingly blinded himself. Otherwise, I don't really know why he'd back away. But a 4-on-4 with the teams looking a little worse for wear in terms of damage taken as well as utility. And if he's gaining this intel on Bondic, I might look to try to press the issue. Take this space into cave. Is now eventually doing that. Bondic in the Molotov forced forward. And if he's forcing out, but Bondic still comes out on top of the gunfight. And somehow Flyrex as well goes down. Bondic forcing that corner, 40 HP, finds both players without taking another point of damage. Tensions up, strikes onto Onyx, and Dory, the player chipped away at earlier, is now the only one remaining in this 1 versus 4. Peeks into the AWP attention. A nice easy kill. Great doubling K from Bondic. You see the Molotov land there, you sort of hope maybe might be maybe a little bit closer to be able to maybe look to capitalize or punish Bondic as he looked to retreat back into cave, but yeah, not the case. Allows Bondic to get into a bit of an advanced position and then take him down. Just a partial investment now for the Ts. Deagles and armor, a couple of Tech 9s. He's looked to push into Donut, but Marix has a great idea of it. Perfect smoke spot. Allows him to play around it perfectly in the smoke, dodging the bullets. Not far off finding Kenny. He has retrieved himself an M4. In fact, Marek didn't even find those players. Was smashed and found them all. One trade is on it, does take down Jackie, but it's kind of just going to be about damage in these rounds. Mondig was always there for the trade. The chance of Onyx finding both of them was slim. But 3 kills found, I suppose. It's a half buy. It's an okay outcome. TNL are looking and watching as FAVBET continue to make this streak happen on their map selection. This is 5 rounds in a row right now from FAVBET. A map that I kind of sort of counted them out pretty early. So they are certainly showing a decent level right now. Got a couple of early kills. The aggression comes through from FAVBET unwarranted. And they do get dispatched quickly. Haven't really seen FAVBET play from this disadvantaged position before. Jackie looks like he might want to get aggressive towards the B ramp. So far, just jiggling. Just getting any early information that comes his way. As you can see, all the space that's been taken. There's been a lot of presence made towards B. The info's been gained, though, that A is open for the taking. Rotate in, lads.
Bomb has been planted.
And a pretty simple end to the round, really. Just a lurk out towards A, the information gained. FAVBET making a big gamble. Always going to be rough. Always going to be a challenge to see if TNL even push into that stack, but not the case. FAVBET desperately trying to keep hold of these weapons, and so far so good, but information on where both these players are has been spotted, and Onyx finds both of them, in fact. Few too many whiffed bullets from Bondic. Take this streak. It is interesting considering how good TNL's win rate is on Ancient. It is the T side that they prefer statistically on paper quite a bit. The chances are, though, that that is due to them picking it a lot and then ended up just happening to start on the T side. And maybe if they win a game dominantly, they don't get to have a huge amount of a CT side to play. Maybe you only need to win a couple of rounds. Lyrax actually able to find one there. Repeaks into Tension's orb and does get the tag. Tension wants to take this fight. It's too quick for Lyrax. As the quick shot of Tension gives him that platform to find the advantage. But it is an undefended A bomb site. Bomb can be planted here without any real issues, but it is still going to be a tough spot for TNL to find themselves in. The spam through the smoke does a little bit of chip damage onto Marex. And if he's actually the one to find the kill, he puts it in. It's the AWP of Tension, but Doorway peeks into it and still finds it. TNL disadvantaged. Make it work. They look to fight. They don't want to play passively and allow FAVBET to be the ones to dictate the tempo of the post plant. They're the ones to take it instead. Smash can at least save this AWP for his fallen teammate. I mean, this is a great find. But that was really the moment where I felt like that round is FAVBET guaranteed. Seemingly not, though. Blinded off the angle as TNL now look to explode out onto middle and take this space. You can see it's all on tension here. Any chance of a FAVBET victory is going to be on their AWPers' shoulders. But it's always a bit of a tough spot to find yourself in because you know you have this open armor. You want to be the difference maker, but you also don't really want to commit enough where you're necessarily throwing your life away. Or where you take a fight that's too risky, because you also, in the back of your mind, think, chance of winning this round is pretty slim. Maybe I'll look just to save this open today. It is a undefended B bomb site. I believe it is Jackie that is around, but just behind the smokes. And it will be a leveled up game, TNL. 3 rounds in a row. And the remaining CT's just keeping these weapons alive. There's no need to even give kill reward to your opponents. Smash may as well bring the armor into the next round. A couple of rounds remaining in the half, though. Still, I think FAVBET have impressed me to be able to keep things this interesting. FAVBET have been on a bit of a tough time of things on Ancient. Lost 7 out of their last 9 games on it. But they have historically had a pretty weak CT side. So the fact that they're able to keep things as competitive as it is on their CT side, I think that's a decent look at things. And they're very advantaged in this one. Lyrax, a random hot shot through the smoke, hoping something connects. Goes for the wall bang with the AWP, threads the needle between the two players, and all the weight is going to be put on Kearney. Just hoping that someone on FAVBET makes a mistake and gives something up. Molotov rain down, and in fact, it actually chips away at Marix. Made does even more damage to him. Don't forget, you've still got Bonding and Tension who have been weakened and softened up, and there's another player falling, but Smash does connect. All on the low HP. Flyrax, whose Tension again gets the best of. And FAVBET confirm at least an even halftime scoreline. They could look to push on 4-7 though. Money's in a good spot for TNL. So sadly, FAVBET won't get the luxury of resetting them. The early kill. Smash and Marix combined for a triple in middle. Marix a bit lucky there with 2 players lining up so perfectly, but still manages it well. And Niffy out towards B. He's trying to desperately see if he can maybe catch Tom in the back line to be able to find an avenue into this round, but Bondik's got the better of him. Onic in the 1 versus 5, spotted out towards the B ramp. And still the info has been gained. He's still getting softened up ever so slightly. 1 minute on the clock. Seems like he's going to play it slow and hope that someone gives him something. As you can see, there's no real need. Maybe someone will start guessing, start having a look towards A just in case. Because technically can slip the net from the player in middle, but the chance of that is very slim. Nothing found. Onic makes his position known again. 4 players towards B. Flashbang comes down. Bondik swings. And FAVBET find 7. I think they'll probably take that going into this. Like I said, CT side is something that FAVBET have struggled with most of the time when they played Ancient. Sort of averaging just 43.7% win rate whilst they're on this CT side. Significantly better on their T side. Almost 15% more. So you'd certainly look at them in a pretty good spot for this one right now. And I'm happy to see this. I think I wanted this game to be competitive. FAVBET seemingly have done one better, and they really came on to Ancient with a good chance to win it. Yeah, I think maybe this is a sort of a level of heat that TNL weren't expecting FAVBET to be able to bring on this occasion. I mean, with Anubis up next, we've certainly got a lot of interest and intrigue in this best of 3 left waiting. But second half starts. FAVBET, of course, now on the T side. Pissed around. Would really extend their lead, but obviously if TNL win it, straight back in things. Ooh, some aggression here down the ramp. All Bretters get taken down by Smash. Onic though with double the USP. Combine to shut down this B defense despite Smash finding the opening kill. Very quickly, a quick flurry of kills come through. And everyone just so hyper-focused on one of the 2 players' positions, just allowing the other to clean up. Eco from FAVBET, they want to get the weapons back out as soon as possible. No funny business with these Force buys. Seen plenty of Force buys today, especially in that first series. Oh, the ace could be on the card. The bomb attempt tries to come through, and the ace does come through. The Jewelies and the extra ammo in that weapon certainly helping things out a bit there. Putting Ken straight to the top of the leaderboard there. You can see literally just the couple of kills found of the M4, the Jewelies that finish off the rest. But leveled up here again. TNL not letting FAVBET run away with things and keeping things as close as they physically can get. Smoke thrown out. Smash is going to be clearing this silently. How on earth is Bonnie found 2? He is by himself, looking into the wall, finds 2, pushes through. Great reposition from him to find the 3rd. Madness from Onic there. Yeah, have to say, got to do better to take down Onyx there.
Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, look at that. But he was looking into the wall. It was actually just a step through the smoke. They didn't want to shift it, which, you know, you understand, but you're clearing that corner. Both players are glued to that specific angle. If that is the case, surely you should be able to go on and take him down, or at least be more ready for that. Apparently not, though. The MP9 finds 2 and basically individually wins TNL their 8th. Half buyout from FAVBET, as the second half is not kicked off exactly the way that they would have wanted things to. TNL now being able to take the lead and reclaim their lead after quite a while of FAVBET lead in this one. Somehow the Tech 9s are keeping this one competitive. Marek with a nice find there. Onto Flyrax, will get this bomb down. Player already in cave and Marek's not ready for that one. Bondik on a long flank around. Don't think it will take too long before the CTs start to realise what's going on here. And already posted up in the angle. Bondik does get taken down. I mean, for a half buy, they've certainly made things interesting. They got a bomb plant. They gave themselves a slight chance, but we just slip in the net there, and Marek's not realizing he could already be in cave. I mean, that's the thing. You got Bondik basically posted up, so you think, okay, there's no chance really. Out again for FAVBET, though. They've done a lot of hard work this game to bring themselves just 7 rounds. This feels like a pretty pivotal one, though. They lose this round, there's a good chance TNL can go on to find 11. And at that point, they're so close to finding 13 that all the work from FAVBET feels like it might have just fallen away. But it does get taken down. He's got so much more to do. Somehow gets a second before falling to smash. The advantage is secured. Arnie's got this information. Flyrax is very aggressive with this ult. And Jackie and Smash take down the final 2 players. A good looking round for TNL, but a round that they weren't able to find. Advantage pretty much all the way throughout that round. Got the heroics on the back of the bomb site from Knifey, but look how aggressive Flyrax is. I think just with the AWP, when you've got no support with you at all, it's quite a risk. I mean, but you understand, if you get the kill, we're all praising him as a hero, but yeah, it's quite a risky play to make. Choosing the right moment, has fired off a bullet. 2 players looking to push through the smoke. This is really dicey for Onyx. So many angles, it's all about timing. Does get the worst of him as Bondik takes him down.
Bomb has been planted.
Boy just hangs the flash. Does get punished. Tension. 1 missed shot, that's all you're going to have. As the flank has come through. Flyrax a little bit out of this one so far. Both the keepers elude. The careless angle. And Flyer actually just so out of the round. Didn't really have any sort of response he could make. FAVBET level up the game again, 9-8.
Terrorists win.
And so I think we've seen a decent amount of rounds now. We've seen 18 rounds of play. I don't really think we're any closer to determining who's actually going to be able to take this one. I think what we're seeing from TNL right now on Ancient, I don't think this exactly screams their sort of 98% win rate or 92% win rate on this map just yet. But a lot of their games on Ancient do come very close. They always just seemingly manage to scrape it over the line. Might be the same thing we see here. Onyx. The Eagle towards Cave, searching, getting a lot of info, but not shying away from, I wanted to say this fight, but the Molotovs certainly have forced him into a bit of a precarious situation as Jackie gets the opening kill thanks to all the utility and the abundance of Molotovs. The only player that really needs to be dodged here is Flyrax. With the smokes down, with the kills on the bomb site found, it looks like that should be a simple job. And Flyrax again, just gotta keep hold of this up. FAVBET hit double digits first. Back and forth games, both teams going on sort of a bit of a streak themselves, one after another. As the bomb explodes, that will confirm it, double digits. Gonna be starting to grow now from FAVBET. Not to a huge degree, but certainly one that will give them a bit of a buffer in these rounds to come. TNL final tactical pause used. Haven't seen a single one from FAVBET yet. Suppose they're confident in what they've got, in the game plan that they come into it with. And I mean, look, so far they're in the lead just about. So if it works, it works. Getting aggressive, wanted to find something with the sort of early doors. I think he spots out. I see there, but isn't able to actually connect anything onto him. The B lanes being fought early from TNL, but see the early kill come through, and Onyx, rather than getting aggressive himself, just sort of concedes it up. I like that. You've got the opening kill. There's no need to look for anything further. Risk losing it. Risk giving it back even. FAVBET silently making their way towards A. Lifted through middle as well. It's a pretty good call as it stands, but TNL starting to get an idea of this. Onyx peeking towards mid, but might regret doing so. Jackie quick and clean with a rifle. And Tension posted up with the AWP, finds doors. He looks to get aggressive. Tension does get caught out. Too many angles. People fighting towards middle. Gets found by Jackie. The flashback is excellent. And the bomb will get planted. Nifty a little bit out of it, waiting for the flames of the Molotov. And Flyrax's position's made known as well as he goes for the long rotation around. Bomb half ticked. Someone's got to get on the bomb soon. FAVBET does come through. Smash takes down Knifey, and Flyrax, he already knows the round's done. Should be able to keep this AWP alive at least. FAVBET not looking to punish too heavily for that, but that is 11 on the board now. And there can't exactly be a huge amount of investment around this AWP. In fact, I think they probably could take the risk and go for the full buy if they wanted. I mean, they'd probably have a couple of weaker weapons, but they certainly could buy if they wanted to. And yeah, that looks like what we're seeing. First tactical board being used here from FAVBET. Maybe they're aware that a purchase, an investment has come through from TNL. If they're thinking that, they certainly are right. See, it's 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and of course that saved AWP. Round number 21. Being kicked off with what looks like some big mid-aggression from the CT side. Early kill goes away, the CTs as well, through the smoke, blinded. All we combine it, find Smash. Tactical balls that FAVBET used, TNL can use just as much, and clearly a good read into what FAVBET wanted to do. Good setup outside of B, and the issue is it's just Marek lonesome. Does find one, gets intel of the second, actually somehow able to keep himself alive. Probably as good an outcome as Marek can expect. Makes it a little bit easier now as it's a 4-on-3, but certainly Tension and Bondik need to do a lot of work now. They can look to clear out these B lanes, force the CTs back, or take them down. Maybe swap the AWP with Marek's and got a decent chance, but the question is how many here. Bondik swings across, instant kill, Tension onto Onyx as well. That looked rapid from him. I don't know if he got it just as he turned. There's an advantage now for FAVBET, and Marek wants to push forward. Molotov's got to do great to delay. Marek could have actually swung there. Story trap the nade. Takes down Marek, so it's a 2-on-2. Flyrax in the flank, takes down Bondik, all on the AWP of Tension. Finds the first. Knows where Flyrax was. Swaps to the tech. Flashbang. Flyrax has to push into Tension. It's all a bit of a mind game here. Tension's Tech 9 comes out on top and the 5-on-3 works. FAVBET pull it off and find a map point on their opponent's map pick. Huge round from Tension. I wish we got to see that shot he hit onto Onyx. It looked like he sort of 180 turned to get the flick. Gives up his position. It's been made known what could be the final round of this game here. The CTs have to dig their heels in and try to deny this one falling away, but it certainly does look like it could have that outcome. Even more so now, Tension finding one. The swing from Smash doesn't need to come through as Onyx peeks into him. All versus two. FAVBET surely have this game in their hands. Fire Axe is going to cost him his life. Bondic secures the final kill, and FAVBET 13-9 on their opponent's map pick. This is their opponent's map pick, who also have a 92% win rate on this map. This isn't a brilliant map as of late for FAVBET, but certainly good enough to win it in this one. And an important game for them, an important result to take. Moving on to their map selection now, it's going to be obviously their map choice of Anubis. I thought potentially they might have looked to pick Nuke in these vetoes. They've opted to go for Anubis instead. Nuke is like the decider if we do get there. But I think FAVBET surely have to be feeling pretty damn confident about this one now. I sort of said I counted out FAVBET a little bit. I've been a big fan of the team since it sort of was formed, but I never felt like the results exactly showed what this team was capable of. Maybe this could be the start of things. Maybe this could be the turnaround. It's not an easy matchup playing up against TNL. In terms of sort of the Valve rankings, there's a big disparity between these two teams. But FAVBET, they've certainly found themselves in a pretty damn good spot now. Let's see if they can really propel themselves forward and take this series and advance through Group D's winners match and really put themselves one step closer to that Swiss stage here at the CCT. But before we find out about Anubis, we're going to be jumping into a short break, so don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are in the midst of this best of 3 between TNL and FAVBET. FAVBET massively surprised me. Map number 1, taking Ancient in that 13-9 fashion. TNL's map selection. I said I haven't got to watch these two teams in a little bit. I haven't got to cast them in a little bit. And the fact that TNL, this is their strongest map on paper. This is one of the maps that, yeah, they're beating seemingly everyone on. The fact that somehow we ended up getting to see FAVBET pretty comfortably win that game. Sure, it was pretty close at times, but FAVBET at the end of the day, they took things over the line. It felt like they played better. It felt like they deserved the win. And individually, there was a lot of big players, a lot of players who stepped up. Smash, Tension, Jackie, Bondic, all of them pretty close in kills. Marek's not far behind. It felt like a real team performance from FAVBET. And that's the one thing I think they really desperately needed in this matchup, was to be able to show everyone together, show that they can stand as a team. And I think that's one thing that they've always sort of lacked at times. It felt like when I was watching FAVBET a couple of months ago, even last year, you might have a sort of Smash and Jackie stepping up, and then you've got Tension and Marek's going missing, or vice versa. But yeah, not here. Real team performance in map number 1. And now we're going to be moving on to Anubis, which is, of course, FAVBET's map selection. They've got a 53% win rate on it in the last 3 months. It's not great, but it feels like it kind of symbolizes where FAVBET are recently as a team. They're a bit up and down in terms of results. They're never always a side that are exactly stable, I suppose you can say, in terms of the rankings. They always have a lot of movement. They can seemingly beat any team on any day and then lose to any team on any day. But hopefully for them, this is going to be one that they can look to push forward and actually try to take something on. This is obviously, for anyone just joining us, this is the Group D winners match. Both teams already played a game in Group D. We saw TNL take down Delta to secure a spot here, and FAVBET also secure a 2-0 victory over Sabri as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, this is an important game for both teams. It just puts you that one spot closer to the Swiss stage. So it's a really necessary outcome, and I think FAVBET, from what we saw in map number 1, I'm starting to probably lean towards them slightly. I always thought this was going to be a competitive one between these two teams, but I think I probably gave a little bit more favouring towards TNL. Now, after seeing map number 1, I don't know if I'd necessarily say that as much. I think there's certainly the chances, but this is FAVBET's opportunity. They've just got to make sure they can go on to take it, because I don't think they're going to have a better chance in this series than they have right now. I do think Nuke is a good map for them as well if we do end up getting to that third and final map. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't actually pick it. Maybe it is just due to the fact that they sort of played half the games as Nuke as they have on Anubis, or at least in the last 3 months. Maybe it's just they find themselves more comfortable on Anubis, regardless of what the sort of stats say. But Nuke definitely felt like a pretty good map for FAVBET to choose. It's certainly a decent map for TNL as well, but it's sort of a similar storyline. Anubis is okay for FAVBET. It's not great for TNL, but it's not a huge disparity between both teams. But before we do jump into Anubis, we're going to jump into a short break beforehand, before we get into the action of the second map of this series. So don't go anywhere. Or apparently we're not jumping into a break. We'll just completely ignore that and have a little bit of a deeper dive into sort of what would we expect from these two teams on map number 2 then. I think the thing that scares me a little bit about TNL now, the fact that they did lose map number 1, is their recent results on Anubis haven't been great. They're on a 3-game loss streak. They're losing to some solid teams, but teams that I feel like TNL in their current form probably should be able to sort of overcome and take over. And they've lost in a pretty one-sided fashion, to be honest. And I think when you look at the side of FAVBET as well, in terms of how they've played, sure, their results on Anubis are up and down. They're not the greatest, but they are at least getting some wins here or there. They are at least getting some things over the line. It's just not exactly as consistent as I want FAVBET to be. But like I said before, I feel like that's a bit more emphasis in terms of where FAVBET as a team are, rather than exactly where their Anubis is in general. They've got some great results against some pretty good teams. but then you see them get absolutely washed by another side, and it doesn't exactly feel like it's the greatest of results for them. But before we do jump into the game, let's have a quick look at today's matches actually, and see. Oh, actually, I think we are starting the game now, perhaps. Waiting for a bit more info. Yeah, we're starting the game right now, actually. Anubis is going to be underway as we are jumping into map 2 of this series. FAVBET starting on that CT side, TNL on the T. And pissed around, kicking things off. Info gained early from tension towards B main, but it is just a bit of a split of default right now from TNL. They are certainly lining up towards A, but still got Niffy outside B, just giving that presence. What a find from Flyrax on Jackie. Jiggled quite wide and got absolutely domed, but Smash and Bondic combining for a couple of kills. And not allowing this one to get out of control. Does find the kill here. Onto B. Tension as well. Tension combines for another 2 kills in a round from Tension, and a real team performance there from FAVBET to pick up the pieces after Jackie got deleted. Oh, what a find that was. I think that was Flyrax. Yeah, Flyrax towards A main, just absolutely doming him as he sort of absolutely Ferrari peeked into him. It's going to be that 4th spot from TNL. They've invested in a lot of techs. Got the 1 Mac 10 onto Flyrax as well. This is a risky call, I think. I think for a map that is quite T-sided, you don't really want to necessarily give your opponents too much of liberty on the CT side. And I think if you lose this round, you're basically offering up FAVBET 3 rounds pretty easily, all off the back of the pistol. And I think that's certainly not a spot you want to find yourself in, but yeah, and Jackie close towards middle will at least find one. It's another SMG now that the keys can wield. MP5 in hands of Tension. No bullets dealt early. Smash getting overwhelmed on the bomb site. Needs support. Tension does eventually come in with this MP5. They get a 2nd kill of the round. Will swing on out. The pistol in the hands. Okay, but Tension deals with it. The MP5, not a weapon you exactly see all too much. But I'm down for it. Why not? And this is what I mean. Look, we are still having an investment. Oh, Flyrax survives the flames. So close to taking down Jackie, who would have been the first player to fall on FAVBET every single round so far. He's getting a little bit caught out. I think Jackie needs to be careful. But Flyrax almost taking him down, bringing him down to 1 point of health. Surprised we haven't seen that M4 be swapped across. Have someone else wield that just in case. I mean, sure, you're only up against pistols, most of them unarmored, but always do get a little bit cautious, a little bit careful just in case. But likely going to see these T's just push through this smoke. This could really punish Bondic, and it does in front of the smoke. Only able to find one. Doorway able to pick up the M4. Marek whiffs his lines. And this is what I mean. Jackie now 1 HP still with this M4. Spamming through. There's armor on 10. Sorry, on just Doorway, sorry. Armor just on him. Only player with it, but he is the one with the M4, the superior weapon. There's a real chance for TNL in this round. And I do think it's just really advanced positioning from FAVBET for no real reason. They've got to take down the player in E-Box as quick as possible. And seemingly can't do so. Smash does find him. The bomb needs to be stuck. The spam's come through. The M4's not being utilized, just the Deagle, in fact. And Dory does go down. FAVBET win the round, but it's a nail biter. This is what I mean. It's a bit risky now. I'm surprised Marek isn't sort of glued to that smoke. I don't know if maybe he just repositioned elsewhere. And Bondi just got a little bit timed. It's a very dangerous position to be in once you know you're up against pistols. Being behind the smoke, which it's not really uncommon to see teams look to swarm out of that and try to overwhelm a bomb site with these weaker weapons. But tension's on the AWP. Big green in hand. Sadly for Flyrax, he doesn't have that luxury in this one. He might actually have the luxury with that retrieve. Sonic absolutely shuts him down through the smoke. See Jackie falling as well early again. It's been a pretty poor start from Jackie, if I'm being honest. Hopefully it will be something for his sake he can turn around, because, yeah, it's looking very rough from his POV. Yeah, out towards the A-bomb site. Mid's being taken from the CTs, and I think the fact that no one's really holding towards A2 extensively. I was going to say maybe this is a save, but the kill that Marek just found might spur them on.
Bomb has been planted.
Looking at where Bondik's positioned, where the rest of the CTs are, I don't think there's I don't really think that's going to be really the outcome we're seeing. They're not going to go for this one. They are going to keep these weapons alive. Still got money. We'll definitely need to save these weapons to be able to buy again, though. The first round on the board for the T's. And I think Marek's is going to think, sorry, Tension is going to think better than holding that angle through the smoke. As Onyx certainly knows his angles.
Terrorists win.
And look at that, just both players going down for the smoke. I mean, that's what I mean. Jack's had a tough time at things. Pistol round. He gets sort of swung on at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Gets instantly found. Second round, bunch of Tech-9s charge him in middle. Able to find one. Round after that, caught out in mid, brought down to 1 HP. Can't do anything the rest of the round. And fourth round just gets found through the smoke. So yeah, it's definitely been a rough start from him. Attention, of course, on this saved AWP. Holding close to a main. We saw Lyrax's peak not long ago and how quick that was, so Tension might have to be pretty quick himself. Nice HE grenade there dunked out. Whittling a couple of these players down, just softening them up, but there's a lot of T's out here towards A. Smash and Tension, a lot of work to do. You can very easily see your AWP get overwhelmed if this is a full hit. Double need comes down, but Tension, he's able to outlive it all, and it is the rotation back towards B. TNL. Dunks out at A, he does so much damage, but no one's really getting converted until Jackie rotates in. Finishing off the softened up players and does a lot of damage to Cairn as well. Gives up a lot of space towards Temple, though. This does mean we could see Tension get overwhelmed, but he's got the awareness to find Flyrax. And it's on the softened up rifler, 27 points of health and a 1 versus 3. He peeks in, knowing he's got to find something, but it's always going to be a tough one to find when two players are glued to your angle, playing at different elevations as well. FAVBET will win the round to deny TNL stringing anything together.
Counter-terrorists win.
Tactical pause. Nice and early. TNL, I mean, this is what I like. We saw it on Ancient as well from them, really. more than happy to use all of their tactical pauses, more than happy to use them early. Tons of teams, FAVBET are one of them, that I see a lot of the time just sort of neglecting their pauses quite a bit. I still remember watching a game with FAVBET on Anubis, actually. It was sort of reasonably recent when it was in the map pool, maybe about 3 months after it was in the pool. And I think FAVBET were losing it something like 11-0. Almost getting 13-0'd, and they didn't call a single tactical pause. And I think they lost it like 13-1. I think they denied getting 13-0'd, but it was pretty much as bad as it gets, and they just did not use the tactical pause. I was like, you're getting absolutely hammered here. Surely have a bit of time to discuss. But there's a lot of experienced players on the team. Maybe just sort of happy to have what you've got in the game. Just go with your gut feeling. Again, we see that HE grenade thrown from FAVBET, chipping a couple of these players down. But not a lot of controls being taken from the teams. Have had a little bit of a look towards A main, but you can see they're still forced back from there. Starting to take middle now, though. Very silently creeping their way in. Temple being smoked off. Smash. Obviously, a lot of players rotate through camera. Positioning is good. It's just like one. Just don't put it through the smoke. But Jackie with a double intention on the AWP as well. Pushes through the smoke in middle to find Boy. And again, another really challenging clutch hit. Again. Kenny just has to back away. 15 seconds on the clock. I mean, that I love the look of that execute actually from TNL. I don't think the idea or the call was wrong. You see how quietly they creep out into mid. Smoke down towards Temple. Quick as lightning out towards A. No sort of waiting around at all to see if anything comes. They're instantly onto that A-bomb site. Smash's position was great, but they eventually find him. But you see Smash, just being one player towards Pillar, takes away everyone's attention, apparently. Allows Jackie just to rotate in and find 2 players not looking at him. Same with Tension. We need some players clearing out other angles. You can't all be staring at Smash, and I think that's the issue. The call was great. Maybe the pathing was a little bit wrong. Maybe the sort of goal of what these players are doing wasn't as sort of concise as it could have been. But it's a 5-1 start from FAVBET and TNL. I mentioned they like to use their tactical pauses. A second one already. Great start for the team on the CT side. And it's the half buy from the T's. No bomb plant. Means no real full investment, but you can still certainly win a round off of this. A couple of Galils, few techs. I think we just need to see TNL maybe look to take a little bit more initiative somewhere. Tension going for the peak with the AWP into canals, but not spotting Monica and Doorway creeping their way up. Tension finds the opening kill. He's a great game on Anubis so far as the techs start to emerge from E-box. Marek's tucked into dark. Flashback comes over. Just the 1 kill found from the AK. Tension finds his second. And just waiting for his team. I say waiting, taking this initiative, pushing out further himself. Tension finds third. Tension finds 4. What a beast he's been on Anubis. Every shot seemingly turns to gold. And this is what I was talking about. Tension sort of underwhelmed me when he first joined this roster. I think he had quite a long teething period. But I love that FAVBET sort of had faith in this guy because sort of recent results, recent form, he's been playing at a far better level, and I think a level that FAVBET knew he could achieve, and I think he's really starting to show that sort of as of late. And I think that's sort of him paying back the team for the patience. But yeah, he's looking great, and 10 times more confident than he was when I think he first joined the roster. He always looked like a really, really timid and passable, but not really wanting to take any sort of risks. But just around like that there, look, actively searching, finds a couple of kills already, doesn't want to stop. Ooh, might get caught out above this smoke here though. Knifey, seemingly good awareness and just spot attention, but not enough to take him down. These guys been quite a challenge here. And that does make you a little bit worried if the T side's the side that TNL are struggling on. Gotta think things are only gonna get harder on the CT, surely. Couple of spams through the smoke. Nothing quite connecting yet. Hit does come through now. Bondic spamming. Almost finding one, but Knifey in retaliation does take him down through the smoke to his advantage. TNL with the bomb down. No util on FAVBET whatsoever. Only a single flashbang on TNL to try to delay. I think this one could be looking like a save, even more so now as Flax finds Jackie on the flank. And the save is the call. Money's not in a great spot for FAVBET. And I think just try to keep your economy as strong as you can. Just the second round you've lost. You're on the CT side, you're on the weaker side. Sort of anything from here is a bonus. Round number 9 and money. It's certainly enough for FAVBET to get a buyout, but TNL, they've got a good opportunity here to maybe be able to reset FAVBET. I think if they sort of have one player save, they would probably go for a buy, but if they can sort of kill everyone, it'll probably only be a half buy at best. Tension getting found as the opening kill. He's been a player who found so many early picks himself, but this time gets punished, and Jackie dragged away through the smoke in mid, forced back, being kept at bay. So close to peeking out, and does do so. It's a big mistake, but so many players fighting towards mid, and you can see TNL not ready for the second two to also be there. Marix with a triple and a great chance now for FAVBET to turn this around from a 5-on-2 to a 2-on-2. It looks like they might be giving up the bomb entirely here. Marix drops out the Molotov. Flashbang as well in the face of Nifty. I like this, you've got Bondic fully rotating around. They're heading towards B. The call sadly is wrong. Oh, Marix! On for the ace and he finds! Instant kill of the knife. I think, oh, he's done enough there. He's giving Bondic a great chance, but he doubles down. And Marix doubles his kill in one round. From 5 to 10, what a round from him. Bondic by his side, just there as a bit of a contingency. But Marix does not need it. 7 rounds found, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for TNL. You're in a 5-on-2. Finally, like I said, you're at a chance to reset FAVBET. No, 5-on-2. No problem for Marix. A bit more speed here, up through E-Box. So he makes his presence known, but doesn't actually connect any bullets or find any kills for it. Felt like he really surprised FAVBET on speed there, but sadly just couldn't get the kill that really would have sealed the deal of that great early call. Instead, it smashed from the flank to find one. Always still an E-box here. Flashbang's come through and Marix continues his form from the last round. Onyx is just spotting glimpses of everyone, but nothing concrete. We'll finally be able to capitalize on the Jackie. They might actually be aware that Marix is here. They knew that 3 players were in the bomb site. Yeah, they know. And Marix does get taken down. Bondic able to rotate in, but there's an AWP of fly racks posted up.
Bomb has been planted.
Decent damage with the nade, but a 3-on-3 here. A lot of weight feels like it's on Smash's shoulders. Onyx takes down Bondic. Smash from E-box finds one. Had a chance to take down the second, but not able to do so. Tensions AWP can be taken down any second, but Flyrax will push through the smoke and find him. And TNL really turned that one around themselves. 5-on-3 there, disadvantaged. And you can see the difference. It was so heavily on Onyx. He found Jackie. Saw the second player cross just beforehand as well. And he knew that there was 3 there. He knew that there was a great chance that Marix was sort of sitting towards dark, and the one Molotov gave them such a good opportunity. Two rounds remaining of the half though. As it is the full eco from FAVBET. They were close to being reset a couple of times, but that was the round that finally did it. So 4 feels like a pretty comfortable prediction, at least, for TNL. As it all come down to the final round of the half, whether TNL can bring things a little bit closer with a 7-5 half, or maybe it'll be that 8-4 that feels like it'll be a bit more of a challenge for TNL to try to overcome. Lyrax misses one shot there, and Smash does take down the AWP. Flashbang comes over. If he's under a bit of pressure, his teammates still haven't arrived just yet. And the AWP can be saved. I think they could probably be an AWP purchased anyway. Yeah, they could have. A final round of the half here. FAVBET had a great CT side so far. Smoke tried to give Knifey a bit of an angle to play with, but Tension's the one to find the early kill with a peek from A main this time. I mean, FAVBET have done a great job to find these opening kills. I think that's one thing you can certainly give them a lot of credit for. Actually, I think it's pretty even. I think it's actually pretty even in terms of opening kills on both sides. It's a bit of a surprise considering, obviously, TNL don't have a huge amount of rounds in comparison, but lots of gunfights towards A main. Missed AWP shot there, allows Tension to live for a little bit longer. Flyax Gets taken down, misses his AWP shot. Tension keeps himself alive and can drop the smoke at his feet and switch to the AK. He's got the bomb here. And Onyx in a 1 versus 2. 29 seconds on the clock. Let's go for a bit of spam and hope. Oh, it's so close, but Tension puts it through. The info's being gained, but Tension again. No one can stop this man. 16 and 4. FAVBET are on fire, and a lot of it is thanks to him. I mean, look, this is... I mean, I don't think we'll see it in the replay, but the fact that Flyrax can't take him down there, you know, desperately needed that. Tension. Brilliant, brilliant rounds. We've had some great rounds from FAVBET here, really. Marix, the ace in that 2 versus 5. Tension, multiple heroics. Been a good game from FAVBET. They'll certainly be happy with that first half performance there before moving, of course, onto the second half. So onto that T side, the favoured side. And I mean, statistically, both teams follow that trend. We don't have any strange sort of stats from either side in terms of one of them prefers the CT. No, they both quite heavily favour the T side. And it does make me a little bit worried for TNL in terms of what that means if statistically they favour this T side by quite a bit. But I do have to say, can't always look in stats 100%. Can sometimes be a bit misleading, but I do think we've got to see this pistol round be a successful one for TNL here. I think if they aren't able to take that pistol, I think if they fail to convert that, I think they'll find themselves in a really, 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 really tough spot. And I just don't really know how we'll end up seeing them turn it around. But same thing goes, if they go on to win that pistol, they're certainly bringing the score on a little bit closer. They definitely do have a long journey ahead of them if they want to be able to turn things around on Anubis and bring us onto Nuke. But just a chance to win this series. I definitely think a lot of stock is in this pistol. I think most of the chance of TNL bringing this back come from this. So let's see if they can go on to take it. CT side now. For TNL, they've got Julies. An HE grenade and a flashbang. Everyone else having armor. There's FAVBET so far quite split. Looks like a little bit of a default in terms of what we're seeing. Engine's P250 connects in middle and gets the opening kill. Onyx looks to pick up the position of his fallen teammate. And will confirm. And mid is clear. This is some great info. Clears out canals but spots nothing. Knifey as well isn't getting anything. This could be a bit of misinformation making them think it's B. Knifey's very advanced here with these Julies. All about time, and he can find so much or so little. Mask goes down, the swings come through. Knifey able to back away with the Julies in hand. Both him and Flyrax are on the bomb site. Flyrax gets dinked down to 8 points of health and gets down by Tension's P250. His advantage, FAVBET. As the bomb gets planted, Onyx in the flank. He's not being quiet about this. Surely someone has to hear or be aware of this. They look to take the fight elsewhere. Take heaven, take this space instead. Tension finally connects onto Tension. Doorway finds a second. Checking where this player is here and just looks to back away. Slips around the corner. The bullets don't connect. There is no defuse kit, but there is time. Just about time. Defuse will come through and Doorway will win the round for TNL. But I'm actually not sure why Tension looked to fight that heavily towards camera there. You're in a great position. You've missed quite a few bullets. He's whiffed quite a few bullets. Don't just leave it like that, I think. But around that, FAVBET certainly could have won. Feels like they probably misplayed it a little bit towards the end, but TNL, it's around that FAVBET could have won, it's around that TNL needed to win, and they did do so. Flyrax has an AWP out already. TNXM, I mean, this is a strange old second round buy. Got the AWP on Flyrax, an XM on Onyx, and there's the information that FAVBET wanted. They know the AWP is in play. Two Tech 9s, 2 Galils, and a Mac 10 on Marix to try to win this round for FAVBET. Got a decent bit of util, 2 pieces sort of on each person. It's this 3-man hold towards B, and we are starting to see that XM get aggressive. But the kills come through. The XM of Onyx is still aggressive, has just jumped in, keeping his position up, as well as his life. Stays possible. The Tech 9 Smash finds the AWP, and that's the danger of having the AWP in the second round. The issue that you could get overwhelmed by pistols by SMGs. Players completely ignoring the angle towards Temple. And Smash with this AWP gets found. Huge oversight from so many players in that round. I've got no idea why FAVBET sort of just forgot that Temple's a position. 2 players just sort of just swinging out, allowing probably the 2 easiest kills I think Kearney's ever going to get. I mean, I don't get what we're watching there from Onyx, and then look at this, the players jumping around. FAVBET, I mean, I don't want to say anything sort of too outlandish, but I do think if they do go on to lose this game, losing that pistol in the fashion they did and losing that round in the fashion they did, I think they're only going to have themselves to blame. Because they're 2 sort of guaranteed rounds you should be winning. Or at least losing it in that fashion, I suppose. So it's good to see TNL not falling flat and continuing to fight here. Another investment from FAVBET. A bit of a risk. If they do fail to convert it, TNL should be able to level up this game. He's come through, Dory. Fumbling with smoke, but he has backup from his team, but Smash lines him up and knocks him down. Now the B-bomb site can be taken, the bomb can be planted. There's not a lot of utility on either side. And he does have a smoke grenade that could certainly hold a lot of weight. Dropping that towards A main or something. Or even just on the bomb. Oh, great nade and smoke. Jackie gets taken down. Ken finds tension. Smash finds his 3rd in the round. He keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. They've got this information on Marix. AWP could get posted. There is a defuse kit. The AWP spams come through, but the bullets don't connect. And the round is won by TNL. Another close one there. But very, very well played from the CTs. I love the retake. The nade of the smoke is such a great way to catch off Jackie. Not super sure why it's the Mac 10 playing towards A main, towards B main. You think that'd be a weapon you tried to get a little bit more up in the face of your opponents. But again, it's another buy from FAVBET. Sure, they're coming really close, but there's a point where you have to just realize maybe we should just play for having AKs. You're definitely keeping TNL's economy very humble. They can very easily be reset, sure. The issue is if you just don't find that round, you're allowing TNL just to get reasonably easy rounds to get back into this game. So it is certainly one of those things. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't, it feels like a bit of a throw. Fighting towards B main worked out excellently from the TTs. They barely take any damage. Just looks far too simple for TNL. Bondig does have this space out towards A, but there's the issue. You've got a Mac 10. I suppose the one good thing about FAVBET losing this round is they lose it dominantly enough that they're not going to buy again. Unless Jackie can have some sort of masterclass on A with this Galil. Spots out one, gets taken down by the other. As TNL 4 in a row now from them. Really struggled on this map for the most part, only able to find 4 rounds on the favoured side, but thanks to some decision making, I think, from FAVBET and some very close rounds that came down to individuals, they've somehow found 4 on the bounce at the start of the CT side. This is also sort of the bit of an issue I have here. Is this is going to be the 5th round of this second half we've had, and we haven't even had FAVBET on a full buy. It will take us to the 6th round of the second half before we see a full buy from FAVBET. And it's just ridiculous. But the scout does connect a shot. The aggression through B main is anticipated. Tag comes through, some nade damage comes down as well. Finds doorway, I like this. I think a bit of a pocket strand is working out quite nicely. Back and forth trades, out of ammo is Kenny, but no one seemingly can connect the final bullet before Knifey rotates in and supports. It looks great initially, but it doesn't pan out as well as FAVBET perhaps hoped. TNL somehow taking the lead on this game. They're going to take Anubis. That's certainly a surprise after the first half. Knifey dropping down towards Canals very quickly. I don't know if that's heard by Jackie at all. I'm not entirely sure if it is, but he is actively searching for something before starting to realise the smoke's going to be fading soon. Probably back away now. No one on FAVBET gives him an opportunity to find that kill. But I like the aggression from TNL. I like that. Something a bit different. I mean, TNL desperately want to look for these, the sort of early aggression, these fights, all across the map. They don't want to just sort of sit back and wait for the T's to push them. I really love this. Bondik gets found from doorway. An opening kill goes the way of TNL. And for 35 seconds on the clock, FAVBET need to make a decision soon. And if he's positioned, this lane around might not be anticipated. Does go 1-for-1. It's going to be a hit today as 2 players will wait in. Tension finds 1, finds a second. Tension really is the hero for this FAVBET side. Advantage round again from FAVBET. They've had quite a few of these on the T side, but haven't been able to convert a single one of them yet. Nade comes down, does connect onto Marix, but only slightly. And Doorway's already going for a save, maybe an exit or 2. But FAVBET will finally find their first round on the T side. Takes them a little while to do so, but they're on the board. Always searching for someone here. Takes down Smash. The other two Ts have already gotten away before they can be punished even further. But I like the idea. You know the round's going to be tough. Go for exits. Take away as much as you can. But I mean, look at that. How is Tension able to find a second? Leveled up again. Money's not great on either side. Massive round number 19. Winner of this potentially gets a bit of a 2-for-1. Aggression this time through A main for the CTs. Nothing spotted though. And I think TNL probably conditioned FAVBET to be a bit more cautious early. Don't sort of show anything. Whereas towards B, mid, A. Just sort of wait for the first portion of the round, because... Yeah, I mean, I love the CT side from TNL. I love the ideas of it. I mean, it's worked out on so many occasions, but it feels like these last couple of rounds, FAVBET have started to clock on. It has been taken from the Ts, and... Flash comes over, Knifey drops the smoke, but it's too late. The T's are already in front of it. Jackie finds the first. Eddie is in a comfortable position now and split between two angles. Chooses the wrong one. Executing to the A-bomb site is successful. And I'm surprised TNL are looking this heavily into this. I said both teams can pretty easily be reset. And the fact that they're actually quite close to A main, this is a bit of a risk if they do get found. Obviously, no harm done if they find the kills and get out. They definitely just do need to be a bit cautious. FAVBET are going to be exiting through A main. If Onyx can survive, I will be mind blown. I think they know he's there. Well, maybe not actually. Flashbang does come through. Onyx finds one. Decky's there for trades. Dolby goes down as well, and this is what I mean. You're in a tough spot now. You get a guaranteed buy in the next with those 3 survivors. I think at worst you might have sort of 1 player on a FAMAS. And now you're in a spot where... I mean, surely you're not buying this now. Oh, I think they're going to buy. This is going to be... I don't... Maybe it's better than I think. Maybe there's weapons on the floor. But I'm worried that they're now committing to something where they've got pistols. I mean, it's not a great buy. It's certainly better than I thought, but it's not great. But this is what I mean. I don't get these sort of... the pros and cons of them searching outside A main. I didn't mind the other one when you're going for exits, because you were at a position where it was literally just Dolby looking for the bomb explosion and looking to catch off any other players. But you were putting so many eggs into that one basket that you lose 2 players. 2 players that would have filled up that MP9 and the 5-7 spot. For what? To take down 1 player? That doesn't seem particularly worth it to me. And even if you take down the whole team, I still don't even think the risk is worth it. If you lose those 2 players. The double digits hit from FAVBET and TNL have put a lot of stock into this round. They lose this, chances are they give up map and series point to FAVBET. If they win it though, they keep this one a hotly contested affair. One minute remaining, the util starts to rain down in middle. Niffy is here with the MP9 in hand. Are they actually aware of him though? Flashbang comes through. If he goes for a peek, and yet fights have been occurring on both sides, so information is relayed, but there's not a lot of time on the clock. In FAVBET haven't really gained much ground. 30 seconds remaining, and FAVBET now starting to look towards B. There is a flank coming through from the 2 players towards A main. 25 seconds on the clock. Util lands towards Dark, forces Lyrax out, and the lineup comes through. Smash over one of them though. 18 seconds, tension, holding this smoke. Bomb has to go down. Does find one more. TNL are able to convert around. Great reposition. Kenny goes down as well. Does a lot of damage. But TNL, they need to win the round, and they do so perfectly. FAVBET seems like they sort of shot themselves in the foot a little bit there. It took so long and didn't actually have anything to show from it. I think sort of your win condition in the round is you're kind of relying on Smash getting both those players in canals there, and that's always such a tough ask of anyone. To 10 again, both teams' economies are dwindling. I think whoever wins this does find 12. Probably the most pivotal round in this series for both teams. TNL are playing it with 3 MP9s. But certainly amongst the smokes, sort of on the B side in particular, it feels like the MP9s can have a lot of usage. Flashbang back through to deny Smash gaining any ground. 1-for-1 kill towards middle. There's a heavy hitting weapon that gets taken out of the hands of TNL. Could be given a gift. 2 players looking to push the smoke. Finds one, does the damage for a second. Weapons being swapped across. That's all 3 CTs are here. Tension and Jackie though find the kill. Tension where the final player is here and comes up with a headshot. And anyone else? Could it be anyone else? Of course not. It's Tension again. Done everything for this team this game. 26-9. If there's one man who wants to win more than anyone, it's him. I mean, it's not a great spray, but he connects the headshot. Feels like that's what always happens against me. I feel like I've hit every bullet, he's hit none, and the headshot comes through. But you can see, TNL, they're going for it all. They're going for broke, it's the pull by. Deagle's MP9s. Tension with a missed shot. Allows things to stay as a 5-on-5. I really thought FAVBET were going to be pushing there, but they've opted against it. I mean, we've got to see some unbelievable individual level from TNL to be able to make these Deagles work. Got the 5-7 and the MP9 as well. We've seen buys like this work out. But it's going to be no easy task. In mid drops out the flashbang. Molotov as well. I don't know if he missed through that. I'm going to say he was very likely dead. Gets aggressive. I love the idea. Knifey. It does get punished. Marek could go down as well. Will do so. And that's the go call for 8. Can they get there quick enough? They know place at the back of the site. Spotting out a second as well. The flames forcing Lyrax down and through the camera smoke. We might be seeing one of the CTs go. Bomb does get planted. I'm not sure if there's a defuse kit down or on anyone. Info onto at least one of these players. They've got the info on the final player of Onyx. And FAVBET's found 12. And I'm not really sure what... I mean, Onyx, yeah, I mean, he has to save, surely. What can you do? Your opponents have found 12. You're in a position where you've got to get these final 2 rounds. the decision making from the decision making from both teams in this second half has been so questionable. I've seen sort of about 4 rounds in the first portion of this second half that I feel like FAVBET should have won, that they've just sort of made huge blunders. And then TNL, you understand them going for the risk with the force buy, but to do it again is tough. It definitely puts them in an awkward spot. So once again, look, this is the buy they've got. It's very similar to the last, but this time you've at least got 1 rifle. You're putting a lot of hope on Dory, though. He's had some massive moments in this game. This is going to be one of them. Otherwise, FAVBET will walk away with 13. They will walk away with this series as well. No opening kill found just yet. In the second last round of this map, or at least a regulation, overtime's certainly a possibility. Lyrax maybe getting a little bit too inquisitive, and I think he thinks better of it as well. Solo B defender, this is quite the call from TNL right now. I mean, this is a very dangerous game they're playing, but look, it's high risk, high reward. You've got to make for it sometimes. Find the first kill, attention. Takes down a second, and at least you go 1 for 1, but you get a lot of information. 24-second decisions have to be made. Players rotated in from middle. Heading back towards B. The space has been taken. It's all on this fight with the 5-7. And Marek loses it out. 13 seconds. AK's been retrieved. Knifey delays so much on receiving release come in, but it might not matter. And he's trapped by the smoke. Story, the player's been given this AK, but he just hasn't been able to find any impact in this round so far. Everywhere he's gone, it's sadly not been the right place. It's been a chaotic final round to this game with no defuse get. I think it's already done. I think there's no chance, even if he finds all the kills now. And no one's giving me anything. All 3 swing at the same time, and FAVBET are the ones to advance through Group D. I mean, what a strange game I think that one was. That Anubis certainly had a lot of action. I mean, it was certainly a fun game to watch. I suppose you can say that. There's a lot of interesting decisions. FAVBET, they looked great in the first half. They looked unbelievably terrible in the start of the second half. I mean, they didn't actually look that bad. They just made really strange decisions. I feel like they sort of cost themselves so many rounds. They probably should have won that pistol. They should have definitely won that force buy afterwards. They went for a force again, which they certainly had the chance to win. And they just kept on going for force buys to allow, that actually allowed their opponents into the game. And I think that's the issue. I don't actually think TNL were that good on Anubis. I think it was more so FAVBET allowed TNL to look that good. I think FAVBET, if they sort of just played each of the rounds, if they lost that pistol and just played for the weapons, or if they won the pistol, which I think they should have, I think it probably would have been a much more dominant scoreline than it actually was. But at the end of the day, I think TNL had their best chance on Ancient, and the fact that we were able to see FAVBET take that, I think that sort of set the seeds for where this series was going to go in general. But that's been it from us today. That's been it from these two in the Group D's winners match. There's still tons more action to be had, though. Still a lot more results here in this closed qualifier. Still plenty of spots up for grabs to make it for these teams in the Swiss stage. So make sure you do stay tuned, because we've got more CS action sort of every day, it feels like. I'm pretty sure it starts at 10 a.m. CST tomorrow. Yes, it does. 10 a.m. CST is when we're kicking back off with a great game in Sangal versus Alliance, actually. So that's going to be a really exciting one for us to start things off with. But that's all from us tonight. Make sure you do be back tomorrow for that Sangal Alliance game and even more CS action. But we'll catch you next time.